I didn't want this, but why does it feel like I've been waiting for you?
Neither did I. But I can't ignore what my wolf is telling me.
I didn't ask for this. I never wanted to be someone's destiny.
It's you.
The scent hit me like fire. My wolf roared one word, mate.
This isn't just a story. It's a battle between destiny and desire.
Step into the Alpha's world, where passion burns, betrayal cuts deep, and destiny can't be denied.
Chapter 1. Ugh, I sighed. Here we go again. Same shit. Different day, I thought to myself as I remained motionless on the ground. On the upside, at least it's the last day of school. Now I only have about 3 months before I have to start a whole new hell, high school. They're gone, H. You can get up now, Valerie said. I opened my eyes and looked up to find my older sister standing over me, hand outstretched to help me up from the ground. Valerie is everything that I am not. At 2 years older than me, the differences between the two of us were blatantly obvious. Physically, we looked as different as night and day. Pretty Valerie, with her porcelain skin and vibrant red hair, could light up any room. It was easy to see how she could be so popular, the perfect social butterfly extrovert. Whereas I am the awkward one. The one everyone so easily overlooks. I'm as boring and average as my looks would suggest. Plain brown hair that couldn't be controlled, and brushing it only made it more frizzy and unmanageable. Dull brown eyes, braces to fix my horribly crooked teeth and pasty skin from lack of venturing outdoors. Because I'm more reserved than my sister, I do tend to retreat into my books, where the main characters' lives are always more interesting than my own. Just leave me here to wallow in my own self-pity. I replied gloomily. Harper Lynn, you've got to stand up for yourself. Patrick and his followers would leave you alone if you actually called them out on their shit. I sat up and shrugged. What good would that do? They'd still push me down and take my stuff. All my life, I've grown up with the same kids, and the bullying started of nowhere nearly 2 years ago, in 6th grade. I mean, yeah, some people had gone through puberty already, and my spot in that train hasn't come along just yet, but I didn't know why everyone had suddenly targeted me. Maybe it was because I'm short and studious. Those are pretty much the cliches that beg for bullying. But of course, I can't help it that I'm both height-challenged and smart. I'm not technically a little person. I'm 4 feet and 10 and 1/4 inches, so I'm practically 5 feet tall, and loads of famous people are close to 5 feet tall. The Olsen twins, Lady Gaga, 2 of the Kardashian sisters, granted. They're on the taller side of 5 feet, as I am on the shorter side. Val wiggles her hand in front of me once again, and this time I took it. Come on, we're going to be late, and you know how Mom gets. I dusted my butt off with my hands, and Val picked particles of debris out of my hair before we made our way home in silence. Now I know what you're probably thinking. If her sister is so popular, why doesn't she do anything? Trust me, she tried 2 years ago when it all started. She was an 8th grader at the time, and though her intentions were good. Unfortunately, it only made matters worse. The bullies used only to name-call, then it progressed to taking my things, lunch, gym uniform, notebooks. Once my locker was even broken into, and they stole my entire purse. I tried going to the teachers or even the principal, but some of the bullying came from students of teachers or cops, and of course, they would believe their offspring would be this horrible. The kids started calling me a snitch, and that's when the pushing began, still mixed with them taking things, knocking things over like my tray in the lunchroom or sculpture in art class. Again, the adults around me pegged it as me being clumsy, and I didn't even dare tell my parents for fear that things would become even more physical. We arrived at the house and were greeted by the warm, fragrant goodness of garlic and cheese. I smiled as I removed my shoes and put down my backpack. I was home, my haven. Here I could relax and breathe and not have to worry about tormentors lurking, ready to call me a freak or push me into a wall. My mother popped her head from the kitchen. Hey girls, Just starting dinner. How were your last days of school? Fine. Val chirped before she went on about some seniors graduating and how she hoped she'd be able to fill an open spot on the cheer squad next year. Harperlyn Hun, how was your day? She asked, her brow etched with full concern for me. Of course, she'd be concerned. She and Dad openly worried about me, having noticed that I don't hang out with friends like Valerie and don't belong to any after-school activities. I was a loner, and they knew it. Same old, same old. I sounded less enthusiastic than my sister. She nodded. I just know next year will be your year, hun. Valerie nodded. You're going to love high school. That's where you really find your best friends. I smirked. I'm pretty sure they say that about college. Val's phone started ringing, and I knew that was the end of our chat. We both went upstairs into the room we shared. We both sat on our beds, Val lying down and talking to one of her many friends, while I opened up my backpack and withdrew a book the librarian had gifted me. I was 2 chapters in when Val hung up and turned her attention back to me. I'm so glad it's over, summertime baby sis. She exclaimed, be honest now. You've got to be excited for high school, right? Excited about hell? I asked without even looking up from my book. It's a bigger venue encasing more bullies to terrorize me. So again I reiterate, high school will be hell, and no, I am not excited about it. Ugh, she sounded frustrated. You're always so bleak. You know this is partially your own doing. If you would just act normal. Her words stung. I don't purposely act this way, Val. It's just who I am. I said as I tried to hide the stinging tears that threatened to come forward. Do you think it's fun being different and ostracized for it in the worst ways? It sucks not having friend, sucks having my crap taken constantly, or pushed into lockers or the ground just because people suddenly feel like it. I shook my head. As my sister, I thought you of all people would understand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, and I do understand. Or, well, I try to at least. But if you just tried to fit in maybe, it wouldn't be so bad. She suggested. I chuckled, a humorless chuckle. This isn't some movie, Valerie. I can't just pretend to fit in and all of a sudden become one of the popular kids. You forget that we've been going to school with the same Neanderthals for our entire educational lives. They aren't just going to suddenly forget they bully me because I start talking about what's in and start letting my grades fall. She nodded her silent understanding, and we dropped the subject. Girls, set the table. I grabbed whatever was closest to me to save my place in the book. It was an old receipt that was sitting on my bedside table, and I placed it inside the new book before sliding it under my pillow, knowing fully well that I'd go back to it later when I lay down for bed. When Dad got home from work, we all sat down for dinner. Val was on her phone, per the usual, when Dad started talking. You know, about a year ago some rumblings at work began going around. Talk that the company was relocating out of town. Another one was that we'd go international. The old more work for less pay. Mom nodded, and I just ate and listened on. Turns out they weren't just rumors. I dropped her fork. Joshua, were you fired? He shook his head and smiled. No, quite the opposite. I got a promotion today. He said nonchalantly. Congrats, Dad. I offered. Thank you, Harperlyn, sweetheart. What are we talking about? Val asked. I was just telling your mother and your sister that since our company has been doing so well and we've begun to take on more clients, we will be moving to a bigger location to house more staff. Oh, that's cool, she said as she popped a piece of garlic bread into her mouth. It is indeed very cool. My promotion comes with better benefits as well as a significant pay increase, he announced proudly. Our mother happily looked on from her seat. I could tell she was trying to contain her genuine excitement. But I do have to tell you all that the promotion, well, it does come with a condition. What that's? My mom asked gently. We'll have to move to the other side of town. My mom smiled even wider. On the other side of town, otherwise known as the better side in the city. No, Valerie cried. Thank you, Jesus. I sounded happy. In that moment, it was as if the stormy clouds that had plagued my life for the past 3 years had finally drifted away, and the slightest ray of hope shone through. Chapter 2. For years later. Rise and shine, little sister. Your first day of the last year of school starts today. Valerie sang. I groaned as I pulled the blanket over my head. Correction. The first day of my senior year starts today. It's hardly going to be the last year of my schooling. I corrected her, knowing I would be going to college. Oh, whatever. She sighed. Even under my blanket, I knew she had rolled her eyes dramatically. Mom wants you up and down for breakfast, and I'm telling you right now that if you're going to want a ride from me, be ready to go in 30 minutes, because I've got shit to do today. I jumped out of bed, grabbed the first thing I saw in my closet, and then ran straight into the restroom. As I sat down to pee, I ripped off the price tags from the new pieces of clothing Valerie had helped me pick out. You see, for years ago, when we first moved into our new house, I thought I would take Valerie up on her suggestion to try and fit in a little more since these were a whole new crop of kids. Nothing too drastic, as I refuse to change who I am entirely, just help with picking more fashionable clothes, how to apply makeup, I still don't wear a ton of it, and really figure out what products worked best for my curly hair. Other than that, when I started school, I asked to be placed in as many advanced classes as I could. I figured that at this school, I wouldn't try to hide myself anymore, so I took on not only the more challenging courses, but also signed up to be a tutor and made a genuine effort to talk to people. And as I went through high school, I found it wasn't nearly as bad as I was dreading. People knew who I was. I had actual acquaintances who would wave at me in the hall or chat with me in class. But none of those people added up to my amazing best friends, Elise and Marina. I'd met Elise in my first year. We were all waiting on the bus that first day of school, and guys surrounded her, and she looked super annoyed with them. When the bus arrived, I got on first, and she and the guys got on after me. I guess not wanting to get stuck with them, she ducked into my seat. She introduced herself, and the rest was history. Marina was actually the first student I tutored. In a lot of ways, she's like Val, so I think that's why I liked her so much. I smiled as I brushed my teeth, thinking about some of the best times the three of us have had together over the past few years. I spat out the toothpaste and rinsed my mouth out before I grabbed my new clothes. I squirmed around as I tried to get the skinny jeans onto my short legs. Once I finally got those suckers on, I pulled the plain blouse on and sighed. The top was a little form-fitting, so I grabbed a thin cardigan to wear with it. I ran my fingers through my hair, spraying in some product to keep it from frizzing too much, and then decided to go barefaced, except for some lip gloss. I gave myself a once-over in the full-length mirror. A lot has changed, but some things were still the same. My height was one of them. In 4 years, I had literally only grown a couple of inches, making me 5 feet even. But it wasn't all bad, because what I lacked in height I made up for in tenfold with my extremely curvaceous figure. As a highly late bloomer, when my curves finally did show up, it seemed like they would never stop. And while it sounds all good and fun, this too has its perks and downfalls. Perks. Guys love curves, ergo I'm not picked on by anyone anymore, with the occasional catty remark from jealous girls. Downfall. Depending on what I wear, I can look like I'm pregnant, a slut, or an Oompa Loompa. I heard the honk, and I rolled my eyes. I jogged back into my room, put on some socks, and slipped on some Vans before I grabbed my bag and ran out of the house. Took you long enough, Val remarked as she put the car in reverse. I pulled out my spare deodorant and applied it to my underarms. Yeah, well, I figured with you not in school, I could sleep in a bit and not worry about my ride threatening to leave me. I snapped back, knowing my sister works nights, and then put the deodorant back into my purse and sprayed on some body spray. Well, if you want the truth, Val stated, I actually have an appointment with the Dean of Admissions today. I looked over at my sister and, for the first time this morning, noticed she was dressed up really nicely. Whoa. When did you decide to go to school? She shrugged. I've been taking online classes since last year, and while I've been doing pretty decent, I think I need the actual classroom to really learn and understand. Do Mom and Dad know? Mom knows about the online classes, but I asked her not to say anything to you or Dad in case I failed at it, but she's the one who's been suggesting I try going to school, even just the local college here. I think that's great, Val. You've always been smarter than you let on. Thanks. It's just kind of scary, you know, like what if I get there and I completely suck at everything? Val, go to school. I know it might seem scary, and yes, the first month might be tough, but I know you. I smiled. Soon you will make a whole crop of new friends, and then you'll wonder how you ever lived a life outside of college. The mates H. I just hope I impress the dean. You'll do great. And so will you. She smiled. Now go have fun. It's your senior year. Live a little. I hadn't realized we were already here. I unbuckled and got out. I waved her off, and then found my friends easily. We inquired about each other's summer vacations. We had all gone away. And listened intently as everyone took turns talking. The tall and statuesque Elise spoke first. She had apparently spent her summer vacation at her uncle's lake house. With nothing but guys. Marina questioned. We all knew that Elise was always surrounded by guys. Even though she claims to have no interest in any of them, they are still all amazing looking. Elise rolled her eyes. Yes, but they're all friends of my cousin, which pretty much makes them my cousins by association. Except Vance, of course. Marina and I smiled and egged her on about her boyfriend, Vance. She talked about him constantly. He's an older college guy whom her cousin introduced her to. How about you, Harperlyn? Elise asked to take the attention off of her. My dad and I went and toured a few universities. I admitted proudly as I fondly remembered stepping onto the Yale grounds. Have you decided where you want to go? Marina asked. I looked at my bubbly friend and shook my head. No, I lied. Of course, for as long as I could remember, I wanted to go to Yale, but if I admitted it and applied and didn't get accepted, I didn't want to have to face the embarrassment that would follow. How about you? What did you do? Marina went into full detail about her stay with her older brother Frank, who lives in California. She gushed about how every minute was spent on the beach. Her lovely, tanned skin was proof. Ellie. The three of us looked up at the group of guys calling Elise. It was the hot jocks she always hung out with. The three of them waved her over, and one even gave her a determined sort of look, and, before we knew it, Elise had put on her "I'm a bitch" facade, silently telling the guy he was no one to try and push her around. Hand on her hip, one of her perfectly sculpted eyebrows arched upwards, Tommy Cage seemed to back down as he joined his friends. Then she sighed. I should go. She said before hugging us, save me a seat at lunch. Marina and I nodded our heads and watched her join Tommy and his cronies. I wonder why she always hangs out with those goons? I questioned. Oh, they aren't too bad, a little rough around the edges, but definitely fun to look at. I can see why she'd hang out with them so much. Marina giggled. The first bell rang, and we took off to our assigned classes. When school let out, I immediately found Val excitedly waiting for me, so I quickly told the girls bye and went with my sister. She anxiously told me all about her meeting and how she was extended an invitation to join the school. I've just got to sit down with Mom and Dad later and talk financial stuff, but if all goes well, I'm in. I was really proud of her, and she went on to tell me all about the campus and how they had a ton of fraternities and sororities. I think I want to pledge. She said confidently, that's if I actually get in, you know? I can definitely see you being a sorority girl. We laughed and continued on our way home. Chapter 3. Braxton's. Hey Brax, the new pledges are here. I turned and looked at Ryder, my vice president. Thanks, man. Last year for me, brother. Guess I should make it count. Look, you don't have to do this, Brax. Go and be with your folks. I sighed. Dad wants us to go on like everything is fine. Mom's better at pretending than I am. He shook his head. How is the Luna? Like I said, she's good at pretending, but I know she's hurting. Ryder nodded. We'll keep it brief. Just a welcome speech. Then we can have Vance show them around, and the head of Hyus will get their rooms assigned. You've been a big help to me, man. You really are gonna make a great beta. Yeah, well, I'm not looking to take on that role anytime soon, so when you see your dad, you tell him that for me, okay? He said with a slight smirk before he gave me a brotherly hug and left me in my room to get ready. I looked around my room. Everything seemed so trivial to me now that my father was on his deathbed. I knew at any moment he could leave us, and then what? I knew I'd become the alpha. It's what I've been born into, what I've been raised and groomed to become. But all of the lessons and histories, sitting in on meetings and helping Dad make decisions, none of it seemed like enough preparation now. I always thought that I'd take the alpha role when Dad stepped down, when he and Mom decided to retire. I'd take on Alpha, but if I still had him there, I could constantly draw on his wisdom if I had a question or needed help with something. But I knew that wasn't going to happen now. The council had already been called over in case Dad passed, and as our pack's beta, my Uncle Richard was running the pack while Dad held on to his last strands of life. I let out a heavy sigh, and I switched out of my t-shirt and into my fitted maroon polo that bore our fraternity's letters before I made my way down the stairs. Like every other fraternity here, we were experiencing Rush Week, where students wanted to become new pledges. Unlike most fraternities here, our frat is only for werewolves. I walked into our backyard and wasn't surprised to see the new faces. There weren't many, to be honest. There were only 4 of them. Brothers, Ryder spoke to the 26 current frat/pack members as well as the 4 new guys. Let's give a hand to our president, Braxton Ocklan. The guys all clapped, and I stepped forward. I am so glad to see all of you returning. I am also glad to see that the 4 of you have received our invitations. I said, my voice booming around them even though I wasn't yelling. As you know, Rho Alpha Kappa PK is a very prestigious fraternity. It is elite in that everyone wants to join us, but only those deemed worthy are hand-selected to join. The guys all listened, their attention never once wavering. You are all the best of the best. You come from families with the strongest bloodlines, and if you choose to accept our invitation, you will now be forever known as a PK brother as well as a member of the Elite 30. Every werewolf is born into a pack and becomes a pack member during their first phase. But the 30 best male wers are separated into the famous Elite 30. They're the strongest, fastest, and most ruthless wers around. Amongst the pack, they're the protectors, the soldiers. To the humans, the Elite 30 are gods, men that have and get everything and want for nothing. So I ask you for now, will you accept our invitation? Know this, it won't be easy, but it will be worth it. All 4 guys nodded their acceptance, and the current frat brothers howled excitedly. Our own cheeky nod to what we really are. A week of school had passed, and the recruits were settling into the frat house nicely. Even though we'd been going through a tough time with Dad's health, that didn't stop the rogues. Reports were popping up about surrounding packs being hit by rogues, people coming up missing, and, of course, I was worried for our pack, and if they found Dad was sick, they'd hit us sooner rather than later. Uncle Rich and I have been handling things alongside the Elite 30 in the way of running our patrols. A knock on my bedroom door made me sit up in bed. Enter. Brax, the president of Lambda Mu Phi, just invited us to their first party of the year. Ryder informed me. Of course they did, I replied lazily. Don't get me wrong, the girls of LMP are super charitable and do a lot for the community, but as the adage goes, work hard, play harder, and those girls always made sure to take time out to have a good time. And as much as I wasn't up for it, I knew I shouldn't keep the guys cooped up in the frat house. Plus, as the president, I was almost obligated to mingle with the other houses to show solidarity with my PK brothers and appear normal amongst the humans. My wolf was restless about going, knowing there might be rogues lurking somewhere out there. It was odd for my wolf to be so conflicted. On one hand, I felt like my wolf was urging me to stay and keep my men safe. In another sense, I felt like he was pushing me to go. As the next Aloha, it was my job to make sure everyone was all right, personally, including the humans. I sighed, we'll go, but find out more about the party, then reiterate the rules to our brothers. We're Elite 30 first and foremost, so we'll be there to work, and I guess the guys can have a little fun as well. I'll let them know. I nodded. I need a run before we take off. It wasn't hard to find the LMP party. Ryder had gotten all the details and found out the girls were having an old school kegger in the woods. Ideal for us in case we needed to shift suddenly. My guys were spread out, scoping the place. Everyone was wrapped up in the party, but when the music stopped, everyone's attention was pulled to the leggy blonde in the center of the crowd. I recognized her instantly as Kimmy, the president of LMP. All right, everyone, it's time to play our traditional game of catch and reward, she said, getting a few whistles. For those of you who don't know how this game is played, a circle is formed. A few girls volunteer to be blindfolded and they will wander about the center of the circle. If she catches you, you must reward her with whatever she asks for. It can be your name, Your number, a kiss, anything within reason. Jimmy smiled before getting a bit stern. Remember the rules or you'll be asked to leave. The large crowd cheered, and the game began. I stepped forward with the others to form the circle, always keeping an eye on my surroundings. The first girl, already blindfolded, was walked into the center of the circle. Spun around a few times, and then left alone to wander about. The girl, without shoes, moved about aimlessly. We all chuckled and then cheered when she grabbed someone. She asked for his number, and he wrote it on her hand. As this game went on, I actually found myself having a pretty good time. When the air blew softly, making the string lights sway along with the trees, the dirt lifted a bit from the ground and carried the most intoxicating scent I've ever smelled up to my nose and down to the pit of my stomach. My wolf stirred within me as he clawed to break free. He growled with frustration, and it put me on edge. I began to look around, searching for the source of the smell. Then, like being struck by a speeding train, I looked up and watched Kimmy giddily walk a tiny woman to the center of the circle. She spun the very curvy female around, just as she had done with the other girls, before leaving her alone. I watched like I had with the others. Mate. My heart raced. This was her. My mate. Mate. She stopped walking and turned her head in my direction. Mate. As if my wolf was calling to her, I watched as she carefully made her way toward me, her arms outstretched, her steps slightly unsure. I was so shocked. 1, that I had actually found my mate, and 2, not that my wolf seemed to be calling out to her, but because she seemed actually to be responding to it. She was just 2 guys away from me when a pair of arms reached out and grabbed her. I let out a low growl, and the guy standing next to me looked at me wildly before moving away from me. Hey. She sounded angry. Let go of me. Ease up, fucker. I growled, that's not how you play the game. Now let her go. Get lost, dude. The guy said without even looking at me. I was easily taller than him, but stood up straight and took my full height. I commanded him to look at me. Even as a human, he could feel my command, and he turned. He flinched a little. I said, let her go. I repeated in a low, even voice. I've been told it is more menacing when I seem calm than when I'm angry. This time, he did as I asked before walking away. I turned back to the girl and took her delicate little hands into my own. Warm currents radiated through my body from her touch, washing away the anger. Are you all right? I asked gently. Why, yes. She said a little breathlessly, thanks, F, for saving me, I mean. No problem. I smiled. Her light voice rang in my ears like an old favorite song. I know you didn't catch me, but would you like a reward? I offered. See, can I give you a thank you kiss? She asked on the cheek, that is, she added nervously. I couldn't help but smirk. Sure. As she stood in front of me, I could see that she was more than a foot shorter than me, as I'm 6'2". I leaned down and placed her hand on my cheek. The small gesture had my eyes closing involuntarily. The last thing I saw was a sweet smile spread beautifully across her face, revealing adorable dimples. Then I felt her feather-soft peck as her plump lips gently kissed my cheek. I opened my eyes only to find the same gorgeous smile. But before anything else could be said between us, another girl came and escorted her away. I watched my mate remove her blindfold, and silently I asked her to turn and look at me so I could see her face properly. I wanted to see my mate, but she was ushered back into the darkness of the opposite side of the circle without so much as a glance back. Braxton. Ryder suddenly said. We have to go. Now, I asked, slightly frustrated at the thought of leaving now that I'd just found my mate. Yes, it's your father. Chapter 4. I've survived my first rush week. Val said anxiously, I am officially an LMP girl now. I smiled. Even though we were on the phone, I knew my sister would be doing her goofy, happy dance. I'm super happy for you. I listened as my sister spoke so energetically about her first week of school. Oh, but you have to come to the party tonight, she insisted. I don't know, Val. Mom and Dad will kill us if they found out I went to a college party. She began laughing uncontrollably. Are you kidding me? They wouldn't even believe it. You never go out, much less party. I rolled my eyes. Come on, H, live a little, she urged almost pleadingly. I thought about it and finally agreed to go. What the heck? The summer of our move across town was tough on Valerie and me in many ways. The biggest thing was that we were the new kids now. And while Val still talked to her friends from her previous school, slowly, they all started to lessen their communications with her. Essentially, we were each other's only friends until we started opening up and talking to people once the school year started, which brought us much closer. I learned that my sister, despite being as popular and gorgeous as she is, was actually really insecure about herself. It's why she surrounds herself with people, giving less attention to herself. And while Val may be the exact sort of girl who'd pledge a sorority and rock it, I knew that she was only using the sorority as a crutch of sorts. "Hey, bring your friends too," she said before getting up from my bed. "I'm taking off back to the sorority house to help get everything ready. See you later," she said before she hugged me and left. I pulled out my cell phone and brought up our group chat. "Harper Lynn, hey, just got invited to a sorority party tonight. You guys in?" I put my phone down and got up. I rummaged through my closet to look for something to wear. I gave up when I realized that whatever I chose, my sister would only make me put on something else once I got to her new sorority house. My phone pinged twice, indicating 2 new texts. "Marina, so down. On my way to your place ASAP. Elise, can't. My uncle isn't doing too well, so we're all going over to his house tonight to be with him while we still can." My heart went out to her and her family. Harper Lynn, wait, what? Ellie, I'm so sorry. How about I come over with you? Elise, thanks, love ya. But I think I'll be fine. Go and have some actual fun for once. Marina, call us if you need anything, Ellie, and you know we'll be there in a heartbeat. Elise, thanks, Ree. He's been sick for a while, so at this point we just want him to not be in pain anymore. Love you guys and take lots of pics for me to see later. Not wanting to be insensitive, I closed the group text and texted Marina directly. Harper Lynn. Mom and Dad don't know, so I'm gonna say I'm staying the night at your place. Just let me know when you're here and we can get ready at my sister's place. Marina, KK. I grabbed my purse and cell phone charger because I knew it wouldn't be long before she arrived. Sure enough, as soon as I stepped off the last step, she began honking. Going somewhere? My dad asked from the sofa. I'm just gonna spend the night at Marina's. You usually ask. My mother threw in. Well, you guys usually say yes, and it kinda slipped my mind. Well, you know I love the girls, but we miss hanging out with you too, Mom said. As I didn't have any friends before the move, the minute I actually made friends, my parents embraced them like their own daughters. Having super close friends, their parents treated me like one of their daughters as well. Well, the Ocklans, Elise's parents, did. Marina's mom, Joan, was a hippie sort of woman who gave off more of an older sister vibe. Mom, I love you, but I was kinda a hermit all of my life. Please don't start depriving me now. Fine, go, and don't go being a burden for Joan. I nodded as another honk sounded. I told them bye and jumped into my friend's car. We found Val's new sorority house easily, and we were welcomed with great enthusiasm. When my sister told them it was my first party, all the girls squealed in delight and basically began playing dress-up Barbie on me. Before I knew it, I was put into an olive-colored bodycon dress that seemed like it was 2 sizes too small. Despite its modest length, which fell just below my knees and had long sleeves, it clung to my body like a second skin, revealing more of my figure than I usually care to show. The party was incredibly packed, and everyone had a drink in their hand. Here, Valerie said as she held a red Solo cup out to me. Val, I don't drink. I shouted in shock that my sister would even offer it to me. I know, ya nerd. It's soda, just plain OL Diet Coke. I scrunched my nose. I hate diet soda. Sorry, it was the only non-alcoholic thing I could find. I took it and thanked her. I took small sips of the gross brown liquid, and then someone killed the music. All right, everyone, it's time to play our traditional game of catch and reward. She explained the game before coming back over to the rest of us. Okay, who's going first? Some girl raised her hand, and the sorority president blindfolded her before she walked her into the middle of the crowd. I stood up on a chair and watched as she spun the girl around and then let her walk on her own. She walked around a bit before she finally grabbed someone. The crowd all chuckled and then cheered. We couldn't hear what she asked for, but as the guy wrote something on her hand, it's safe to assume she asked him for his number. This game went on for a while, and suffice it to say, I was actually enjoying it. Thanks to a very random bout of bravery, I suddenly volunteered to go next. A light breeze blew from behind me, tussling my hair. I put my hands up to stop the slight gust of air from messing it up completely. "All right, little one, step out of your heels and come with me," the girl said sweetly as she walked over. I took the shoes off and handed them to Marina while Val held my drink. The sorority president tied the black lace handkerchief over my eyes comfortably. I couldn't see a thing, and it made me slightly giddy with anxiousness. Butterflies seemed to fill my stomach. She placed one hand behind my elbow and the other held my hand as she walked me forward. Then we stopped, just like with the other girls. She spun me around 3 times before letting me go. Instinctively, my hands reached out and I took small steps. I kept feeling this slight giddiness, and at first I thought it was due to the anxious excitement of the game, but somehow I could tell it was for something else entirely. I stopped moving, and in an instant, I had the extreme urge to go in the opposite direction. I turned my head to look, but of course I couldn't see, so it was useless. When I turned and my hands went up again, and as if something inside of me was directing me where to go, I began walking once more, this time with an almost determination and assurance in my steps. With every step I took, the giddiness grew, and I somehow knew I was close. I was about to take another step when out of nowhere, I was grabbed. I freaked out a little because this hadn't happened to any of the other girls. Then I regained my bearings. "Hey!" I shouted angrily, "Let go of me. Ease up, dude." My breath hitched at the sound of a voice near me, but not directly in front of me. "That's not how you play the game. Now let her go." This voice was deep and masculine, and it made those same fluttering butterflies swarm about my insides once more. "Get lost, dude," the guy holding me said. I only knew he was the one holding me because his voice was closer to me, and I could feel his hot breath touch my face as he spoke. I could hear a little movement, and then the deep-voiced guy spoke again, this time more calming, but somehow more demanding. I said, "Let her go." It sent a slight shiver down my spine, and a whole new kind of excitement coursed through me. Am I getting nervous? I wondered curiously to myself. Soon after, my arm was let go, and the guy's other hand removed itself from around my waist. Then, before I could register the sound of the guy walking away, large warm hands took hold of my own. I don't know how to explain it, but this simple gesture made me feel warm and safe, probably because whoever this mystery guy is had just saved me from some drunken jerk. My heart raced and mixed with brand new, unexplainable emotions. I felt like every nerve ending of mine was vibrating with a warmth now. "Are you all right?" he asked. His voice was still deep, but it was softer and just comforting like velvet. The sound of it mixed with his touch made me a little dizzy. "Why, yes. Thanks, for saving me, I mean. I have never been in a situation like this before, but I imagine that this is what being nervous felt like. My heart felt like it would beat right out of my chest as I could feel his closeness. "No problem," he assured me nonchalantly. "I know you didn't catch me, but would you like a reward?" Oh, I could ask this guy for anything. I didn't know what he looked like, but I liked that he had saved me, and I liked the way he spoke to me, as well as how I felt around him. Maybe that is why I made my next move so boldly. "See, can I give you a thank you kiss?" I listened to my own words as they left my mouth. I couldn't believe Harper Lynn Carson, had asked that. On the cheek, that is. I quickly added to make sure I didn't come off as someone who was just trying to get close to a guy. Then again, I suppose that was this game in a nutshell. "Sure." Still holding onto my hands, he raised my right hand and placed it on his face. I could feel that he had a blemish-free cheek, but he also had a slight stubble. I couldn't help but smile. This is obviously an older guy, a college guy, and he would be getting my first kiss ever. Granted, it's on the cheek, but tomato, a kiss is a kiss, right? And this is my first kiss outside of my family. I didn't lick my lips, though I had the urge to. I didn't want the kiss to be super awkward with slobber. Finally, I just leaned forward and placed my lips against his warm cheek. I know it was a quick, easy peck, but something happened. My lips tingled, and I couldn't help but smile even more as the warm tingles pulsed through them. I was just about to reach up and touch my lips when I felt myself being turned around, and soon the blindfold was being taken off as my eyes tried to readjust. The kind president was escorting me back. Sorry about the jerk, hun. We made sure he was kicked out of the party. I only wanted to turn back and see if I could figure out who the guy was, but I also didn't want to be rude. Oh, it wasn't your fault. He was just some guy who couldn't hold his beer. We reached the other side of the circle, and my sister and Marina were rushing towards me. We gotta go, Elise is headed over to my place right now. Marina said sadly. Her uncle? I asked. He didn't make it. I felt a bit hollow, and I silently nodded. I hugged my sister and thanked her for tonight before Marina and I took off. Sure enough, when we got to Marina's place, Elise was sitting in her mom's car, crying by herself. We climbed into the car with her and let her take care of everything. Nobody said anything. What could be said? Sorries and condolences don't bring people back. It's also too soon to say those things when it's this fresh. I didn't know her uncle personally, but I knew Elise, and for her to be affected this way meant that the man must have been pretty great. I hugged my friend from the passenger seat. She was all cried out now. How about we go inside? Marina offered from the back seat. I bet you could use a hot shower and some fuzzy socks. Elise nodded sadly, and we helped her out of the car. That night was the first night I had ever experienced so many emotions. Chapter 5. Elise had told us that her uncle would be buried on Sunday, so it was no surprise when she missed a few days of school the following week. What was surprising was that a lot of students and teachers were missing from school, and even more, some local stores were closed. This guy must have been really well known in the community. The service was beautiful, my Aunt Priscilla really went all out, and my cousin Braxton gave a really moving eulogy of his father. Elise told us when she came back on Thursday. Well, we sure did miss you, girlie. Marina said softly with her usual bubbly smile as she pulled Elise into a big hug. Elise smiled. I missed you both too. We should do something this weekend. Try and help you take your mind off of this if even for a little while. I suggested. What should we do? Marina asked. Just then, the goons approached us. I'm sorry for your loss. Marina offered. They simply stared at Marina as if they couldn't believe she was talking to them. Thank you. One of them said. His voice was masculine, but not like the mystery guys at the party. I looked down as I suddenly brought the memory of last Friday night forward. I replayed every detail I could remember and blushed. Are you okay, H? Elise asked. I looked up. Why, yeah, just a bit flustered today. Then I noticed Val's car. I got to go. You guys text with ideas for this weekend. Ellie will not be attending. She has a prior engagement with my brother. Tommy Cage said. Elise ignored his comment and looked at me with a soft smile and a shake of her head. Don't mind him, H. I'll text you later. I nodded before going toward Val's car. I need a shopping partner, she said as I buckled up. That's cool. I've been needing to get a few new things. We pulled up to the mall and Valerie went crazy going from store to store. Last store, I promise, she said as we walked into a store I had never heard of. It wasn't too big, and there were only 3 changing rooms for both genders. Something about the store gave me that same vibe I had the night I was blindfolded. I felt giddy. Then I felt guilty. While the giddiness was still there in full effect, I also felt guilty because the last time I had this feeling, my friend suffered a tragic loss. Hey, what's going on? You seem a bit down? Valerie asked as she approached the bikinis near the back of the store. I'm all right. I'm just worried about Ellie, I replied as I followed her. Elise, what's wrong with her? Val asked with concern. Her uncle passed away the night of the party. I admitted, I really want to do something this weekend to help cheer her up, but no one really has any ideas. How about a slumber party? You girls love your slumber parties. I was thinking more along the lines of going to the lake or something, since it's still pretty warm out. I smiled, then playfully picked up a bikini. Maybe I could wear a little something like this. I played as I held up the bright orange bikini. We both knew it wasn't something I would actually ever wear. Suddenly, that giddiness was back. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to relish the feeling, and just like the night of the party, my head turned. I was now facing the dressing rooms. I stared at them as if searching for answers, but of course, all I saw was the vibrant white doors, so I turned back to Val. Suddenly, my phone pinged with a new message. I looked down at my phone and opened the message. Elise, my cousin said I can use his lake house this weekend if you and Marina want to spend the weekend at the lake. I read the text to Val and smiled. It's like she's reading your mind. It is really sweet of her cousin to let her invite us over. We'll have to thank him somehow. I said, I remember that she said she spent the summer at her uncle's lake house, and now she said it's her cousin's lake house. No doubt this is the same guy who just lost his father, and he's being so kind to offer it to us. Harperlyn, that's amazing. I was just saying I wanted to go to the lake. I'm out shopping with Val right now. I'll call you when I get home. I put my phone in my purse, and now I seriously looked through the swimsuits. I decided to get bikinis this time, knowing it would just be Elise and Marina. Had there been any guys, I wouldn't be caught dead in a bikini. Heck, I'd probably even wear full-on swim trunks and a swimming rash guard or something. After we walked through the store, I ended up picking up 2 new bikinis, 2 pairs of cute shorts, 1 t-shirt, and 1 tank top. Then we headed back to the dressing rooms, where I was second-guessing my bikinis and considering a one-piece swimsuit, but my sister talked me out of it. And what are you going to wear to sleep? Val asked as she looked into the clearance rack by the dressing rooms. I shrugged. I'll just take my shorts off and wear my shirt and whatever underwear I just so happen to have on. You know I never wear pajamas. The sound of something being hit startled us, and I couldn't help but look around. Smoothies? Valerie asked shortly after. Sure. I smiled, we paid, and then left. That night, we all three-way called each other, and we were extremely excited for this weekend. Elise had told us on multiple occasions how pretty the lake house is, and she seemed just as excited for us to be going. You're like genuinely excited to be going. Marina pointed out to Elise. You don't understand, you two will be the first ones to ever step foot in there. She exclaimed. What do you mean? I asked. Oh, non-family members. She said. I understood, but I had the feeling that she was keeping something from us, but I brushed it away as we moved on to the topic of the party. You two never told me about the party, Elise said. Well, we didn't want to be insensitive, Marina said. Oh, please. Anything crazy happen? Ooh. H played a game called Catch and Reward, Marina said excitedly. Looks who's getting out of her shell. I blushed even though they couldn't see me. It was just a silly game, and nothing too crazy, otherwise I wouldn't have volunteered to play along. So how does the game work? Elise asked. Marina explained the game to her, and I shared my experience. When my turn came up, I was excited, but like really, really excited. I can't explain it. Anyways, I started moving around, and then I can sort of tell I was getting close to people, as guys and girls were all standing in the circle. But right before I could catch someone for a reward, some guy grabbed my arm and pulled me into him by my waist. Is that what happened? Marina asked. Val and I were wondering what was going on because you seemed like you were with 2 guys and you were taking a long time. 2 guys? Ellie asked. Well, the drunk guy that grabbed me and a guy who was trying to get him to let me go. How romantic. Marina sounded dreamy. Like a real Prince Charming. I smiled. While Prince Charming was pretty stern with the drunk and did indeed get him to let me go, I got my reward from him instead too. Oh, what did you ask for? Elise asked now. A kiss. Both squealed and cheered. On the cheek. I shouted to calm them down. It was just a thank you, a peck on the cheek from me to him. It was innocent. H, I'm really glad you tried something new and had fun regardless of the drunk guy. Thanks, Ellie. I sighed. To be honest with you both, I can't stop thinking about that guy, and I don't know anything about him or what he even looks like. Did you see him, Ree? Elise asked hopefully. No, other than being far away from where I was standing, and it was already dark. That was around the time you called me. There was an awkward silence. We didn't like to bring up Elise's uncle if we didn't have to. We didn't want to make her relive the pain of losing someone she loves. Well, maybe you'll find him again. It's a small town, and I'm assuming he was a college student. Yeah, maybe, I said as I yawned. Hey, I'm going to call it a night. Talk to you both later. We all said our good nights and then hung up. I put my phone on my bedside table and turned off my lamp. As I got into bed, I snuggled against my pillow. I couldn't help but wonder if I'd ever run into that same guy again someday. I slowly drifted off to sleep and had an odd dream. It was strange because there were no images, only sounds, words, and a voice. His voice. Chapter 6. Braxton's. Hey, you coming? I asked as I walked down the stairs. Ryder and I just had a meeting with our younger pack members about interspecies relationships. Of course, we don't mind, but we stress that they wait until their mates come along. But who the hell waits, right? Interspecies relationships aren't anything new, but our secret must be kept unless the human turns out to be their mate. I smiled as I remembered my own little mate. Of course, she remained a mystery to me, as I hadn't got a good look at her. Correction, I didn't get a good look at her face. I got a great look at her body. She had a flat stomach, a large chest, and a figure that stood out. I let out an involuntary sigh as I remember the way her beautiful lips curved up to create the most heart-stopping smile. Even better, what they felt like against my own skin. The kiss was quick and straightforward, but it was the best kiss I've ever had. I can't believe how worked up I was getting over her light peck shared between us. My wolf awoke and began to stir with the thought of our mate. You okay? Ryder asked. Yeah, just lost in thought. Well, it was either really good or bad considering your eyes are blacked out. I squeezed my eyes shut and pinched the bridge of my nose. May as well tell him about my mate. He is my beta now, and she will be the Luna one day. I was just thinking about last Friday night at the party. I found my mate. What? He said happily, congrats man. Who is she? Then I shook my head and ran my hands through my hair in a tired fashion. I don't know. She was one of the blindfolded girls, the one who kissed me. Now he shrugged his shoulder. Sorry bro, I wasn't watching. I was keeping a close eye on the parameters of the party. He filled me in, but more likely than not she is part of LMP. I nodded, and we left the pack house. On the way back to the frat house, I stopped by LMP and asked for Kimmy, the president. Sorry, she isn't here right now. This was an unfamiliar female, even though I didn't feel the mate's pull. I still looked to see if it could be her. You wouldn't happen to know all the girls who played the catch and reward game on Friday, do you? She smiled, but shook her head. I'm sorry, I don't. The girls volunteer and sometimes they aren't even sisters. She informed me. But check with Kim. Like I said, she isn't here right now, but if it's important, she's at work. Could you tell me where she works? Yeah, this new store called Tidal Wave. It's in the mall. She said. I thanked her and took off. It took me forever to find a parking space in the mall's parking lot, but once I parked, I quickly made my way through the mall. I found the store on the 3rd level of the mall. Unfortunately, Kimmy was running some money to the bank. I decided to wait. I didn't want to seem like a creep waiting around for her, so I didn't need her coworkers asking why I was so desperate to talk to Kimmy. As I waited, I browsed the shop. There was some decent stuff there, and I ended up grabbing a few shirts. Since I had time to kill, I went into the dressing room. Usually, I would just buy a shirt without trying it on, but what the hell? I closed the dressing room door and could faintly see out into the store. I wondered if people could see in. I shook my head. If I were having such a difficult time seeing clearly out of the small slits, then there's no way a human would be able to see in at all. I turned my back to the door and pulled my shirt over my head, but I instantly turned back around when my mate's presence filled the store. She was here. Mate. I shook my head. As much as I wanted to rip the door open and find our mate so that we could claim her as ours, I showed more restraint than I thought I had by staying put. The last thing I wanted to do was freak her out and scare her away. My mate is human, so she doesn't know anything about werewolves, packs, or mates. I would have to do everything the old-fashioned way by getting her to fall for me, date her, and then tell her about everything. The mate's pull grew stronger, and I knew she was walking closer. I strained my eyes and saw her. Well, I saw that unmistakable figure of hers, though it was kind of blurry due to this damn door. I could also make out that she was with another girl, a redhead, slightly taller than my mate. Hey, what's going on? You seem a bit down? The other girl asked her. My wolf whined, and I grew concerned. Was there something the matter with my mate? I'm all right. I'm just worried about Ellie. Her voice hit my ears and matched up perfectly with the memory of the one I heard on Friday night. If I had any doubt before, it was all gone now. This is my mate for sure. Mate? I nodded in agreement and went back to listening to the girls' conversation. Elise, what's wrong with her? The other girl questioned. Did she say Elise? I wondered if they could be talking about my little cousin. There aren't too many girls with that name that I know of. Then my mate spoke once more. Her uncle passed away the night of the party. I really want to do something this weekend to help cheer her up, but no one really had any ideas. My eyes went wide and my heart began to race. They were talking about Ellie, which would explain why my maid is so tiny. She's still a child in school. The least I could hope for was that she was somehow 18 like Ellie. Otherwise, I'm screwed because as a wolf, I don't know how long I could wait to have our mate. As an alpha, I don't know how long I can put off the mating. How about a slumber party? You girls love your slumber parties. She is still a child, I groaned to myself. I was thinking more along the lines of going to the lake or something, since it's still pretty warm out. These words gave me hope, at least she is old enough to go out. Then I remembered I had initially met her at a college party, so she had to be 18. Then my mate moved. Maybe I could wear a little something like this. It was hard to see, but even I could see it was a bright orange bikini. I got excited and pulled out my cell phone. I immediately texted my little cousin. Braxton, hey, just wanted to check on you. Elise, I'm holding up, how about you? I smiled and texted her back. Braxton, I'm good, hey, why don't you go away for the weekend? Try and clear your head of all this. You can borrow the lake house. She texted back immediately, and I could practically see her smiling face. Elise, really? Braxton, yeah, invite a couple of friends and have a good time. She didn't text me back anymore, but then I stood there and didn't have to wait too long for my mate to acknowledge what I already knew. Hey Val, Ellie just texted me inviting me to the lake for the weekend. She, the girl, now known as Val, lovingly responded, it's like she's reading your mind. It is really sweet of her cousin to let her invite us over, we'll have to thank him somehow. My mate's words touched me. For one, she had unknowingly mentioned us, but I had just found out how kind and thankful she is. The two girls went about the store picking up a couple more items before coming back to their original spot just a short distance away from the dressing rooms. And what are you going to wear to sleep? Val asked her. I'll just take my shorts off and wear my shirt and underwear. You know I never wear pajamas. My mate replied casually. The thought of my mate in just a shirt and underwear was too much. It aroused me, and my wolf acted by having us hit the back wall to contain ourselves. Like she had unknowingly been doing, my mate looked over at the dressing rooms. Smoothies? The other girl asked, pulling her attention away from me. Sure, she said. I watched as they paid for their items and took off. The second she stepped out of the store, I burst out of the dressing room, and a couple of shoppers looked at me curiously. I began making my way to the front door. Sir, are you going to be paying for the shirt? A nervous-looking guy asked. Yeah. I acknowledged as I took out my wallet and pulled out $100 bill. I slapped it on the counter and walked out of the store. I didn't really have to search for her as I had heard the other girl, Val, mention smoothies. But I closed my eyes and instantly picked up her scent, and almost for validation, I opened my eyes and immediately saw her curvy frame standing next to the same girl as they made their way down the escalator. I sighed as I watched them step off. I knew there was no point in trying to catch up to them. What would I do if I did? Grab her and tell her she's mine? I shook my head. I had already decided that I would take things slow with her. So I did what anybody in my situation would do. I pulled out my phone and called my beta. Hey, you, me, Vance, and two of the noobs are going to the lake house this weekend. Sounds like a plan, boss. I'll let him know. Ryder replied. I simply nodded my head with a smirk and hung up. I would meet my mate, and I would make sure that our first meeting would leave an impression. Chapter 7. Our last class dragged on forever, but fortunately, I had the class with Elise, and she couldn't stop talking about how great this weekend would be. I smiled. I had to admit I was super excited about going. Are you sure your cousin is all right with it? I asked, a little worried that he would change his mind at the last minute. Yeah, Braxton is cool. Like I said before, it was his idea. I nodded my understanding. When the bell rang, we all jumped up out of our seats, and Elise and I made our way to our lockers. Hey guys, ready for the weekend? Marina asked as she crouched down and opened her own locker. I threw my books in. Yes, my parents even gave me full permission, because I hate lying to them. That was a big risk. What if they would have said no? Elise asked. I shrugged. Then I would be going home right now and getting comfy. Well, you're still going home right now to get comfy before we hit the road, Marina pointed out. I'll drop you off and then pick you up in like 5 to 10 minutes, so your bags had better be packed, then we'll swing by and pick up Elise. The lake house is about an hour away, so be prepared for the small road trip, Elise said once again. We know, Marina said. Also, the place is kind of big, but my mom was telling me Maya kind of went and started packing things up after my uncle passed, but it kind of got too much for her, so she just crammed everything into various rooms. Not even a problem, I assured her. It's just the three of us, and we've all shared my bed before, so I'm sure we'll manage. Delete. After Marina dropped me off, I put on a plain navy blue t-shirt and paired it with some shorts. I put on my low-top Converse and pulled my hair up into a sleek ponytail, sleek because I had straightened my naturally wavy hair that morning. I added some body spray, grabbed my phone charger, toiletries bag, and duffel bag, and then headed out. I went downstairs and put them by the front door, as I had already packed everything the night before. I made my way into the living room and found my mom. You taking off, sweetie? As soon as Marina gets here, I said. Thanks again for letting me go. She simply laughed lightly. Your father and I are proud of you, kiddo. You work hard in school and always keep your nose clean. We know we don't have a thing to worry about with you the way we worried about your sister. I couldn't help but smile. Suddenly Marina's constant honking sounded. I rolled my eyes, then walked over to my mom. I hugged her. See you later, Mom, and tell Dad I said bye. Will do, and I mean it, Harperlyn. Be safe out there. I nodded and waved her a final goodbye before grabbing my bags and leaving. Delete. It's just up here, Elise finally pointed. Where, Ellie? All I'm seeing is trees, Marina snapped. The hour-long drive had obviously taken its toll on our usually bubbly Marina. I promise. Just turn up here and follow the road and we are there, Elise said calmly. We rounded the corner as she had instructed and followed the road a bit before greeted us the sight of a huge house greeted us. Is that it? I asked, shocked. Yeah, I told you it was pretty big, Elise replied. Big is an understatement, I countered. Yeah, this is a freaking lake mansion, Marina commented. Elise only laughed, then stopped. What the hell? What? Marina and I asked in unison. That's my cousin's car, she pointed. I looked and had to squint to see that there were, in fact, vehicles in the driveway. Maybe we should go back, I said, a little let down. But neither of them acknowledged my suggestion. As we pulled up, two guys came out. They were both adorable, and I wondered which of them was her cousin. Ooh, boys, Marina excitedly said as she killed the engine. We opened the doors and got out, and as we did, 3 more guys stepped out onto the large porch. What the heck, Brax, I thought you said we could have the lake house this weekend, Elise said as she came from around the car. Then the most attractive guy I have ever seen stepped forward. He was enormous. Granted, everyone is taller than me, and all the guys here were near 6 feet tall. But he was the tallest. I could also see his muscular body through his fitted top. That same giddy feeling filled me up, and I had to look away to avoid anyone seeing my growing reaction to it as the butterflies fluttered about widely inside of me. Sorry, Ellie, I completely forgot. His voice. My head snapped back up, so I was now looking right at him again. I wasn't sure, but I think he was the same guy from the party last week. I could almost bet my life on it. But you ladies are more than welcome to stay. Join us. We'll have a great weekend together, he said. It was definitely the same voice. Never had I heard a voice that affected me in such a way. Are you sure you don't mind? Elise asked. The guy simply smiled, and I nearly fainted. He only stepped off the porch and approached the car, and with every footstep he took, My heart rate increased. Then he stopped right next to me, and I had to do everything in me not just openly to stare at him. Pop the trunk and I'll help with the bags. Marina didn't hesitate to press the button on her key ring, and soon the trunk opened. He leaned in, and when he stood upright, I saw that he had grabbed my duffel bag and toiletry bag. Guys grabbed the rest and helped the girls into a room. Elise's cousin instructed. I apologize in advance, but since there aren't enough rooms, some of us will have to share. He said as he made his way inside, "Whoever's bag this is, follow me." I looked at my friends, and they nodded, so I quietly followed him. I had also noticed that Elise was now standing next to a handsome guy with tattoos and a beard. Elise's cousin showed me to a rather large bedroom. The bed was humongous, and there was even a sitting area right next to a fireplace. He set my bags down on the bed, then began moving about the room. "I hope you don't mind, but you'll have to share a room with me. Don't worry, I'll take the sofa over there, but all the other rooms are taken." "See, couldn't I just room with my friends?" He smiled. "Since Vance is here, I'm sure my cousin will be bunking with him." "Wait, was that Ellie's boyfriend? The one with the tattoos?" He nodded. Elise had told us she had a boyfriend, but I don't know what I ever expected him to look like. "As for your other friend, she's probably going to get stuck in the bunk room. 2 sets of bunk beds, and with your friend and my 3 friends, those are all accounted for." His masculine voice was soft, and it filled me with the same sensation as before. "Just hope she doesn't mind too much." I nodded, knowing Marina. It's basically a dream come true. "I'm really sorry if you're uncomfortable. I can stay in the living room if you'd like." "Don't be silly," I said now. "No, this is your place, and you shouldn't have to sleep in the living room because of me. I don't mind sharing a room with you. We have our own private bathroom right here," he said gently as he opened a door and then made his way back over to me. "By the way, I'm Braxton." I looked at his hand before I took it, but when I did, those familiar tingles shot up my arm and encased me in warmth. I let out a gasp and then blushed as I let his hand go. "H. Harperlin," I stuttered. "My name is Harperlin." His smile washed away my nerves and made me want to smile along with him. Soon, Braxton and I joined the others, and Elise introduced Marina and me to her boyfriend, Vance. He was good-looking, but not as handsome as her cousin. I felt like a creeper since I kept looking over at him. Kind of had a hipster vibe with an edgy sort feel as well. When Vance excused himself, it left us girls alone to talk for the first time since arriving. "Sorry about us all bunking in different rooms," Elise said genuinely. "Hey, it's cool," Marina said. "It was nice enough to have your cousin ask us to stay." "It was," I agreed. "Can I ask, how's Braxton your cousin?" I tried to ask coolly. "His dad was my dad's older brother." I nodded my understanding. "Well, he's definitely hot." "Harperlin, you are so lucky, hun." I blushed. "He seems really nice," I said. Then I knew I had to tell them the truth. "So I know this is going to sound crazy," I whispered. "But you guys, I could swear on everything. Braxton was the same guy from the party." "The drunk asshole?" Marina whispered a little angrily now. "No, Ellie cut in, the guy who saved her. Prince Charming." Marina smiled. I nodded. "How do you know?" Marina wondered. It's really hard to explain, but his voice, it's sorts of designated in my memory. I could pick up on his voice anywhere. And again, I know it sounds crazy, but when I shook his hand only a little while ago, I felt tingles. Elise gasped a little. "Are you sure you?" Once again, I nodded. It's strange. But yeah, it's not just like an excitement, but like a warm comfort that sort of fills me. "I'm going to the grocery store to stock up for the weekend. Ellie, come with," Braxton said suddenly, pulling us girls apart. As he walked out, I let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding. I shook my head. This is going to be a long weekend, I thought to myself. Chapter 8. Braxton's. As soon as we got into the car, I took off before Ellie could even get her seatbelt on. "Tell me everything," I commanded. "Me? When were you planning on telling me you found your mate?" she countered. "I only just realized she was your friend," I admitted. "But you knew you'd found your mate since the night of your party," she pointed out. "And newsflash, you're the alpha of our pack, Brax. We all deserve to know if you've found our Luna." I knew she was right. I told Ryder I'd found my mate, but neither of us knew who she actually was. I want to find the sorority house president in charge of the game to learn more. Long story short, I ended up at the same store as Harper Lynn. I knew it was her from the mate poll and overheard her worrying about you, planning a little getaway together. And that's when you texted me. You had this whole thing set up to meet her, she said with a knowing smile. I nodded. I had to meet her, but how do you approach someone without seeming completely random? Ellie laughed softly. For your information, Harper Lynn has been thinking about you since the party too. If you'd randomly bumped into her in town, she might have started the conversation herself. So, H is her nickname? Ellie nodded. Yeah, Harper Lynn Carson. Val is her older sister. She's in the sorority that threw the party. So, what do you want to know? I don't know, everything, I guess. Most importantly, does she have a boyfriend I should be worried about? Harper Lynn's never had a boyfriend, Ellie replied. I was baffled. She's amazing. Hard to believe she's single. Ellie smiled. She really is smart and kind, though she struggles with self-esteem. That's why she often tries to blend in. She's clearly made to stand out, I muttered. Ellie continued, she loves reading, top of her class, and when she graduates, she can choose almost any school. Her birthday is December 29th. She's a Capricorn, loves cherries, dislikes eggs and corn, but is considerate, shy at first, but friendly once comfortable. Favorite color turquoise. She lives with her parents, has one older sister, and loves scary movies even though they scare her. She's a romantic at heart. I smiled. All the small details made her feel more real, more special. Thanks, Ellie. No problem, Brax. Just take it easy with her, Ellie said. She's trusting and careful. If she gets hurt, she'll retreat. Be honest with her. I understand, I promised. Harper Lynn might be petite, but she would have me there to protect her. My cousin and I reached the grocery store and gathered enough food to feed an entire nation. To be honest, it was a mix of junk food and actual ingredients for meals. For the first time, Ellie and I didn't waste time, and we headed straight back to the bakehouse as our mates were waiting for us. When we got back, Ryder and Vance ran out to help, but the two new guys were busy chatting with Ellie's other friend, Marina. Come and help, I instructed them. I noticed Harper Lynn rising to help, but I touched her shoulder lightly, and she looked up at me. I softened my voice, not you, beautiful, just the others need a hand. She smiled, and I noticed a slight blush on her cheeks. She looked away, a tiny smile playing on her lips. The guys got all the groceries away, and I went outside and fired up the grill. Ryder, prep the steaks. Vance, you get the potatoes and corn ready. Vance was standing behind my mate, who was sitting next to Ellie. I looked at Harper Lynn when I said corn and noticed the way she crinkled her nose at it. I smiled quietly at the small gesture. We can help too, Marina offered. All right then, you ladies can get the salad together. Somebody turned on the music and everyone started moving around. I wanted to be inside with everyone, especially Harper Lynn, but I had to make sure the grill was ready. As we all sat down for dinner, I made sure to sit next to my mate to strike up a conversation. So, Ellie tells me you're basically brilliant. I wouldn't say that, she replied, looking slightly embarrassed. I placed my finger under her chin and gently tilted her head up. Being top of your class is hardly anything to be embarrassed about. Her right cheek crooked upward in a half smile. I removed my hand. She was letting herself relax around me. She told me about school and her hopes for college. Turns out she wants to be a lawyer. That surprised me, considering how quiet she often seemed. After dinner, we all went into the living room and watched a couple of scary movies. The girls huddled together, jumping and screaming at the scary parts, and even some of the guys jumped at certain scenes. When the second movie ended, the girls voiced their fatigue. It was understandable. They had been up early for school, and it was already past midnight. We all called it a night and went up to our rooms. You can have the bathroom first so you can get ready for bed, I told Harper Lynn. She smiled faintly. Thanks. I usually just wear a shirt and shorts. That's fine, I said. Make sure you're comfortable. I got into my own pajamas, grabbed a spare blanket, and settled on the large sectional. I closed my eyes, listening as Harper Lynn finished in the bathroom and quietly joined me. She got under the blankets and whispered, "Thank you for the shirt." "You're welcome," I replied. "Good night, Brax." "Good night, Harper Lynn," I said warmly. Chapter 9. I was sleeping so perfectly when suddenly a soft tap sound kept pulling me from my slumber. When I opened my eyes, it took a minute for me to remember where I was. I rubbed my eyes and looked around. It was still dark, and when I looked down at my phone, it read just after 2 a.m. I lay back down and tried to settle in, then the strange sounds came back again. I turned in the bed and looked out the window. The thick curtains were covering the window, but the tapping sound was definitely coming from there. Something was brushing against the glass. My heart raced, and as the noise sounded once more, I jumped up from the bed and rushed over to the large sofa. "Braxton," I whispered as I gently shook him. He jumped up quickly and held me close. He looked around the room cautiously and then realized there wasn't anything there. He turned and faced me. It was then that I noticed he was only wearing a pair of comfortable shorts. "What's wrong, gorgeous?" His voice was thick with sleep, calm and reassuring. But the sound returned, and I jumped, instinctively leaning closer to him. "There's something out there," I whispered. "Sit right here," he said softly, guiding me to the sofa and placing a blanket over my legs. It was still warm from where it had just touched him. I watched as he pulled back the curtain to check the window, then returned and sat nearby. "It's just the tree. The branches are brushing against the glass. Try to get some sleep," he suggested. "I'll take care of it in the morning." "I don't think I can sleep now," I admitted, feeling foolish. I had let the movies get to me. Instead of waking him, I could have checked for myself. He stood up. "Come on." I followed him, and he placed his hand gently on my back, guiding me back to the bed. Then he left my side and got in his own car. What are you doing?" I asked, unsure how to feel. I had never shared a bed with anyone other than family. "I'm going to stay here until you fall asleep, Harper Lynn." His eyes were already closed, so I knew he meant only to be comforting. I let my body relax as much as I could and closed my eyes. When my eyes opened again, I realized I had dozed off and felt safe in the embrace of someone I trusted. I slowly adjusted without disturbing him, enjoying the warmth and sense of protection. I noticed his peaceful expression and the calm in the room. I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to wake him. I heard the door open, but my body refused to move. "Oh, sorry, we thought y'all would be awake already." Ellie said she's usually an early riser. "Get out," Braxton said quietly. I felt the calm in his voice as the door closed, and we were alone once more. With my eyes still closed, I felt a reassuring hand brush my face. "You're so beautiful, gorgeous." I didn't know what surprised me more, the gentleness or the words themselves. I squirmed a little to signal that I was waking up without startling him. I opened my eyes and looked at him. He looked calm and perfect. "Good morning," he smiled. "Good morning. Can I ask how we ended up like this?" He chuckled softly, drawing me closer. "I just wanted to make sure you were comfortable and got some rest." "Oh, whatever," I teased. "I'm enjoying this, honestly," he said with a warm grin. I wondered if there was actually a slight chance that someone like him could like me. I shook the thought out of my head and began pulling my limbs away. "What's wrong?" he asked, noticing my hesitation. Got to get ready," I said, the first excuse that came to mind. He looked at me, a bit puzzled, then relaxed. I got out of bed, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and warmth from the morning's closeness. Once in the restroom, I went through my usual morning routine. Returning to the bedroom, it was empty. I quickly grabbed my swimsuit and outfit before heading down to meet everyone. "Good morning," everyone greeted, all in swimwear. I returned their greetings and declined breakfast. "Well, if everyone's ready, let's hit the lake," Ryder suggested. As we walked down the enormous backyard to the wooden dock, Marina complained about my jean shorts, claiming I couldn't swim in them. "I've got a swimsuit on under my clothes," I snapped. "Fine," she huffed and went to join the boys. "Pay her no mind. You look great," Braxton said, walking up behind me. He was in swim trunks like the other guys. To blend in, I removed my shorts and tank top over my swimsuit, leaving it on under my clothes. Braxton pinched the bridge of his nose, apparently hiding a smile. When I stepped into the water, I caught his eye and gave a small, unsure smile. His own smirk was enough to make me feel at ease. I tied my hair into a bun and joined the girls in the water. They complimented my navy and white striped swimsuit with gold accents. We swam and goofed around, but after a while, I noticed the guys hadn't interacted much with us. I nudged Elise to approach Vance, and she hesitated before finally going over. I swam to shore to rest, and Ryder quietly moved away. Did I do something? I asked, concerned. No, he's just not feeling well, Braxton said, holding a towel open for me. Thank you, I said, wrapping it around myself. He chuckled. Maybe I'll join later. Sorry about last night, I said. It's fine. I'm actually glad you came to me first, he replied, sitting next to me. I felt silly afterward, I admitted. Don't. Maybe skip scary movies tonight, he suggested. Then again, I enjoyed having you close. Why do you say things like that? I asked. Because I like you, Harperlyn, he said simply. My butterflies stirred uncontrollably. You don't even know me, I countered. I don't have to know everything to like you. You're not like most people, and I adore that, he said. Ever since you kissed me on the cheek, I haven't stopped thinking about you. I gasped lightly, realizing he knew it was me. Without another word, he stood and walked away. I couldn't let him just go. I caught up to him, finding him placing a ladder against the house. You can't just say that and walk away, I insisted. What more would you like me to say? He asked, smiling. I don't know. What are you doing? Trimming this branch like I said I would, he replied, snapping the hedge clippers together. I tossed the towel onto a swing chair. He let a few branches fall before climbing down. So you're serious about liking me? I am. I've said all I can, he replied. As we turned back, I felt my heart race at his look. I really do obsess over how he looks at me. Chapter 10. Braxton's. So, are you serious about liking me? She squeaked, her voice trembling slightly. I was putting away the last of the overgrown branches when she asked the question. I had just told her not even 5 minutes ago, in front of everyone. Yet here she was, uncertain, as if she couldn't believe it. No one was looking directly at us, but as wolves, the others could hear our every word. The only person out of the loop was her friend Marina, but she was so focused on other things that she probably would overlook it anyway. I do. I don't know how I can show it more than I already have, I said, finally turning around to face her. Her eyes met mine, warm and brown, soft yet intense, and in that instant, everything else faded. I wasn't thinking about anyone else. I wasn't thinking about the others watching. I was focused entirely on her. I stepped closer, feeling an irresistible pull, and rested my right hand gently on her waist. My left hand lifted her chin so I could look directly into her face. You're really something, Harperlyn, I said softly, letting my words carry the weight of my feelings. She blushed deeply, and for a long moment, we just looked at each other. I could feel the electricity between us, not the kind people see in movies, but the kind that makes your chest feel heavy with warmth. I want to apologize for stealing your first kiss, I said, remembering what Ellie had told me about her never having a boyfriend before. It's okay, she whispered, a little breathless but smiling. No, it should have been special, more memorable, I insisted, though my voice softened. I wanted her first kiss to feel like it mattered, and I hated myself for making it rushed. She placed her hand over mine, a quiet gesture that made my heart skip a beat. That was better than anything I could have imagined, she confessed, a bright glint of happiness in her eyes. I like you a lot, Harperlyn, I admitted, my voice low and steady. I feel amazing whenever you're around. Every little thing you do, every glance, it just makes my world feel lighter. She laughed softly, and the sound was like music to me. I thought it was just me. Do you feel that spark too? Only when I'm with you, I said, brushing a strand of her hair behind her ear. I've never felt this way about anyone else. You're different. In a good way. A special way. I'm not special, she said, chuckling but humbly. You are to me, I said, leaning down to press a soft, chaste kiss to her cheek. I hope I get the chance to know you better and maybe be with you. If you want that too. She bit her lip, hesitating. Seems kind of sudden, doesn't it? I laughed lightly, shaking my head. We'll take it slow. There's no rush. I don't mind waiting. We'll figure this out together, at our own pace. She nodded, a hint of relief in her eyes. I'd like that. Her hand found mine, and we held it, letting the simple contact speak louder than words ever could. She rested her head lightly on my shoulder, unsure at first, then gradually relaxed as I adjusted so she was comfortable. The warmth of her presence against me was like nothing I'd ever felt before, and for a moment, I allowed myself to enjoy it simply. The moment felt perfect until a voice cleared its throat. We both turned to see my cousin Ellie. We've got lunch ready if you two are hungry, she chirped. Thanks, Ellie, Harperlyn replied, standing up, her cheeks still pink from our conversation. I watched her move ahead, a smile tugging at my lips. Then, unable to resist, I called her back gently. Gorgeous, could you do me a favor? She turned, smiling shyly, a blush creeping over her cheeks. What's up? I pulled her closer so we were at eye level and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. I'd appreciate it if you kept your towel wrapped until you got your clothes on, I admitted, my voice honest and slightly awkward. Not that you don't look amazing, it's just less awkward for everyone else. She giggled, wrapping the towel more securely around her. Then, in a quiet, sweet gesture, she kissed my cheek lightly before heading to the back of the house. I watched her go, feeling a mix of relief and excitement. This was only just the beginning. As I cleaned up the ladder and hedge clippers, my thoughts kept returning to her, how her eyes sparkled when she smiled, how soft her hand felt in mine, and how easy it was to imagine a future where she trusted me completely. I couldn't wait to show her she didn't need to fear. I'd protect her, support her, and slowly, carefully help her understand just how important she was to me. Even now, as I finished tidying the yard, I could feel the warmth of her presence lingering. The thought of us together made my chest tighten in the best possible way, a mix of anticipation, pride, and a fierce protectiveness. She was mine in ways that mattered beyond words, and I wasn't going to let her forget it. Chapter 11. The backyard was empty since everyone was inside having lunch. I walked down toward the lake and found my clothes still there. I quickly grabbed my shorts and put them on immediately. Hey, sorry about interrupting you and Brax just now. I turned to see Elise, and I felt like a horrible friend. Oh, Ellie, I'm so sorry. I know he's your cousin. I shouldn't have dash. It's cool. Brax is a grown man, and trust me when I say that no one can tell him what he can and can't do. I wasn't quite sure what she meant by that, so I just nodded. I know it's tough for you, but you should give him a shot, H. I can tell he genuinely likes you. She added. I pulled my tank top over my head and fixed it so that my stomach was covered. Together we made our way back to the house and joined the others. I couldn't help but take my seat and let my eyes wander over to where Braxton sat. He caught me looking at him a couple of times. The group decided to go on a hike, and I declined as I'm such a slow walker, but everyone insisted, so I went along with them. How much further until we get to the top? I asked, panting for breath. If I were a more intelligent person, I would be conserving my air supply for my lungs instead of asking useless questions. Come on, H. We haven't even gotten halfway to the top of the mountain yet. Ellie informed me. Kill me now. I groaned. A bottle of water was held out to me. I looked up and saw it was from Braxton. I happily took it and drank quite a bit. He crouched down too, want a lift. No, I protested. I weigh too much, I admitted, feeling embarrassed. He laughed a deep laugh, hardly gorgeous, plus I'm pretty strong. He said, winking at me before leaning in toward me. I knew there was no getting out of this, so I got onto his back as carefully as I could. I wrapped my arms around his neck, and he put his hands under my thighs to hold me in place. I closed my eyes for a moment and allowed myself to enjoy the feeling, but this was a different kind of feeling. Instead of butterflies, I now felt a deep excitement in my stomach. I'm attracted to him, I admitted to myself. I've thought guys were good-looking before, and I've seen romantic scenes in movies and stuff, but I've never felt like this before. He walked, and I held my body against his back. Gorgeous, if you don't want me to put you down and start kissing you, you're going to have to stop because you're really turning me on with your body pressing against me. My entire body flushed at his words, and I pulled away from his body a bit. In an instant, we went from the back of the group to the front with ease. Turns out Braxton is, in fact, firm. He's also extremely athletic. What was the point in you coming if you're just being carried? Ellie questioned teasingly. I didn't want to come. I just wanted to lay down and read. You all made me come. No fair, I want a piggyback ride too. Marina pouted prettily, and soon, both Jared and Levon were offering her a ride on their backs. Elise hopped on Vance's back, and soon we all found ourselves in a piggyback race up the mountain. I was a little hesitant, seeing as we were basically goofing around up high, where somebody could easily fall down the side of the mountain and get hurt, but Braxton assured me no one would get injured, so I oddly placed my trust in him. And when we reached the top first, he put me down, and I congratulated him. You really are strong, aren't you tired? It takes a lot to make me tired, and you practically weigh nothing to me. It was kind of him to say, I'm not fat by popular definition, but I also know that I am nowhere near skinny, so for him to say such words is just silly to me. The others arrived and put the girls gently on their feet once more. We all stood there and admired the picturesque view. Ellie pulled out her digital camera and took so many pictures of the view, of us girls, of the guys, of Braxton and me, of her and Vance, and also of Marina and both Levon and Jared. The sun will be setting soon. We should probably start making our way down, Braxton said. Everyone started making their way down. I'm slowing you down, I said. Braxton grabbed my hand and shook his head, hardly gorgeous. As the leader here, it's my job to oversee everyone and make sure those in my care are all good and safe. After that, together we brought up the end of the group as we too followed the trail down the mountain. When we got back to the house, Ryder ordered pizzas while the rest of us all watched a funny movie together. Sometime during the movie, I noticed Braxton get up and go upstairs. When the pizzas arrived, I managed to get one of the boxes of pizza and a couple of sodas and took them upstairs as I secretly searched for Braxton. I got to the room, put the food down on the coffee table in front of the sectional, and heard the water running, knowing he would be taking a shower now. This weird internal tug sort of had me wanting to get up and go into the restroom with him, but I shook my head and fought to remain seated. I grabbed my book, knowing that if I began reading, I would soon forget all about the weird feelings I was getting around this guy. I only got a few pages of reading done when the restroom door opened. Why are you up here all alone? I looked up from my book with every intention of answering him. But the minute I saw his still wet body glistening with small water droplets trailing down his perfectly sculpted abdomen, I lost all train of thought. Harper Lynn. Huh? I asked, completely lost, as I finally managed to drag my eyes away from his body. His handsome face looked mischievously satisfied. I asked you why you're up here all by yourself, gorgeous. Gorgeous. That one word made everything inside me practically melt into a puddle of nothingness. I had to bite my bottom lip to keep from smiling so goofily. I wanted to make sure you ate, so I stole a pizza for us. An adorable smile pulled his cheeks up. Well, thank you. He walked over to the same dresser and pulled out a new shirt, which I thought he was going to put on. I internally protested. Clothes should never hide a person with a body like his. Why don't you have a quick shower? I've got some calls to make, but when you get out, we can watch a movie and have dinner together. I got up, took the shirt he offered, and then walked over to my bag to grab a fresh pair of underwear. I opted not to wear a bra to sleep tonight. I had to wear one last night, and it was more than a little uncomfortable. Plus, I woke up with bra imprints on my body, which isn't the cutest sight when you have to wear a bikini the next morning. I stepped into the restroom and threw off my clothes. As I stood in my bikini, I thought about taking a bath. We don't have large tubs at home, only standalone showers. The idea of me relaxing in the giant tub filled with bubbles as I peacefully read my book made me excited, but I knew he mentioned a quick shower, so I dropped the idea, making a mental note to indulge in one tomorrow morning or something. I shed my bikini and stepped into the giant shower, where the shower head, the size of a frisbee, massaged my tired body with hot water. After shampooing and conditioning, I lathered up my loofah with my favorite soap and scrubbed my skin to make sure I didn't have any dirt or lake water touching me anymore. I ran a razor over my legs to keep any stubble at bay, then I rinsed off and hopped out. I dried off and applied some product to my hair to prevent it from getting super frizzy. I ran a brush through my slightly damp locks, twisted them up into a bun, and then exited the bathroom. This time, it was Braxton who looked up at me, and just like before, he looked at me as if I were the only other human on the entire planet. I adore the way he looks at me. He was still on the phone, so I put my dirty clothes into a plastic bag before I went back to the sofa. I took a seat next to him. The large flat screen mounted above the fireplace was on, and I could see he had his Netflix profile open. He handed me a long remote and mouthed the words, "Pick a movie." I went through the titles and forgot that I was watching his account when I accidentally added one of my all-time favorites to his list. I was about to remove it when I caught sight of the title of a movie I have been wanting to watch. I looked at him and found him watching me. I instantly grew a little shy. Why would he be watching me? He nodded and mouthed the word play before giving someone instructions to just make sure the perimeters are checked and free of any unwelcome company. I started the movie and quickly got into it. Before I knew it, he was off the phone and asking about the movie. We each grabbed a piece of pizza as I went into detail about the characters and the story the film is based on. He didn't seem to mind as we sat there eating slice after slice and watching the movie. I liked that he didn't complain once about my choice of movie, the way my family usually does. We ate pizza together and watched a couple of movies before we knew it. The pizza was finished, and he was getting up to take the remnants downstairs. "Want anything while I'm down there?" he asked. I shook my head. I was beyond stuffed and had been fighting my tired state. "Thanks anyways." While Braxton was downstairs, I continued watching the movie. I let out a yawn and lay down to get a little more comfortable, and before I knew it, I was crashed out. It's weird the way swimming affects your body so much. Chapter 12. Braxton's. I was on the phone with my Uncle Richard, Elise's father, of course. He inquired about the girls, and I told him they were having fun, and I was watching after them. Then we got into pack troubles. Apparently, a couple of girls were found dead in the same woods where the LMP party had taken place. Neither my wolf nor I was happy about this. I was angry that someone was breaking pack laws and killing humans. My wolf was concerned because our mate had been there. What if something had happened to her? I need to get with Harperlyn soon because I will definitely need to mark her for her own safety as well as mine and my wolf's sanity. Then he brought up the pack mixer. I sighed. "What, don't you want to find a mate alpha?" he asked. The pack mixer is where all the single pack members come out in hopes of bumping into their mate, as the alpha and beta, which meant both Ryder and I would have to attend regardless. "I've already found my mate, Uncle Rich," I confessed. "Congratulations. When will you be introducing her to the pack?" I looked up at the closed restroom door. The water had just shut off. "As soon as I tell her all about us, she's human." "Oh, I see." I sighed. "Have my mom and Aunt Becky set up the mixer. I'll iron out all the details when I get home tomorrow." He went on about this and that, but as I heard the small click of the bathroom door open, I looked up. Every time I look at my mate, nothing else matters. I can't hear anything except her heartbeat, and I can't see anything except her. "Alpha, Braxton?" "Yes, I'm still here," I replied, breaking my gaze from Harperlyn to refocus on our conversation. I quickly signed into my Netflix account as I continued listening to the current concerns of the pack. Harperlyn walked over and took a seat next to me. I hate that my shirt is so large and baggy on her. It completely hides her beautiful figure, but I also had to keep the temptation at bay or I would end up mating her before she was ready. I handed her the remote and mouthed the words, "Pick a movie." I paid no mind as she flipped through the various titles and genres as my uncle went back to the subject of the dead girls. "Do you think it could be the rogues?" "I hope not. There hadn't been a rogue on our land since my dad became alpha of the pack back when he was a couple of years younger than I am now." "I don't know, but it's plausible and makes the most sense," I replied as I turned and looked at Harper Lynn, my lovely mate. I prayed for her sake that there weren't any rogues on my land, or, so help me, I would make them suffer if they came anywhere near her. I continued staring at her. Her skin looked so soft, and mixed with her amazing scent, I just wanted to reach out and stroke her cheek. She turned and caught me looking at her. She blushed, then looked back at me. She was silently asking me if the movie she picked was all right, so I mouthed the word play, and she did. If there is a rogue, we should inform the pack, but I suppose we can keep it quiet for now, he said. Make sure the perimeters are checked and free of any unwelcome company. We'll do Alpha. We hung up. I noticed that she was utterly engrossed in the movie, so I asked how the movie was, and together we began eating the pizza. I liked that she became so passionate about certain things, like this movie. I wonder what else my gorgeous mate was passionate about? Together we sat in a comfortable silence as we watched the book-based movie, and I ate the pizza. She is a relatively slow eater. After we'd finished the pizza off, I excused myself to take our trash downstairs to the garbage can. I found my pack members. Where is Marina? I asked. She had to leave. Ellie spoke as she looked up at me from her mate's lap. She said her mother wanted her home immediately. Everything okay? I wondered. She shrugged, but I could see the concern in my cousin's eyes. Her mom, Joan, is kind of eccentric, but she's never rushed Marina back before. Then again, I know if it was something bad, we will tell Harper Lynn and me soon. I nodded and grabbed another piece of pizza. Unfortunately, it was plain cheese. As all of you are part of the Elite 30, I said, looking to my guys and then moving my eyes to my little cousin, and since I'm sure your father and mate will just tell you anyway, there have been a couple of dead girls found in the woods behind the LMP house. What? Ellie growled as she jumped up from Vance's lap. I looked back up at the bedroom to make sure Harper Lynn didn't come down. Your dad and I suspect it may be the rogues. If not, then a pack member is breaking pack law. Either way, the individuals involved will be dealt with, I said to try to calm her down. The Elite 30 will be all over this, so be prepared for some sleepless nights, because I will not allow another murder on my lands while I am Alpha. Also, you guys will be going home tonight to begin investigations. They all nodded, but Emmy's cousin looked worried still. What's wrong, Ellie? Braxton, I told you. Harper Lynn's sister is in LMP. You need to make sure one of those girls wasn't Valerie. I sighed. I knew she was right. Can you go back with Vance, make sure Harper Lynn's sister is all right, and report back to me? I said, knowing that if something were wrong, Harper Lynn's parents would have more than likely already called her to come home. Come to think of it, this is probably out already, may even be the reason your friend left. Elise nodded now. In other news, I said in an attempt to lighten the mood. The Pack Singles Mixer will be taking place soon. I haven't come up with the exact dates yet, but Pack's Masquerade Ball will be taking place a week after the Pack Mixer, so also be ready to mix and mingle with both Pack members and humans. Much like the Pack Mixer, our fraternity's Masquerade Ball is held for the Elite 30. Human girls from the best families around town are invited to the event in hopes that there will be mates for some of the guys. After everything was said and done, I grabbed another soda and pulled Elise outside to talk privately with her. What's up? I have a request for you, I said. Oh, you mean an order from the Alpha? I didn't acknowledge her remark. Fine, what is it? She asked. My little cousin is stubborn and feisty, which is why I feel for Vance, since she doesn't do well with being told what to do. I want you to be careful out there. She gave me a look as if she were trying to get a read on me. I mean it, Ellie, I said with genuine concern. You don't know how much it sucks being away from my pack right now, knowing there could be a rogue attack at any minute, but I also don't want to take my mate back until I know it's clear. Harper Lynn's tougher than you're giving her credit for. I nodded, to which I have no doubt. I could tell she was still having reservations about leaving one of her friends behind. And you know I would never do anything to hurt her. She's my mate Elise. I already love her. Unfortunately, she doesn't feel the same for me. Her harsh resolve fell away. Give her time, Brax. She's a sweetheart, and I can tell she's already starting to warm up to you. I took in her words with pride. Fine, I'll go, and I'll check in on Val. Just be yourself and open up to her. Be honest and be kind, and she'll respond in the same manner. Elise said before I hugged her and watched her go back into the house. I stood outside and felt the air changing from warm to cool, and knew there would be a storm sometime tonight. I went back inside, hoping my guys would get back home before the storm hit. I turned off all the lights and went upstairs. I noticed the suggestions sitting on the bottom left of the screen, indicating the movie was over, but I didn't see Harper Lynn. I walked more into the room and moved to turn the TV off, and found my little mate fast asleep on the sofa, her smooth legs tucked easily under her in the fetal position. Her hair had fallen from its top knot, and my shirt was barely covering her but now. I scooped her into my arms. As a werewolf, I'm strong, but as an alpha, I'm even stronger, so lifting her was like carrying a newborn, practically weightless. This is also a scary thing, considering I could easily hurt her with the same strength. During our trek to the bed, my hand that held her back moved a bit, and suddenly I knew my gorgeous was not wearing a bra. I was filled with lust, and I knew my eyes would be pure black as my gums ached from my elongated fangs. I easily laid her body down on the same pillow she slept on last night. I covered her still form with the comforter and brushed the hair out of her face gently. I turned off the TV and the lights, then went to my window. I watched as my guys and Elise left, then I closed the curtains and got into bed. Braxton. I held completely still as my obviously still sleeping mate mumbled in her sleep and scooted over to me. I eagerly took her in my arms. Harper Lynn, I whispered, and a small, pretty smile pulled at her lips. I closed my eyes and collected my senses. I was still in awe as I looked at her. How lucky I was to find such a beautiful mate. I smiled once more and kissed her forehead. Sleep well, gorgeous. Chapter 13. I woke up to the sounds of raindrops hitting the window and tried to bury my head back under the blankets so I could find sleep once more. But it wasn't a blanket that was keeping me warm. Good morning. I closed my eyes and smiled as I kept my head down shyly. Good morning. I began pulling my body away from his when he held me still. No, he whined, I'm too comfortable to let you go yet. I had to agree. I was also extremely comfortable, so I allowed his hold to remain. Go back to sleep. I can't. I giggled at his groggy-sounding voice. I'm wide awake. Fine. He kissed my hair. This small action woke me up even further. I bet everyone is already up. I mused. My friends had to go back last night. It's a pack thing. He mumbled. A pack thing? I asked. His body tensed before he answered. I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm in a fraternity. PAK and my brothers and I are close like a wolf pack. We even howl sometimes. I couldn't help but laugh. Why is that so funny? He asked. I shrugged. I'm just trying to imagine grown men howling. He lowered his head. I hear it's quite a turn on. My entire body heated up. Now it was his turn to laugh. Are you hungry? He asked. I didn't want to admit it, but of course, my stomach decided to let out an embarrassing grumble. We both got up and went downstairs exactly as we were. Where is everybody? I wondered out loud. Well, I told you my guys left. He commented, then pointed out a paper on the front door. What's that? I walked over and pulled it off the door. Sorry, but we had to leave early. Marina's mom wanted her home last night, and I left with Vance. Don't worry about getting home. My cousin will take you. You're in the best hands. He will protect and keep you safe from anything, trust me. Have fun and don't overthink everything. Call us when you get home. XO Elise. Well, it looks like my friends abandoned me. Don't say that. I'm sure they would much rather be here instead of wherever they are. Braxton said. How about I make us some breakfast and you go and relax? I shook my head. I'll help. Are you sure? I nodded. I like cooking. My mom says it's calming. Tell me more about yourself. He insisted, so together we worked on breakfast and talked about everything. After our simple breakfast of waffles and bacon, I went upstairs to pack. What are you doing? I turned to find Braxton standing with his hands on the top of the door frame, emphasizing his height. Just packing. I don't want you to have to wait on me when you're ready to go. I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. I just want to relax before I have to go back to the school and work. He said, unless you want to leave already, I won't keep you here against your will. he added with a handsome smile. My heart beat just a little bit quicker. No rush, I said. His smile widened. Good, then prepare for a lazy day in with me. I nodded and did just that, slipping into my simple outfit of a fitted t-shirt and comfy shorts. Braxton had long since gone downstairs, and when I went to look for him, I found him sitting in what seemed to be an office. Only instead of sitting at the desk, he was perched comfortably on the window seat, his attention drawn away as he mindlessly stared out the large bay windows. A penny for your thoughts? I sounded softly as I made my way into the office. He turned his head and smiled, just remembering all the times I used to come and sit right here as my father worked from his desk. My heart fell for him. Were you too close? He nodded. He was my best friend and I was his right-hand man. He admitted proudly. What do you got there? Oh, I smiled goofily. Just a book I was going to read on the ride home. It's an old favorite, I admitted. Come here, he said softly. I hesitated at first, then remembered Ellie's words, don't overthink everything. So I stepped forward and sat down between his legs on the window seat. He took my book, read the cover, and then opened it to the first page, beginning to read it aloud. I got more comfortable and soon found myself snuggling against his warm chest as his masculine voice read the words eloquently. Deep vibrations rumbled in his chest as he spoke, and I knew I would never be able to read a story alone again. As time passed, we found that we were chapters into the story, and the rain had let up some. Unfortunately, I think I should take you home before the storm returns, he said a little sadly. For some reason, I also felt sadder than I should. Braxton got my bags as well as his bag into his sleek, stylish car, and soon he was locking up and we were taking off. His taste in music was surprisingly good, as he let me browse his phone's music and pick what we listened to. I'm surprised at how comfortable you seem around me, he commented as we entered town. I had to agree. I know, it's weird. I'm usually more reserved around strangers. He laughed heartily. I hardly think I classify as a stranger anymore. I rolled my eyes. 2 days ago you were a stranger. I pointed out before I gave him my address. I had a lot of fun this weekend, I acknowledged as we pulled up to my house. I'm glad to hear it, he replied. I really would love it if you let me take you out sometime. My face must have been scarlet from his forwardness. Sure. How about this weekend? I'll text you with the details. I simply nodded, got out of the car and grabbed my bags, much to his protest of helping me. I waved at him as I opened my door, and I watched him leave. When he was out of sight, I felt a bit sad. That typically giddy feeling was long gone, and I couldn't explain it, but I felt sort of hollow. Oh, thank goodness you're home. We're expecting a storm any minute now, my mother said. And there have been such horrible stories in the news. I almost called you home. Why? 2 girls were found dead in the Junction Woods. Your father insisted you were far enough away that you were probably better off where you were at. I nodded, then panic set in. Junction Woods is where Val's sorority held the party we'd gone to. Of course, if Mother knew, she'd be freaking out way more than she is now. I'll be back. I want to call Valerie. I took off to my room and closed the door behind me before I threw my bags on the floor as I clutched at my chest and slumped to the ground. I pulled out my phone and instantly called my sister. Pick up. I sounded worried now. H. Oh, thank goodness, I said with a watery-eyed smile. Everything good? She asked. Yeah, I just found out about the girls in the woods. Yeah, she sighed. It's all anyone's talking about around here. One of them was a girl I pledged with. My stomach was hollow now. I just needed to know you're okay. I'll let you go, all right? All right. Love ya, H. Love you too, Val. After that, I took a few deep breaths to calm my nerves and got up from the floor. I wanted that giddy feeling back. I wanted the fluttering butterflies and the magical tingles. And something told me I could only get those things from Braxton now. I quickly took out my dirty clothes from my bag and found that I had accidentally snuck in one of Braxton's shirts. I picked it up and tossed it on my bed, knowing there was no way I could let my mom wash it. She would flip her wig if she found a guy's shirt in my laundry. I ran my dirty clothes downstairs and then texted my friends to let them know I had made it home. Harperlyn, hey, just letting you know I'm home. I put my phone on the charger and found my book. I opened it where I had bookmarked it earlier after Braxton had read it to me, but as I looked down at the page, my eyes merely glided over the words. Before I knew it, I had looked at the same sentence for an entire minute. My cell phone pinged, and I quickly closed the book to answer it. Marina, tell me everything about Mr. Tall and Sexy. You lucky little minx. Elise. Glad to hear it. Hope my cousin didn't try anything. I smiled at their responses and quickly texted them back. Harper Lynn, Braxton is a perfect gentleman, and a lady doesn't kiss and tell. Harper Lynn, would it be weird if I go out with him this weekend? Marina responded immediately. Marina, ooh, I knew it. Little H is all grown up, and do it. You deserve an actual date. I didn't text back, but instead got a text from Elise. Elise, as rare as it is, I agree with Ree. Go on a date. Make sure he treats you with respect, and also listen to your heart. The text was heartfelt and deep. Harper Lynn. Thanks, guys. Braxton is something sorta special. I like how I feel when I'm with him. I pressed send, and she texted back almost immediately. Marina, OMG, you're really crushing on him. Elise, that's great, hun. Just remember not to overthink everything and just go with the flow when it comes to Braxton. He already likes you, so just be yourself. I rolled my eyes and responded. Harper Lynn, I just can't believe he's so interested in someone like me. This time, I waited a minute before I received a text. Elise, first off, he's my cousin. But on a serious note, this is what I mean by overthinking things. Trust me, Brax is into you, so just try things out with him. Marina, yeah, H, just be cool. He's obviously into you, so don't go all emo on him and just go for it. He could turn out to be the one. At this, I giggled a little. I've never believed in love at first sight or the one. But as an image of Braxton filled my head, I couldn't help but faintly feel those looming giddy feelings, so I sent them one last text. Harper Lynn, fine, I'll try, but I can't make any promises. I knew they wouldn't text back, and I turned my phone off with a smile. I picked up Braxton's shirt, and as creepy as it sounded, I sort of hugged it to me as I could very faintly smell his lingering cologne, something I'd overlooked the nights I'd worn his clothes. But I grabbed a hanger and put it in the back of my closet, and I knew it'd stay there for a good while. Chapter 14. As school rolled back around, things seemed just a little different. For one thing, I couldn't shake this feeling of longing, and almost all of my thoughts were consumed by Braxton. For another thing, the goons suddenly became friendlier. Elise introduced us to them. Marina, Harper Lynn, this is Philip, Tommy, and Benny. She said of the three guys. Fellas, this is my friend Marina, and this is Harper Lynn. I gave her a quick look. I felt like she was emphasizing who I was, and I wondered why. But before I could question her, the three guys shook my hand and even made conversation. Turns out Tommy is Vance's brother. So, meeting the girls and the goons in the morning became our new thing. And when Wednesday rolled around, it was like we had all been friends all along. So are you coming to the party this weekend? Tommy asked. Of course she is, Philip said matter-of-factly. You should definitely come, Elise said. The both of you. She added as she looked at Marina. Are you sure it will be all right? Whose party is it anyways? I asked, a little unsure. It's sort of a community party, but Braxton is the host, I guess. Benny filled us in. I nodded, trying to remain calm as the sound of his name filled me with happiness. Well, I'm in. Marina agreed. I've got to check with my parents, but it should be okay. H, you're gonna be 19, I don't think you need your parents' permission for everything anymore. Elise stated. It's cool. It shows that she has no problem with authority. Tommy pointed out. I blushed. They had taken a liking to talking about me as if I were not here. We went through the day, and soon the day was over. We're going to the mall, come on. Marina insisted as we walked to her car. All day I had noticed that Marina seemed a bit distant. Something was up, but she wasn't telling us what it was. So despite my aversion to going, I didn't protest because I knew in the long run they would somehow get their way and I would end up at the mall regardless. As we rode to the mall, Marina started talking, and I received a random text that made me so excited I wanted to scream. Hey, it's Braxton. Hope you don't mind, but I asked my cousin for your number. So I've been meaning to tell you both something kind of important, but to be honest, I'm having a hard time dealing with it. After my initial freakout/excitement, I finally responded. Harperlyn, no worries. How've you been? H, can you hear me? I press send and then read it back to myself. I internally groaned, no worries. I rolled my eyes. He's going to think I'm so lame. Harperlyn. Braxton. Well, if you're still up for it, I was wondering if you would like to go out with me on Sunday night. Never mind, I guess. Marina sounded slightly agitated. Well, what's up? Elise asked, concerned. It's nothing. Marina stated and drove on in silence now. I wasn't sure exactly what I'd missed, but I was a little preoccupied at the moment with my own internal dilemma. I didn't want to text back immediately, but I also had to time it so I didn't seem like I was completely nonchalant about the whole thing. Harperlyn. Yeah, Sunday works. Braxton. Good, so I'll pick you up Sunday at 7. I smiled and looked at his text. Harperlyn. Sounds like a plan. Smiley face. Braxton. Also, I'm kinda throwing this party on Saturday. If you and your friends want to swing by, it should be fun. Now I was really excited. Sure, Elise and the guys had invited me to the party. But to be honest, I was having reservations about going since the host, Braxton, hadn't actually asked me. And I didn't just want to be a party crasher. Harperlyn. I'm actually headed to the mall right now to pick something up for Saturday night. Braxton. No kidding, I'm at the mall too. Meet me at the coffee shop or something and we can hang out. My heart raced at the prospect of seeing Braxton. Harperlyn. Alright, see you there. Hey Smiley, what's going on back there? Elise asked a little boredly as she looked back at me from the passenger seat. I quickly erased the smile from my face. Nothing, just amped for this weekend. It wasn't a lie, I really was looking forward to this weekend. Once the subject was dropped, we pulled into the mall and got out. I followed them into a store, and Marina immediately found an outfit she liked. Hey, so I'm gonna head down to the coffee shop. Do you two want anything? H, we just got here. Marina complained. I know, I just really want a drink before I start looking around for outfits. I floundered a bit. Elise gave me a small smile. Go ahead, but don't make this a habit. I kind of felt like she knew I was going down to meet Braxton, but I knew that wasn't true unless he told her he was there as well. I looked at her once more, and she nodded her head, as if answering my unasked questions. I turned and made my way to the escalator. I caught my reflection in the glass. I wish I had straightened my hair or worn something cuter. I pulled off my frumpy Marina and Val's word sweater and stuffed it into my oversized purse. As I made my way down the revolving staircase, I swear I could feel those sleeping butterflies inside of me begin to stir, and as I stepped toward the place Braxton asked me to meet him, they were fully alive and swarming with a fierceness. I walked in and found Braxton sitting at a table by himself. He stood up and hugged me tightly. His warm embrace filled my entire body with tingles, and a permanent smile plastered itself on my face. I hope you weren't waiting too long, I said as we made our way to the line. It wasn't too bad. I made a call while I waited, so no biggie. He admitted, how's your week been so far? I told him about my week, and he shared his own before we ordered, but he refused to let me pay. We sat back down at the table and continued our conversation. So how come I get the feeling that Elise knew you'd be here? He chuckled handsomely. To be honest, I'm part of a community, so to speak, and I'm also sort of the leader of this community, he said. Now, as the leader, it is part of my job to know where all of my people are and to make sure they are safe at all times. And as one of my people, I have to know where Elise is and, by extension, you. He was speaking in code. That much was clear. But why? Are you in some sort of gang? I asked in a worried whisper. Once again, he laughed. No, gorgeous. What I'm a part of is very peaceful for the most part. It's actually very family-oriented, but I will tell you more about it later. I nodded and took a few sips of my beverage. We talked a bit more before we decided to walk around the mall. Oh, so now I see what was so important. Coffee couldn't wait. I turned and came face to face with my friends. As Braxton had confirmed, Elise wasn't the least bit surprised. Marina, on the other hand, well, she was hurt to be left out of the loop. Don't be mad at Harper Lynn, I asked her to come. Braxton defended me. Marina simply crossed her arms. I don't know what this thing between you two is, and I know you're new to dating age, but you should always remember chicks before dudes. She said, You left us to meet up with a guy you just met. My cheeks flushed from embarrassment. This was new. I had never been on the receiving end of someone's angry rants, and I wasn't the girl who chooses a guy over her friends. Then again, maybe I was? Something was definitely up with Marina, and whatever it was, she decided to take it out on me. Look, we're friends and all, Harper Lynn. Just don't go turning into one of those slutty girls. Marina finished. Brax, she didn't mean it. Elise said in a slight panic. I looked up, and it was the first time that Braxton didn't look calm and happy-go-lucky. Braxton, I said as I looked up at him. For some reason, that invisible force that always seemed to pull me toward him kicked in and made me grab his hand. His head snapped down at me, and I couldn't help but smile up at him. Are you okay? He smiled and lifted my hand to his mouth. I'm fine, gorgeous. He said softly as he placed a gentle kiss upon my knuckles. Go with your friends. I'll call you later. I looked at him before he handed me over to Elise. He looked at her sternly before turning and walking away. What was that all about? Marina asked. You basically called Harper Lynn a slut in front of Braxton. Elise shouted. I didn't mean it like that, plus what's his deal? I remained silent as my friends began to shout at each other. He likes her a lot, and he's very protective of people he's close to, her included. Elise stated. They've only spent one weekend together. How much can he like her? Marina's words were a big blow to my nearly non-existent ego, and Elise must have noticed. For once the attention isn't on you and you're flipping out. Elise shouted, if you can't accept that someone has fallen for Harper Lynn, then we don't need that kind of negativity around us. Sadness washed over Marina before she put on a bitchy facade. Well, good luck walking home. Marina yelled as she began walking away. What the hell? I finally asked. Elise gave me a slight smirk before she pulled out her phone. Hey, are you busy? She asked. Well, H and I are stranded at the mall. I know I should call him, but he will lose his shit if he found out. I mean, he almost did already. Just come and get us, please. She begged sweetly before she rushed out the last bit. Okay, I love you, bye. I gave her a knowing look. So Vance is on his way to come and get us. Can I ask how you two even started dating? I wondered out loud. I've known him my whole life, but honestly things sorta changed into more of attraction for us when I was 14 and he was 17. Before I had time to freak out over their age gap and the fact that she was a minor, she cut in. It's not really a huge deal. Our families are extremely close, so please don't turn this into a thing. Plus, we didn't actually get together until my 18th birthday a few months back. I mean, I'm not one to judge. Apparently that's Marina's job, I said, but remember how odd she'd seemed since coming back from the cabin. Then again, she has been acting differently lately. Regardless of what's going in her life, she shouldn't have acted like that, and you're not being slutty at all, trust me. Sorry about Brax too, she added. He is very big on loyalty, so when he found that our friend was bad-mouthing you, I'm pretty sure he took it as a sign of disrespect, and needless to say I'm more than certain he does not like Marina anymore. I nodded my understanding. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I liked Marina anymore. Chapter 15. The rest of the week was harsh. Not only did it rain, bringing in a massive cold front, but Marina was giving us the cold shoulder. It wouldn't have been such a huge deal except she was one of my first friends, along with Elise. Marina and I met when I had to start tutoring her. I helped her with her grades, and she helped me get out of my shell and become a little more confident around people. But now I don't know who she is anymore. Even the goons had become better friends than Marina. Turns out they weren't so bad. They were a tall part of the community that Braxton had mentioned. I'm so anxious for the party this weekend. Elise proclaimed as we walked to her new car. Why are you excited? It's for us single people. Benny said. Really? I asked. Yeah, it's sorta like a singles mixer to meet other singles. Tommy added. Suddenly, my heart seemed to fall. Is this why Braxton was throwing this kind of party to meet someone? But to be honest, it's more of a hangout sort of thing. Elise said before shooting the guys a sharp look. I don't really know anyone personally who has met someone at one of these things. That's true. Philip threw in, but it's totally fun, so you should definitely still come. I nodded, I'll be there. I promised before I got into Elise's car and we took off. Hey, I'll pick you up tomorrow and, well, why you should give Brax a call sometime. I looked at my best friend, really, I don't want to bug him or anything. Guys are just as insecure as we are. I only nodded and then got out of the car. I made my way inside and found my mother sitting in the kitchen. Hey Mom, do you think it would be cool if I went to a party tomorrow night? Well, you've sure been quite the social butterfly lately. She smiled. What's the party for? Ellie said it's sort of a community mixer for singles. I admitted. Now my mom laughed lightly. Then by all means, please, go. She smiled. Sweetie, don't you think it's time you got a boyfriend? My cheeks heated up at her words. Well, I have sort of been talking to a guy. Really? She asked slightly skeptically. Tell me about him. Well, we sort of met through Ellie. He's actually her cousin. He's very sweet and seems like my type, if I had a type. I said with a slight shake of my head. He is the one who invited me to the party, and he also asked to see me on Sunday as well. Oh, well that's something. She smiled further. You are being responsible, no doubt? My face must have been the color of a brick wall from embarrassment. Mom, I'm just checking, sweetie. I promise I'm being safe. I said as I couldn't find a way to say I'm still a virgin. Good to hear. Now go up and get ready for dinner. I gladly escaped to my room and launched myself onto my bed. My phone vibrated and I pulled it out of my pocket immediately. It was an email. I erased the email and then thought about Elise's words. It took me a while to build up the courage, but I finally pressed his name in my contacts and then called him. Ring, ring, ring. I was starting to second-guess calling him when he didn't answer after the third ring. I pulled the phone away from my ear, and suddenly I heard his voice. My heartbeat was furious, and I couldn't keep the smile growing on my face. Hello, I said. Hey, it's you. You called, he sighed. Hi. I laughed at how cute he sounded. Hi, I replied. It's so good to hear your voice. He said smoothly. The same could be said of his voice. Thank you. I figured since I haven't heard from you, I would just go ahead and give you a call. I'm glad you did. You won't believe the kind of day I've had. I felt bad for him. I'm sorry to hear you've had such a rough day. It's part of the job, he chuckled. Plus the sound of your voice has made everything all better. You're making blush. I admitted. I wish I could see that blush right now. I found myself biting my lip in an attempt to keep from grinning too wildly. Well, if you saw me now, you'd be tired of me by tomorrow, and then you'd just call off Sunday entirely. I joked. He laughed. That could never happen. Then he got bold. Can you sneak away for a while? My heart raced in excitement, and those giddy feelings grew. I really wish I could, but I've got homework and then dinner with my parents before I go for a run. You run? I do. I admitted, if I ate like I do and didn't run, I'd look like Violet Beauregard. Ah, my own little blueberry. He laughed. I smiled, happy that he had gotten my reference. Well, where do you run? I really wouldn't mind seeing you tonight if you're up for it. Yeah, I responded before I could even think about the pros and cons. I run from my house to Henderson Park, where I do a few laps and then run back. Sounds like a decent workout. Do you work out? I asked. Given his body, I already knew the answer. As much as I can, I like to run also, but sometimes I do a little weightlifting. A little. I laughed. I've seen your body. You're totally ripped. So you were checking me out? I blushed. I could practically imagine his handsome smile, and if I was? I had to give myself props for being so brave on the phone. If only I could be this courageous in person. Well, did you like my body? It was all right. I teased. That hurts gorgeous. I laughed. Whatever, you know you're perfect. I can assure you I am anything but perfect, but I'm glad you think so. Well, I wish I could talk longer, but I really have to get this homework started if I'm going to meet up with you later. I sighed. All right, text me when you take off and I'll meet you there. I melted as his words left his mouth. All right, I let out a little breathlessly. See you later. See you later too. I stupidly replied before hanging up. I was on cloud 9. Had I really just had a semi-normal conversation with a hot guy on the phone? You're damn right I did. I immediately started my homework, and by the time dinner was finished, I had almost everything done. I would end up finishing it tomorrow morning or sometime Sunday before we go back to school. I hate putting things off until the last minute. Valerie has come home for dinner, and we all ate dinner and had a small conversation. My dad had even brought up his retirement plan once again. It wasn't a subject I was ever too excited to listen to. My mother thought it was time for him to retire, but with one daughter in college and another going to a university soon, he knew he had to keep working. I excused myself and went back upstairs as I got ready for my run. Harper Lynn, taking off in about 5 minutes. I put my phone down and got undressed. I put on my yoga pants and a sports bra. I then grabbed an old tank top and pulled my hair into a high bun to keep any stray hairs off my neck. I laced up my running shoes and then grabbed my phone before taking off. I took off at a light sprint, and soon I had gained speed and found myself smiling upon those giddy feelings washing over me. I rounded the corner and instantly saw Braxton leaning against his car. He was wearing basketball shorts and a t-shirt that bore his fraternity letters, and a black baseball hat was sitting on his head. "You look adorable," he commented as I reached him. He pulled me into a hug, and I relished the feeling. I really was growing quite used to his hugs. "Ready to sweat?" I asked. He chuckled and then removed his shirt before throwing it into his car. "The question is, are you ready to sweat, gorgeous? I'm very fast." I shrugged. "What?" he asked. "I just thought you wanted to run with me instead of leaving me in the dust," I shouted as I took off as fast as I could. I looked back to see him laughing, and I continued on my way. But all my hard work was for nothing when he suddenly came up from behind me and picked me up. I laughed, and he threw me over his shoulder. "Braxton," I chuckled. "Put me down, you animal." He finally slowed down and set me on the ground. "You are a little cheater." I shrugged my shoulder. "Your long legs give you an advantage," I pointed out. "Well, as much as I enjoyed watching you run in front of me, how about we continue next to each other?" he offered. I nodded, and together we took off. I ran, and he jogged. We talked about this and that, and before I knew it, my legs were killing me. "How many laps did we do?" I asked as I panted for air. "Are you okay?" "I think we probably did 5 laps. 5. I shouted. "Geez, my legs are killing me." "Well, come here," he said, walking over to me and scooping me into his arms. "I'll give you a lift home." He easily put me into his car and drove me home. "So if I can't walk tomorrow, it's all your fault," I pointed out teasingly, "and I guess that means I'll miss the party." He turned and looked at me. "I will carry you out of this house and throw you over my shoulder again if I have to get you to that party." I blushed and smiled. "There's that blush," he said sweetly as he reached across the seats and stroked my cheek. "I'll see you tomorrow then," I said. "Should I pick you up?" I shook my head. "I'll catch a ride with Ellie." He nodded, and I got out of his car. I waved a final goodbye and went inside. Chapter 16. Braxton's. "You look in better spirits," Ryder said as I entered the frat house. I had a very nice distraction from all the bullshit, I admitted. "Any new leads?" I asked. Another girl had turned up dead, and because it is a small town, the local police were involved. It isn't a huge deal, considering some of my pack members are part of the human police department, but it's still a hassle when they snoop around the woods. They muck up the scent of the wolf in question. "Sorry, Brax," he said, shaking his head no. "But we've got our men setting up hideouts all throughout the Junction Woods and the Parker Forest." I nodded. "Have some pack members keep an eye out around the local parks with woods as well. I'll take Henderson Park since it's closest to where my family stays. Also, it's close to where my gorgeous mate lives, and I wouldn't risk her safety on anything, especially now that I know she runs every evening to and from that park." "Speaking of family, your mother called here looking for you," Ryder added. "She wants to start up Sunday dinners again and has invited you and I to come over." "This Sunday?" I sighed, and he nodded. I knew I couldn't deny my mother this one request. "What time does she want everyone over?" 7:30. I nodded. Of course she does. "Everything okay?" he asked. I asked Harper Lynn out for our first date this Sunday. It was supposed to be just her and I. Now it looks like she will be meeting my mom on our first date. 2 birds, 1 stone. He chuckled. I shook my head. It definitely wasn't ideal, but I had to agree. They would have to meet each other eventually, and I guess in this case, it would be sooner rather than later. I walked around the pack house, making sure the whole place was spotless. The people who live in the pack house are usually over 18 and mateless. They all have jobs, and unfortunately, they are all extremely unclean. You made the mess, you clean it up. I shouted as they slowly cleaned up the pigsty of a house. When everything was cleaned and put into proper order, the food and drinks were put out, the DJ set up out back, and lights were being put up along with tables and chairs. It seemed like the day had moved so slowly, but in the blink of an eye, people began arriving at the mixer. Everyone seemed to be having a good time, and before I knew it, my internal mating pull had me turning to face the side of the pack house. Then there she was, looking adorable as ever in a simple outfit of jeans and a sweater. She spotted me and smiled. That smile alone could turn me into the weakest man on earth. "Hi," she said softly as she approached me. I hugged her tiny frame against my body. "I'm so glad you came," I confessed as I took the opportunity to inhale that intoxicating scent of hers. I can never pinpoint the exact smells, but it's a little zingy and fresh like a lemon, soft and sweet like a flower, and warm and lingering like something baking, all wrapped up into one. I let her go as our embrace was starting to gain onlookers. "Is this your place?" she asked. "Kinda," I replied, a little unsure. "It's been in my family for years, but it's really a house for community members who are too old to live with their parents or for those who don't have parents." I filled her in. It's rent-free, so it helps them out financially, and we also have older community members who come and talk with them about school or jobs. This whole community thing sounds pretty amazing. It is, I responded happily, that she seemed to be taking such an interest in even a tiny portion of my life. At first, I think it's kind of a shock, but once you see past all the preconceived notions, it's all about the people and the lifestyle. I wanted to tell her about the pack, but to do so, I would have to reveal that I'm a werewolf too. And I'm not quite sure how she'd handle that information. Of course, I know I'll have to tell her at some point, and maybe I was being selfish in wanting to keep her just mine for a little bit longer, because once she knows the truth, only two things can happen. She'll reject me, wanting nothing to do with me or my kind. Or she's actually accepted me, but then the real work begins, as she'll then have to start her ascent to her rightful position of Luna. "Well, where do you live?" she asked, pulling me from my thoughts. "I live at the frat house mainly, but I also still have a room at my parents' house while my house is being built," I admitted. A male becoming alpha initiates the process of having a house built under two conditions. Either he becomes the new alpha or he finds his mate. I found my mate the same night I became the new alpha. It was a bittersweet evening. "Well, make sure your new house has rooms with large bay windows and a window seat like your lake house." She smiled. My heart raced as I made a mental note to call my contractor and tell him to add my mate's requests. "What else should my house have?" I asked as I walked us over to a bench near the tree for some privacy. How about fireplaces for when it's cold?" she suggested. "Already done. A huge kitchen to cook in and really, really big doors so you don't have to duck down when you're walking through the door frames." She giggled cutely. I smiled at her growing excitement. "Anything else gorgeous?" I asked as I took her hand in mine. "And make sure the master bathroom has a huge bathtub for those nights you just want to relax in a hot bubble bath." "Do you like bubble baths?" I asked as I scooted closer to her. "I like the idea of them, but I only have stand-alone showers at home." She filled me in. I nodded. I would make sure our house had all of these amenities just for her. "Well, when it's finished, you'll have to promise to help me fix it up." "And how will I do that?" she asked. "Just help me pick paint colors and curtain patterns and stuff." "I think your wife should help you do that," she said with a slight panic. "I don't have a wife, nor do I have a girlfriend yet." Her cheeks flamed, and I couldn't help but reach down and make her face me. "Why do you always shy away from me, Harperlyn?" "I'm sorry." "Don't be. It just makes me feel like I'm not being a good enough guy for you," I confessed. "We don't exactly make sense." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Well, just look at me and look at you." "I am, but I don't see anything odd or out of place. Tell me why you always push me away when we start getting close." Because I'm ugly. She sounded embarrassed before continuing, and my body is odd. I'm too short and stubby, and I always look like I'm fat, and my hair is always a frizzy mess. I looked at her like she had two heads. I wondered what on earth she could be seeing in the mirror, because her descriptions didn't match one thing about herself. Harperlyn, you're so silly? I smiled. Know that I will never lie to you, so believe me when I say that you are gorgeous. Yes, you're short, but some people could say I'm too tall, and you aren't stubby or fat. You are fit and in great shape. As for the rest of your body, I sighed. What about my body? She asked nervously, as if trying to brace herself for the worst. I grabbed her face. You don't know how hard it was those 2 nights of sharing a bed with you, doing everything in my power not to have sex with you, because your body turns me on in a way that nobody else's ever has before. She blushed at my confession and tried to look away from me. As for her hair, I couldn't see a frizzy mess. Instead, I saw beautiful, brown, wavy hair cascading innocently down her shoulders and around her face. And lastly, you are beautiful with your hair up, down, straightened, or curled, I said, letting one of her curls wrap itself around my finger playfully. I think it's pretty, however you choose to wear it, I said before I leaned down and kissed her lips. I was prepared for her to pull away, but my mate's pull must have been strong because instead of pulling back, she sat there and kissed me back. Her warm hands even lay gently on my chest. Her plump lips softly massaged my own lips as we enjoyed the slow movements. This time, someone walked up and cleared their throat. I pulled myself away from her with a sigh, knowing fully well who would be standing behind me. Yes, Ellie. I nearly growled. The party is over and you two have been sitting here for a couple of hours now, and my dad's expecting us home anytime now, so yeah. You're spending the night at Ellie's? I asked Harperlyn. She nodded. I got up and helped her up, then hand in hand I walked her to my cousin's new car, where I opened the door for her. She got in and buckled up. I will pick you up tomorrow at 7, I said as I leaned into the car. Ellie, I will also see you tomorrow. Until then, take extra special care of my gorgeous. I got an eye roll as she started the engine. Bye, I said as I kissed my mate's lips once more, her small hand coming up to touch my cheek as I kissed her. Bye, she giggled. Goodbye, my cousin shouted, indicating she was growing frustrated with Harperlyn and my prolonged goodbye. I chuckled and stepped away from the car Vance had purchased for Elise. I watched as the two drove off into the night, then I stripped my clothes and let my wolf spring forward. I ran all the way to my Uncle Richard's house, and he was sitting outside waiting for the girls. Alpha. I nodded in reply to his greeting. He lifted his head into the air, sniffing for something. You smell extremely familiar. He noted. Of course, he would pick up my mate's scent since we were together tonight, even more so since we were just kissing. Your mate? He asked. I nodded once more. Of course, I told him it had found my mate. I hadn't exactly told him who she was, though. But as Elise's car came within sight, something must have clicked. Harperlyn, he smiled, you know she's like a daughter to Rebecca and I. I didn't move. She's a sweetheart and she'll make for a great Luna. He said, don't worry, I'll look after her tonight. Go on before she sees you. And just like that, I had to leave my mate for the second time tonight. Chapter 18. It has been a few days since I've seen Braxton. Sure, we've talked and texted each other every day since he took off the night of his mother's dinner party. But for some reason, not seeing him made me extremely depressed to the point where I was beginning to mope. You've got a letter, sweetie. I rolled off my bed and made my way downstairs. I found my letter sitting on the small table next to the front door. I picked up the envelope and found that it was some sort of parchment instead of a typical envelope. I opened the thick square envelope and pulled out a masculine yet elegant invitation, as well as a simple black lace mask. You have been cordially invited to the annual PK Masquerade Ball. My eyes lit up. I pulled out my phone and called Elise. Please tell me you're going to this ball thing. Of course, Vance is in the fraternity. She replied. So I guess I should go dress shopping. I admitted. Yeah, if you want I can go with, but I've already gotten a dress. Okay, I can't wait to see you in a ball gown. I laughed a little. Shut up, it isn't a big puffy monstrosity. Think more along the lines of sleek evening gown. Sexy. Anyways, I'll see if Val wants to take me. It's been a while since we've actually gotten to hang out. I said. Well, tell her I said hi and good luck finding something. I know how much you detest shopping. I laughed. In truth, I didn't mind shopping. It was trying the items on that I hated. I thanked her and hung up. I called my sister, who, as it turns out, was also invited. She happily agreed to take me shopping, so I got dressed, and when she honked, I left. Instead of going to the mall, we visited a couple of boutiques on the outskirts of town to avoid the risk of duplicating another girl's purchase. No, those kinds of dresses will look like you're being swallowed by them, she said as I was admiring a rather large Cinderella-style dress. Well then, what do you think I should wear? I asked. You've got a killer rack, she grinned. I think you should show the girls off. I shook my head. I don't want anything too revealing. While I don't mind a sexier dress, I don't want to look like a whore. The saleswoman didn't say a thing as Valerie, and I spoke openly about our likes and dislikes. Well, maybe something to accentuate your figure a bit. The woman suggested politely, I have a few mermaid styles that should suit your body perfectly, without being too much. I nodded. Valerie had already picked out a tight little number in vivid crimson, her signature color. I went into the dressing room and tried on one dress. The style was actually quite lovely, but the color was completely wrong. I tried the next one, but it was a bit more snug than the first. The third one had a weird puffy one-arm sleeve, so I didn't even want to try it on. I grabbed the second-to-last one and took a look. I loved the way it looked on the hanger. The bottom half was black, while the top accentuated the bust, like Val wanted, in pretty silver, crystal-like embellishments. I stepped into it and liked the way it fit. I actually stepped out to show Valerie and the saleswoman. Very beautiful. We will just pull this back a little more. Give more emphasis on your tiny waist. The woman said as she clipped the dress back, as she had said. I looked at myself in the mirror and actually smiled at what I saw. Oh, Harperlyn, Val smiled. You look stunning. I smiled and touched the dress. I kind of love it. The dress was like nothing I'd ever worn before. It started tight to accentuate my waist as well as my backside because the dress didn't become loose and flowy until just under my rear. But I liked it. The saleswoman called it an accentuated mermaid-style dress. And other than the small cap sleeves, the dress was completely backless. Val paid for both of the dresses, using our dad's credit card. But as mine needed minor alterations, I would have to pick mine up on Friday. I really hope it will be ready on Friday. I worried as I got into my sister's car. The ball is on Saturday, plus it didn't look too busy, so I'm sure your dress will be ready in time. Up or down, pick quickly, Elise complained as she ran a brush through my hair. Saturday had come by quickly, and now Elise had come over to help me get ready. I kinda hate my hair up. I admit it. Down it is. She sighed. She plugged in the curling iron and began on my makeup as it heated up. I simply sat in my bathrobe while she went to work. I'm not doing too much for your makeup as you don't need much to begin with, but the black liner and false lashes will make your eyes pop. Also, I'm giving you a bold wine-colored lip. I've never worn dark lipstick. I worried. I didn't want to look like a clown. Don't worry, it's a liquid lip so it should last a good while. I nodded, and then she grabbed my face, doing exactly as she said she would. Don't cry, she demanded. I can't help it, this glue burns. She sighed. Just try opening your eyes, please. I let my eyelids flutter open, and after a couple of seconds, the burning sensation went away. She painted on my lips and then moved to my hair. Your dress has a great open back, so I'm going to give you a different sort of side ponytail. She filled me in. Just do whatever, I trust your judgment. It took a bit longer than I expected, but when she finished, she helped me into my dress and went to her place to get her own dress on. I looked at my best friend's masterpiece and smiled. She had somehow made my hair curl into what looked like sculpted roses, and from the roses, thick glossy curls cascaded down my right shoulder effortlessly. Sweetie, your car is here. Besides the initial information on the time and date of the ball, other things were added at the bottom of the invitation. A dress code was being enforced. Every young lady would be required to wear the mask given with the invitation. A car would be arranged to pick each girl up as well as take her home, and no armed jewelry. I carefully tied my mask on and went down the stairs. Of course, my mother had to snap a few pictures before I finally left. The driver was standing in the back of a black town car as he patiently held my door open for me. I stepped into the car and he closed the door. I looked out the window as he began driving and wondered what tonight would bring. It didn't take us very long to arrive at the PK frat house, only it wasn't your typical fraternity house. This was more like a small castle. Other town cars were letting other girls out, and when my car pulled forward, a man dressed in a maroon jacket and black pants opened my door and helped me out. First name, Miss. Oh, I sounded, H. Harperlin. I was then given a slip of paper and told not to open it until asked to. I was then directed where to go, and I hoped with everything that I would run into my sister or Elise. I found the group of girls all talking wildly as 30 men lined both sides of the wide staircase. They all wore tuxedos and the same full-face mask. The only difference was that each guy wore a different colored bow tie, and no one wore the same. Those butterflies I had grown so used to woke up the minute I walked in, but as a tall man walked out wearing a white suit jacket and black pants, the girls quieted down. You have all been given a slip of paper upon entry. He stated, on the paper is a number. When your number is called, you will have a turn to select a bachelor for the evening, but choose wisely as he will be your companion for the entire evening. You will not be permitted to dance with any other man for the rest of the night. The room remained silent before he said, please open up your papers now, and will number 1 please step forward. We all watched as a tall lady in a deep purple dress stepped out of the crowd. She handed the man her number and then stepped up the stairs. She almost made it all the way to the top, but stopped just short of the second-to-last guy on the right. He tied something around her wrist. Lady number 1 and her chosen suitor, would you please remove your masks? The room filled with applause, and I gasped to see that it was Elise and Vance. I was glad she had found him. Would lady number 2 step forward? I looked down at my paper. I had received number 5. I watched as the process was repeated, and each time I found that I was letting out a small breath of relief to see that no one had chosen Braxton yet. Would lady number 5 please step forward? I held my head up and made my way through the crowd of women. I handed the man my paper and then stepped onto the stairs. All of the men looked identical, and I didn't know how I would ever find Braxton. Their hands were behind their backs as well, so there was no way he could signal me that he was over here or over there. With every step I took, I worried that I would end up picking just anybody, so I wouldn't feel like a moron for taking so long. Suddenly, a mix of excitement and anxiety filled me, and I stopped right between 2 men. I looked at both of them before noticing that one of them was clearly taller. From the bottom of the staircase, they all looked the same, but standing next to them, you could see their slight differences: hair color, height, and cologne. I turned to the left and somehow knew deep down inside of me that this was Braxton. Hi, I whispered with a smile. He held out 2 hands, each holding a black ribbon. It was then that I noticed they matched his black bow tie. I held up my hand like I had seen the other 4 girls do, and he tied the ribbon gently on my wrist. His fingers made slight contact with my inner wrist, causing those magic tingles to fill me up with warmth and excitement. I knew it was you. I whispered. Lady number 5 and her chosen suitor, would you please remove your masks? As I untied my mask, I looked up and found the ever-handsome Braxton smiling down at me. Hello, my gorgeous. He took my hand and helped me back down the stairs as the entire room erupted with the sound of clapping. Chapter 17. I stood in front of Elise's mirror. She had escaped to the restroom for a shower some time ago. I put on some pajamas, an old nightgown of hers, and found myself staring at my reflection. Could Braxton really be attracted to my body? Indeed, I'm not as pudgy as I used to be, but I also am not nearly as skinny as Elise. What are you doing? Elise asked with a slight chuckle as she dried the ends of her hair with a towel. I'm trying to see what Braxton sees, and I am having a hard time finding it. Are you kidding me? She said, tossing the towel on the back of her chair. I would kill to have your shape. She groaned as she stood next to me. What do you mean? You're perfect with your long legs and fit frame. I'm practically a boy. She sighed. My boobs are so small and I have almost no shape. Now I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Ellie, you're so pretty, and you have Vance. You're pretty 2H, and you have Braxton if you'd actually let him in. She said, everybody has their own insecurities, but luckily we have guys who accept us despite what we have or don't have. More so, we're beautiful because we believe we are, so stop trashing yourself. I nodded. I like the way I feel around Braxton, and I love the way he makes me feel when he touches me. For the first time in my life, I would have to trust a guy. Hello, I answered happily as I looked myself over once more in my full-length mirror. Hello, gorgeous. I was just calling to let you know I am on my way. I will be there shortly. All right, see you in a bit then. I readied myself and sat on my bed, waiting for his text or call to confirm he was here. What I didn't expect was that 3 minutes later, my doorbell would be ringing. Harperlyn's sweetie, my mom sounded as she entered my bedroom. A gentleman by the name of Braxton Ocklan is here to pick you up. I was a little shocked. He's at the door? To be honest, sweetie, I thought you had made him up. She giggled. Gee, thanks, Mom. I begrudgingly followed her. The thought of all the embarrassing things my parents were bound to say loomed in the back of my head. There she is. My father said merrily. Hello, Harperlyn. Hi. I weakly responded. I have seen Braxton in casual wear, including just his boxer shorts, swim trunks, and workout gear. But this was the first time he was dressed in a more businesslike style, and he looked just as handsome as ever in a very well-fitted suit. You look lovely, he said. Thank you, I replied. We should probably get going before we're late. He nodded, then turned to bid my parents goodbye. It was nice meeting you both, Mr. and Mrs. Carson. He walked us to his car, opened my door, and then held his hand out to help me in. After he got himself into the car, he turned to face me. I do apologize in advance, he said as he started his car and pulled out of my driveway. My initial plans for tonight had to be canceled. So what are we going to do then? He gave me a sympathetic smile. We are going to dinner. I smiled and grabbed his hand. That doesn't sound so bad. I'm glad to hear it, he smiled as he kissed the back of my hand, because my mother can't wait to meet you. Are you kidding me? I shouted and pulled my hand away from his, a full-on panic attack beginning to form. Relax, my gorgeous, he soothed as he easily reached over and picked up my hand once more. I've spoken of you only in the highest regard. He went on. Do you understand how uncomfortable this is going to be? He laughed. I have known some grown men afraid of my mother, but I would hardly call her a monster or anything. Harperlyn, you have nothing to worry about. Oh, I don't know. I'm just some girl who is dating the woman's only child. A slow smile spread across his face. What? I asked, and my worry and slight frustration with him all but dissolved. Did I mention that there may be some familiar faces there as well? You could have mentioned that sooner. I pouted. We're also here. I looked up and saw the recognizable home. It was the largest house on our block. I remember seeing it when we first moved in. It was literally a few houses away from Elisa's house. He got out and opened my door, as usual, but this time he kept hold of my hand even after I was out of the car. He walked us into the huge home. Don't be nervous, he whispered as he kissed my temple. He stood upright just in time before a woman nearly as tall as Elise stepped into the room. Braxton. She smiled warmly as she embraced him. Hey, Mom, he said. I think I even picked up a hint of embarrassment. Harperlyn, this is my mother Priscilla. Mom, this is Harperlyn Carson. Oh, hello, her warm smile on full blast. Welcome to my home, she said as she seemed to struggle to remain still. You have a lovely home, Mrs. Ocklan, and thank you for having me. She waved her hand as if to brush off my words. Please call me Priscilla, and you, my dear, are welcome here anytime. She smiled softly, making my nerves disappear completely. Now come, you two. The others are waiting in the dining room. Braxton kept a hold of my hand as we followed his mother. I was glad to see Elise was there with both of her parents, who greeted me with open arms, and her boyfriend, Vance. The last person here was Ryder, whom Braxton had told me had been his best friend since before he could walk. Once we were seated, it wasn't long before the copious amounts of food were brought to the table, and everybody happily helped themselves. I held back from eating like I usually do so as not to offend Braxton's mother. Afterwards, Priscilla pulled me into her fancy sitting room, where she showed me old photos of Braxton as a baby and told me hilarious tales from when he was a boy. And that's enough of that. Braxton said as he entered the sitting room, "May I please have Harper Lynn for a few minutes alone?" "Go on then, you two." She smiled lovingly. Braxton held his hand out to me before taking the lead as he pulled me up the staircase. "Is this your bedroom?" I asked as we finally reached a door. "It is, just don't hold anything against me that you might find in there." He smiled. "No promises." He opened the door and we went inside. I looked around the bedroom, but there was nothing particularly unusual. There was a large bed with blue bedding, a desk with a more up-to-date computer, a flat-screen television, and a mini fridge. But upon closer inspection, I found that Braxton had an ancient collection of Hot Wheels. "Beanie Babies." I laughed. "Hey, those were going to make me super rich." He chuckled as he came over and took the stuffed bear away. Then I picked up a photo and asked, "Is this your dad?" I asked as I looked at the man and the boy in the picture. "Yeah, this was taken on my 6th birthday," he smiled. He and my Uncle Richard pulled me out of school to take me fishing. My Uncle Richard snapped the photo. He said before putting that one back and picking up another one. "This one is Ryder and I on our kindergarten graduation. Right next to it is us, as we finished our high school graduation ceremony." I looked at the two photos and smiled once more. "Does Ryder ever smile?" This time he chuckled. "Ryder has always been very serious, but I've seen him have his share of fun as well." Then he pulled me to his bed. "And I'm guessing this is where the magic happens?" He shook his head. "No, I've never had sex in my parents' house." He stated, "To be honest, you're the first girl to come in here." "Oh, well, I'm honored." I smiled as I sat down on the bed next to him. I looked up at him, and that giddy feeling filled me, and before I knew it, his mouth was on mine, and my hands were in his hair. He licked the bottom of my lip like he had done on a couple of occasions, but this time the small action made me moan, and as my mouth was open, he slipped his tongue in. I wanted to be freaked out, but I was actually French kissing a guy in his parents' house, no less. But this sort of kiss created a whole new level of feelings. The giddiness was long gone, replaced by a familiar pulsating sensation mixed with excited anticipation. And when his heated kisses turned into pecks and I felt his face moving away from me, I bravely pulled it back to mine, where he eagerly kissed me once more. But then a knock on the door interrupted us. I pouted, and he kissed my bottom lip before hopping off his bed and cracking the door. I hate to interrupt, but the guys found a lead. "Thank you," Braxton replied before closing the door. I could tell something in Ryder's message was bothering him, but if he didn't offer to bring it up, I surely wouldn't press him for answers. "Gorgeous, I hate to do this, but Ryder and I really have to go. It's a community thing," he said. I nodded, and together we walked back down the stairs. Everyone seemed to be standing in the foyer. "Don't worry, I'll take her home," Elise said. "Is there any way that Ellie can stay the night at your place?" Braxton asked a little pleadingly. "Of course," I said, a little confused. "All right then," he said. There was a slight edge in his words, and it made me a bit scared. He pulled me into a tight hug as Ryder opened the front door. Then, he took my face into his large hands carefully. "Text me when you get home, all right?" "I will," I said before he kissed me tenderly in front of everyone. He let me go and disappeared into the night. Chapter 19. Braxton's. "You'll be standing around the middle," Ryder informed me. "If you stand too close to the bottom or the top, they'll be able to see you're the tallest, and you'll be picked quick. Of course the ladies with mates get to go first, your own mate being the last of the mates before it becomes a free-for-all." "That's fine, but stand opposite me," I instructed now. "If Harper Lynn somehow makes it up to me and it comes down to choosing me or the guy next to me, I think I'll be okay if she picks you, but I'd more than likely break the rules if she's paired with some other guy." He nodded, and we took our positions before we placed the masks on our faces. It didn't take long for the guests to begin arriving, but once they started, the place seemed to fill up quickly. Then I felt when she arrived. Even without my mating pole, I would have easily spotted her. She wasn't as short as she usually is, probably from high-heeled shoes, but her dangerously curvy body was on full display tonight. I was grateful for the full mask now, as it hid my blackened eyes and elongated teeth. To say I was turned on was an understatement. After some time, George, an ex-Elite 30 member, came out and welcomed the ladies before telling them about the numbers and calling forward the first girl. Now, the Masquerade Ball is generally a mixer for the human girls and werewolf men. However, if a brother has a mate, she is invited regardless of her species. Traditionally, they are the first to choose their masked suitor before someone else unknowingly selects their mate. 4 of the guys here already have mates: Frederick, Charles, Vance, and Gabe. Their mates also know about the werewolf pack and the whole mate thing. But tonight, my own mate was given the number 5. Yes, she is my mate, but since she doesn't know about us being mates and isn't marked, it will be interesting to see if she actually picks me or someone else. As her number was called, I stood utterly still, like the other guys, with my head forward and hands behind my back so as not to draw attention to myself. With every step she took closer to me, my mate's pull grew stronger. "Mate," my wolf tried to call to her. I know she feels the tingles, but I wonder if she also feels the pull toward me or senses my wolf somehow. "Mate." Suddenly, she stopped. From my peripherals, I could see she was right next to me, and my heart beat quicker at the anticipation of my mate unquestioningly finding me. Then she lifted her head. If she were a wolf, I would have known that she was sniffing the air to find my scent, but as she's a human, I don't know what she was doing exactly. Then she stepped right up to me. "Hi," she said softly. A deep lipstick was put onto her delicious lips, making them look even more enticing. I remained silent as I turned only slightly and held out the ceremonial ribbon to her. The ribbon is a symbol for what we wolves usually do upon finding our mates. We mark them. But since we can't really just mark a human, we simply tie the ribbon around their wrist to show that she is taken and by whom. Men may talk to her, but they are not allowed to touch her or initiate anything inappropriate with her. As I tied the ribbon onto her, my fingers touched her wrist. The slight contact sent a flood of warmth up my arm, and she let out a gasp as her smile widened. "I knew it was you." I beamed proudly behind the mask. She had, in fact, known it was me even before I touched her. I don't know how. Maybe the mate's pull was just as strong for her as it is for me. Perhaps it was something else? I wasn't certain, but whatever it was, I was thankful for it. If she had chosen someone else, I would have broken tradition and claimed her as my girl for the night, not caring how many rules I broke. We removed our masks, and I finally got to greet her as I took her hand delicately into mine and escorted her down the stairs. She happily told Ellie hi, and the two complimented each other on their dresses before I got her attention. "Come with me," I whispered as I began leading her away from the crowded hall. "But the others? There's still 25 pairings to go. Trust me when I say we've got some time to kill." I smiled. She nodded and walked next to me, a little more excited now. "After you," I said as the elevator doors opened. I pressed the proper floor, and together we stood in the elevator shaft, lovingly looking at each other. Our place has 4 levels, and the first floor is specifically for everyone. There's a large restaurant-style kitchen, a formal dining room, a smoking room, even though nobody smokes, a handful of restrooms, and the ballroom. The second and third floors are made up entirely of restrooms and bedrooms. They are strictly off-limits to any guests unless invited up by a PK member. Last is the basement, which has been converted into a large theater and a gym. "Where are we going?" she whispered cutly. "To my room." I pulled her along, and finally, we reached my room. I let her in before closing and locking the door behind us. "Did I have the chance to tell you how ravishing you look tonight?" I asked as I took her into my arms. "No, and thank you," she said. I kissed her dimpled cheek, and she giggled before putting her hands on my chest. "Now I'll have you know that there can be no kissing tonight. Ellie said I shouldn't use my mouth too much if I want my lipstick to last." She hadn't picked up on the sexual innuendo, and I wanted to have fun with it. "But Ellie didn't say anything about me using my mouth," I said a bit darkly. If my mate weren't so innocent, she would have caught the sexual underscore, but she only smiled, so I wrapped my arms around her waist even more and kissed her cheek again before I moved down to her jaw and up to her ear, then back to her jaw and finally made my way to her neck. I licked the exact spot where I would one day mark her, and she let out a soft moan. The slight sound had done me in. I closed my eyes so she wouldn't see them black out, and I allowed my teeth to carefully trail along her skin as I continued to kiss every inch of her neck greedily. Finally, my teeth retracted back to their normal state, and I finished up by pecking her soft lips lightly. As much as I like the way it looks, I don't think I like you wearing such fancy lipstick if it means I can't kiss you. I pouted. She kissed my cheek and smiled. I knew it would leave a perfect lipstick print of her lips, and I didn't even care. She turned in my arms, and I walked us around my bedroom. This room is so luxurious, she pointed out. In fact, this fraternity has been around so long that once a long time ago it belonged to a king, and if the stories are true, this was his bedroom. I said with a smile. Because of that, the place is kept in pristine order, slightly modernized over the years, but luxury and opulence are always a must when it comes to decorating, to keep up the royal feel. Are you lying? She asked skeptically with a lovely smile. I would never lie to you, gorgeous. It was a fact. I wouldn't ever lie to her. However, the fact that I wasn't telling her something, a big something, actually bothered me. I knew I would have to tell her the truth about me. Well, this is my bedroom, and you, my lovely Harper Lynn, are the first person, other than Ryder, to ever step foot in here. Maybe we should just hang out up here all night, she suggested playfully. As much as I would love to take you up on that delightful suggestion, I wouldn't want your beautiful dress to go to waste, I said as I kissed her forehead. Speaking of, maybe we should go ahead and start making our way back to the others. When we got back, we snuck in with everyone else like we had been there the whole time, and there were only 2 guys left. One girl's number was called, and she made her choice. The last guy then walked down the stairs and joined the last remaining girl. The 4 of them removed their masks and joined us. Everyone was shown into the ballroom, but I held Harper Lynn back as we were supposed to be introduced. George walked in with them, and they all stood along the walls of the ballroom. Finally, he introduced us. And now it is my pleasure to introduce you to the host of this evening, the Rho Alpha Kappa president and our community leader, Mr. Braxton Ocklan. I escorted Harper Lynn and me into the room, and everyone clapped for us. Ready? I whispered. For what? She asked, a little amused. We have to open up the evening with the first dance. I registered the panic flash across her face, and I kissed her hand as I positioned us to dance. Just follow my lead. We're going to start by you stepping forward with your right foot. She nodded, and I kissed her forehead to ease her nerves. It must have worked because as soon as the music started, her face seemed calm, and her eyes were glued to mine. Having grown up around all sorts of parties and balls, one tends to pick up dancing. When the song finished, another one started, and this time everyone joined in. After a while, I showed my mate to our table, and she then excused herself to go to the restroom. As she made her way to the restroom, I then saw another girl hug her and wondered if this was her sister. If so, I would love to meet her to see if she's anything like my Harper Lynn. While she was in the restroom, I walked around the ballroom, and a few girls tried to hit on me before I pointed out the ribbons on their wrists, which indicated that they were against the rules. When she finally returned, the girl from before was holding her hand as they approached me. I want to introduce you to my older sister, Valerie. She smiled, then turned to her sister. Val, this is Braxton. I shook the girl's hand. She was pretty, and her face resembled Harper Lynn's only slightly. Her hair was pulled back, but I could see the girl shared the same wavy texture, only Valerie's hair was a natural red. She was about a good handful of inches taller than Harper Lynn, and I could tell the two were close. It's nice to meet another member of Harper Lynn's family. I smiled. She groaned, "Oh no, he met Mom and Dad?" She asked Harper Lynn. "Your parents are lovely people." I tried to assure the sisters. "Sure, but they're as boring as people can get." Valerie said, "I'm still surprised they managed to make such awesome kids." I nodded. Valerie seemed much more energetic than Harper Lynn, which made it understandable that she would be in a sorority. We talked a bit more before one of my guys, Christopher, came to retrieve his lady. Knowing Harper Lynn had let me into her life altogether, I knew it was time that I did the same. Can we go somewhere to talk privately? I asked. She nodded, and then I took her hand into mine, lacing our fingers together as I led us out to the back of the house, where the garden is. I found a bench and sat us down. I let go of her hand as I nervously ran my hands through my hair. Harperlyn, do you want to be my girlfriend? It wasn't me asking her out, it was simply a question. She looked up at me and smiled shyly before she nodded her silent admission. Well, of course I want that as well, gorgeous. But if we ever want this to work, to have a good relationship, I will need you to trust me completely. I said. She remained silent, so I continued. Harperlyn, there's something I have to tell you. You can tell me anything, she finally said. Her words were soft and warm as she laced our fingers back together. I couldn't meet her eyes. I didn't want to see the hurt look on her sweet face. I didn't even bother debating how to tell her. I knew I had to be straightforward and completely honest. Harperlyn, I'm a werewolf. Chapter 20. When Braxton and I went to our assigned seats after the opening dance, I quickly excused myself to go to the restroom. On my way, I ran into Val. You look beautiful, I said as I hugged her. Me? Look at you, H, you look radiant. I thanked her and explained I was on my way to the restroom, so she offered to come with me. I went first, and when it was her turn, she brought up Braxton. So, damn good choice of guys, baby sis, she said. Wish I would have picked him. For the first time in my life, I felt an extreme sense of jealousy. That's Braxton, and we're kind of going out, so. Shut the hell up, she shouted excitedly. Like, actually going out? I shrugged as if it was nothing. We've had a few dates. We talk to each other all the time, too. So, is he your boyfriend? We haven't, exactly, put a label on things, I said, my worry growing. Braxton had asked me once, and I somewhat turned him down. What if that was my only opportunity? Can I meet him? She asked. I nodded a little, unsure. It wasn't exactly a secret that Valerie was the prettier sister, which now made me worry. We exited the restroom, and Val grabbed my hand, a small thing that she's done since we were little. If we were ever at a party, she would hold my hand so we wouldn't get separated and I wouldn't get lost in the crowd. Once we reached Braxton, Val had her best smile on full display, and I fought hard not to roll my eyes. I want to introduce you to my older sister Valerie, I said, forcing a smile onto my face, and then I turned to her. Val, this is Braxton. He shook her hand in a friendly fashion, and that same jealousy from earlier was coming back. It's nice to meet another member of Harperlyn's family, Braxton smiled. Val groaned, oh no, he met Mom and Dad? She asked me, and I simply nodded, wondering when she'd leave. Your parents are lovely people. Sure, but they're as boring as people can get, Valerie said. I'm still surprised they managed to make such awesome kids. He nodded. Valerie made easy small talk, throwing her head back when she laughed to emphasize her own bust. Finally, a tall blonde guy walked over. He wore a forest green bow tie, and I noticed it matched Val's ribbon. The guy introduced himself as Christopher before he whisked my flirty sister away. Can we go somewhere to talk privately? He asked. I nodded slightly, worried that he had met my sister, and now he wanted to talk. Does he like her more than me? That's nothing new, most people do. Then he took my hand into his own large hand and laced our fingers together as he led us out to the back of the house. There was a beautiful garden out here, and we sat down on a bench. The evening was clear, and stars shone above us alongside a perfect crescent moon. The air was starting to shift from summer to fall as the normally warm evening had the slightest ease. He let go of my hand so that he could run his hands through his hair, something I've read guys do when they're nervous. Harperlyn, do you want to be my girlfriend? Something in the way he said it told me he wasn't asking me out, but he had obviously asked it for a reason. I looked up at him and couldn't help but smile. I wanted to scream, yes, I want to be your girlfriend, but words escaped me, so I merely nodded my head yes. Well, of course I want that as well, gorgeous, but if we ever want this to work, to have a good relationship, I will need you to trust me completely. He sounded nervous now. I didn't know what to say. Harperlyn, there's something I have to tell you. You can tell me anything, I said as I picked up the sadness in his words. He let his head hang low like he was ashamed or something. My heart began to race with all of the possibilities that could cause him to act this way. Harper Lynn, I'm a werewolf. I remained seated as I took in his words. I couldn't tell whether he was trying to be funny or if he genuinely believed that he could somehow be a werewolf. He slowly lifted his head, and his eyes looked at me. Say something, he said almost pleadingly. Are you being serious right now? He nodded his head yes. But werewolves don't exist, I said, my sentence ending in a slight chuckle. But they do. I shook my head in disbelief and chuckled a humorless sort of laugh. I can't believe we're talking about this right now, Braxton. Let's go back in and dance. How is it that you believe in aliens but you refuse to believe in werewolves? During one of our extremely long phone calls one night, Braxton and I somehow got onto the topic of aliens, and I confessed to my belief in them, as I believe that a higher intelligence is out there somewhere. That's different, I stuttered, feeling like I was being backed into a non-existent wall. How so? He asked. I knew there was no way I could win this discussion. What was I going to say? There's proof of aliens that isn't true, and any credible proof can be applied to the theory of werewolves as well. He stared at me before he touched my face. I closed my eyes as I let the magical tingles fill me up. Have I ever lied to you, my gorgeous? Now my heart raced. He had never lied to me. What would I gain from making something like this up? He asked. The community is a code word we use around humans when we're talking about the pack. I am the alpha. That's the leader of the pack, and you, my beloved Harper Lynn, are my mate. He said, his words even and unwavering, so I knew it wasn't a memorized script or some part of an elaborate joke. That's why you feel a connection to me. That's why the tingles exist, and I'd bet anything that from the moment you kissed my cheek at the sorority party, you haven't been able to stop thinking about me, because I haven't been able to get you out of my head since that night either. Now my heart was really racing. But that's all part of being a werewolf's mate, he continued. You were made specifically for me, and I was made specifically for you. No one in this entire world will be as attractive, as alluring, and no one else will ever make you feel the same way as your mate does. I shook my head, tears filling my eyes. But it can't be true. Harper Lynn, my gorgeous, it is true. I can simply show you, but I know it'll only scare you off. Prove it then, I insisted. Show me. He shook his head sadly. Please don't ask this of me, Harper Lynn. I have to see it to believe it. I wish you would just trust me, he replied sadly. His sadness pained me, but deep down I knew I had to have proof that this was real. He turned to face me fully, and he held out his hands to help me up. I placed my hands in his. He kissed my lips tenderly before he pulled away. I watched as he stepped out of his dress shoes, removed his tie and the objects in his pockets, cell phone, keys, took off his jacket, and then he looked at me. Sadness washed over his handsome face before he offered me a weak smile. He closed his eyes. It took a minute, but soon he was breathing a bit heavy, and he seemed extremely angry as his head fell forward. Braxton. I called out and took his hand into mine, trying to make sure he was all right. But when he looked up, I ripped my hands from his and took off as fast as I could without looking back once. I found the cars and pulled the door open as I jumped in. Drive. I shouted through my tears. Once we took off, I managed to give the driver my address. I got home and knew my parents would be in bed already. I locked every single lock on the front door, then went up to my room and locked my door. I went over to my windows and made sure they were locked before I closed the door to my restroom. I tore off my dress as quickly as I could and threw the heels off my feet. I savagely ripped the bobby pins from my hair and stood in the shower. I let the hot water hit my bare back as I cried roughly against the wall. The image of Braxton with eyes as black as a night sky without the moon and the stars, and teeth long and sharp, wouldn't get out of my head. It was both the scariest and most heartbreaking thing I have ever experienced in my entire life. I couldn't help but think of the monster I'd just seen and wondered if it was one of his people who'd been going around killing people. But even though I was frightened of what I'd just seen, how handsome Braxton had so easily contorted into something so unreal, I still couldn't shake the feeling of wanting to be with him right now. And I also knew he nor any of his pack members would hurt anybody, I hope. As freaked out as I was initially, my initial panic began to fade away. But I was still heartbroken at the fact that he'd kept something so big from me, and Elise as well. I just really needed to think about everything. Chapter 21. Sweetie, you've got to go to school, my mom said as she sat on my bed and rubbed my back. I'm taking a personal day, I grumbled. Harper Lynn, you've missed all week, she pointed out. Your attendance will affect your grades, honey. I'll go back when I'm ready. Will you please just leave me alone for one freaking second? It had been going on for 2 weeks since the Masquerade ball. That night, after I couldn't cry anymore, I stepped out of the shower, wrapped myself in my robe, picked up the dress and the shoes, and placed them all the way in the back of my closet where I would never have to see them again. I texted my sister to let her know I was home, and then I turned my phone off. I haven't talked to anyone other than my parents since then. When my parents woke up the next day, my mom said I looked sick, and as if she could read my mind, I began to grow ill. It started with the shakes and progressed to a fever and vomiting. But when my mom took me to the doctor, he couldn't find anything wrong with me. I became weak and didn't want to eat. I moped around the house, and my parents begged me to talk to my friends. But I refused to talk to anyone, and I refused to go to school. Braxton had shown me a reality most people don't know exists, and in this new reality, all of my friends were really wolves in disguise. You've got to do something, Harper Lynn. I won't let you lie in here and wallow away, she said before she finally left me alone. I hated feeling so weak. But more than anything, I hated that I wanted so badly to talk to Braxton. My sweatpants were usually used for working out, but since I hardly had an appetite anymore, I didn't feel the need to work out or dress in anything else. But I took Mom's advice and did something in the form of having a shower and putting on some fresh leggings and a comfy sweatshirt. I had half a sandwich my mother made for me and a glass of water. She tried to force me to eat the other half of the sandwich and the potato chips, but I flat out refused. Mom had surprised me. When Mr. Castillo, my high school counselor, suddenly showed up, he, like everyone else, asked me what was going on with me. But, just like with everybody else, I declined to talk about it. Who would believe me even if I did want to talk about it? Harper Lynn, dear, we all care about you. You're a bright young lady with an even brighter future that you are seemingly tossing away. I ignored him. I'm just trying to get you to reconsider coming back to school. If not, you have other options available to you, such as homeschooling. I really don't want you to just throw away your education over nothing. I looked up at him in a menacing sort of way. I've never been a hard sort of person or one to speak my mind openly. But after what I had seen, something in me changed. Mr. Castillo seemed to find it hard to look me directly in my eyes as I continued to stare at him. I will go back when I'm ready, and if the school sees fit that I be removed, then so be it, I said smoothly. If you're certain, Harper Lynn, he said, pulling out a binder and handing it to me. This will explain all the procedures to test out if you wish, as well as homeschooling options, or even GD, and it also contains the course material. Protocol dictates that you have at least a week to study before I administer an exit test. I will have to sit in and monitor you, but once you're finished, I will have it mailed out. We will have your results within a couple of days, if that's the road you so choose to take. I was left with the binder and more to think about. Was this really what I wanted? After he left, I felt slightly better from having actual human interaction and decided to turn my phone back on. I looked down at my phone and ignored all of the missed calls and text messages. I didn't bother with any of the voicemails either. I typed in Val's number to avoid going through my contacts, and she picked up almost immediately. She's alive, she answered happily. Hey, what's up, chica? Everything okay? She asked. I knew she meant the big everything, the one that included me being sick and missing school. Yeah, I guess so. I'm really just trying to move past it now. Good to hear, she said. How about I pick up some fast food and we can catch up? I agreed, and we hung up. It didn't take long for her to arrive, and we set up in my room. I took the food while she put her keys down and kicked off her shoes. I hadn't realized I was still wearing my shoes from earlier, but I just shrugged them off and decided to keep them on since they were keeping my feet warm. I forced myself to eat the burger, and we began to catch up while a movie she picked on Netflix played in the background. Of course, Val, being Val, drummed on about this and that, with the sorority, school, work, and boys. Speaking of boys, I'm guessing you haven't talked to anyone, she said. I rolled my eyes. Nope. I knew she really meant him. Silence filled the room, and all that could be heard was the music from the cliché makeover montage scene in the movie. I turned to focus on the film when she decided to speak some more. So you and Braxton were never really a thing, right? My heart involuntarily beat quicker at the sudden sound of his name. I also cautiously looked at her. Why do you ask? She began chewing on her bottom lip, and she couldn't meet my eye. My heart raced as I worried about what she was about to say. Well, it's just that we had dinner the other night. She confessed, don't get me wrong, he totally asked about you, dash. You did what? I shouted as I rounded on her, my anger on full display. Never had I felt so much hatred and jealousy for my own sister, no less. Chill out, H, it's not what you think. Her words didn't even register with me. I pushed her down and quickly grabbed her keys. I ran out of the house and jumped into her car. I sped down the highway on my way. There was only a handful of places Braxton could be, but this was my first stop. I turned off the engine as I pulled up to the vaguely familiar frat house. I let myself in, and in a house full of people, no one noticed the small, angry girl walking around. I found the elevator easily and got in. I went up and found his room. Without pausing to even think about what I was doing, I threw his door open and found him sitting at his desk. Harperlyn. I slammed the door behind me and stormed over to him before he could get out of his chair. I walked right up to him and just looked at him. Anger and sadness filled me now. How could you? I asked in a low, angry voice. My sister Braxton? He was stunned. I was worried about you. I laughed. Oh, you were worried about me, so you take my sister out on a date. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Braxton. He sighed slightly. What? No, you've got it wrong. I asked your sister to join me because I was worried about you, he replied, never once raising his voice. This time, he shook his head. I swear nothing happened. I asked Valerie if she had seen or spoken to you lately, and she said she'd been busy with school, but we could meet for dinner to discuss you. I stood there with my arms folded over my chest. Harperlyn, I would never do that to you, especially with her, he said, his tone getting softer. I had to admit it felt incredibly impressive to hear his voice again. Come on, gorgeous, after everything we've been through, everything we've talked about, do you really think I would do that to you? Those tears I was unable to shed 2 weeks ago finally decided to come out once more. He stood up and hugged me to his body. I'm so scared, Braxton, I sobbed into my chest. Don't cry, gorgeous, he cooed softly against my hair. I am what I am, but I will never hurt you. You're my mate. To hurt you is to hurt myself, Harperlyn. I choked back another sob as his words hit me. I looked up at him, and he gently wiped away the tears from my face. He smiled down at me, and those old butterflies began to flutter about once more. Before I could say anything in response, he leaned down and kissed my lips softly before he walked me over to the bed. There is so much you have to learn about my kind. I've got all night, I said. Come to think of it, how did you get here? I groaned. I'm such an asshole, I admitted. I got jealous when Val told me about your date and, well, I stole my sister's car. I answered. And as I'm now finding out, I'm super jealous, so please try not to ask other girls to dinner anymore if we're going to be together. He smiled and kissed me deeply. I won't, I can promise you that. Chapter 22. Braxton's. I told Harperlyn every single thing I could think of about werewolves and their mates. She wasn't freaked out like the first time, and she was even extremely intrigued about being marked. Do I get to mark you? She asked. I kissed her nose. Your teeth aren't sharp enough, plus women don't usually go after guys, it's usually only the men who approach females. She nodded. Well, when are you going to mark me? I chuckled. Marking your mate is a very intimate and romantic thing, and a lot of the time, it happens while mates are mating. Ooh, she blushed as she fully understood now. I mean, a wolf can mark his mate without the sex, but if by next full moon we haven't mated, you'll go into heat, and I hear it's quite uncomfortable. She blushed even further, and I kissed her cheek. But I wouldn't dare rush you into doing that until you're ready, I assured her. She nodded her understanding. Do you have any more questions? Only two, she smiled sweetly. Does this make you my boyfriend? Yes and no. She remained silent, so I explained. Yes, I am your boyfriend, and you are my girlfriend, if that's something that you want, I said. I still wanted her to know she has a choice in this. She gave me a soft smile and nodded her head. I couldn't help but smile back at her. So while we may be in a relationship now, we are also so much more than just boyfriend and girlfriend. She threw her small arms around my neck and kissed my lips. I smiled into the kiss. What was your second question? Can I see your wolf? Are you sure? I asked, remembering all too well the way she ran away from me the night of the ball, and I wasn't even fully fazed. She nodded. I'm prepared this time, and I want to know you on every level. That includes your wolf. I was actually touched. You have to know that this time it will be my entire wolf phase, not just dark eyes and long teeth. That only happens when I'm angry, jealous, or turned on. She nodded. All right, how about we make a deal? I suggested wickedly. What kind of deal? She asked seductively. I knew my time away from her would affect her, but she had become much more bold in my absence. I will show you my wolf if you spend the night with me. I've got to get my sister's car back before she calls the cops on me, she said. Actually, I should call her and apologize. It was really shitty of me to assume my sister would do that to me in the first place, and then to react the way I did. If she calls the cops, I have PAC members in the department who will clear the case, I brushed off. I will also have Vance or Ryder drive her car over to her sorority if you want, but you should call her before I show you my wolf. Well, as long as it gets back to her in one piece, I suppose I can stay, and I'll call her. I kissed her once again, feeling like I couldn't get enough of her kisses now that she was back with me. I'll meet you in the garden. Take as much time as you need, I said before I took her sister's keys from her and left my bedroom. We went downstairs, found Vance, and asked him to drive Valerie's car to the sorority and leave the keys with Kimmy. Afterward, I went out into the garden to wait for Harperlyn. Harperlyn's. You have some nerve, Val answered angrily. I'm so beyond sorry, Val. I don't know why I got so jealous. Harperlyn. She sighed once again. I understand this is your first boyfriend or whatever, but you've got to realize I am your sister. I love you and would never initially hurt you. I know, and Braxton explained everything. Yeah, and so was I, but you wouldn't listen to me, she pointed out. It was shitty of me to assume you'd done anything with Braxton, and even worse to not listen to you and then take your car, which is at the sorority house, by the way. Thanks for not crashing it. Look, I love you, and I know this is all new to you, so this is your one-off-the-hook pass you'll get from me. Now stop being jealous and know that Braxton really does care about you. The guy looked like shit at dinner and was desperate to hear anything he could about you. Thanks, Val, I love you. Love you too, H. Now go and make up with your man so we can all stop worrying about you too. I hung up and found Braxton out in the garden like he said he'd be. Braxton's. We found ourselves in the garden once more, only this time the mood was much different. I felt the cool breeze of the early evening and, for the first time, noticed that Harperlyn was only in a pair of skin-tight leggings and a sweatshirt. I took my jacket off and placed it around her shoulders for added warmth before I kissed her. Now that I had her back, I couldn't seem to get enough of her kisses, and if she wasn't protesting, then I'd continue to take advantage of kissing her as much as I wanted to. So I usually strip out of my clothes, but to give the full effect, I guess I'll show you what it looks like when we just spontaneously phase, I said as I walked back over to her and handed her my phone and my watch. Luckily, my keys and wallet were upstairs. Now remember, even as a wolf, I am still myself, so trust me when I say I will not hurt you. So try not to run away or anything. It's really hard to watch you run from me, I admitted. She reached up and touched my face. I'm never leaving you again. I walked away from her to give myself some distance, and then, as I turned, I let my wolf come forward. I was suddenly standing there on all fours. I watched as pieces of my clothes fell to the ground around me in tatters. Braxton, she said in astonishment, and she even walked up to me. Your wolf. I mean, wow. I stood as still as I could as she seemed to examine me. "See, can I pet you?" she asked. I let my head go up and down, and she giggled before she placed her tiny hand onto my muzzle and then let her hand go up a bit more to touch my cheek. She moved her hand, and I whined. I lay down on the ground and put my head on my front paws. She sat down next to me before she gently let her body rest against mine. "You're super soft," she commented. We sat like this for some time before her phone started ringing. "It's Elise. She filled me in. I should probably take it." I haven't talked to her since I left that night. I got up and she answered the phone. She took a seat on the bench as she readied herself to have a long conversation, and I ran toward the house. Someone must have seen what I was doing as some clothes were put up for me. I quickly got redressed and went back to sit with my mate. I could hear both sides of the conversation, thanks to my wolf hearing, and the girls had made up and were now catching up. "Well, let's have dinner tomorrow, and we can catch up," Ellie said on the phone. I shook my head. How could they still have so much to talk about? Lynn eventually agreed, and then they hung up. "Come on, gorgeous," I said as I took her hand in mine. The sun had fully set, and the sky was dark now. "You owe me a slumber party." When we got up to my bedroom, I locked the door behind me and put on some fresh boxers before I excused myself. I went into the attached bathroom, removed the borrowed clothes, and put on the clean underwear. "Netflix until we fall asleep?" I asked as I rejoined her and pulled back the blankets. "Sounds like a plan," she said as she handed my jacket back. She then stepped out of her shoes and pulled off her sweatshirt to reveal a thin tank top, but she shocked the hell out of me when she also removed her leggings. "What are you doing?" I whispered. "Getting comfortable," she whispered back. "You know I don't wear pajamas to sleep." "Gorgeous, as much as I want to let you, I don't know if I can control myself," I confessed. She stepped forward, and I knew she would want to wrap her arms around my neck, so I bent down slightly, and she pulled my face forward against hers. Then she let her pants fall to the ground. "Maybe I don't want you to control yourself." I growled before I kissed her hard. After she kicked her pants off, she jumped up and wrapped her legs around my middle. I carried her with ease over to the bed, where we continued to explore each other's mouths. "God, I missed you so much," she moaned as I left her mouth for her neck. For once, I let my hands roam her body, and I was not disappointed. But soon my beloved mate was getting really into it, and I found her grinding into me a bit. Her body wanted me as much as mine wished to hers. I let my growing hardness run into her center, and she let out a lust-filled moan that drove me insane. My eyes went dark, and my teeth grew sharp. She looked up at me with half-hooded eyes full of want, a small smile playing on her lips. I wanted her so bad, and I knew I was on the verge of taking her right here, but I had to snap myself out of that mindset. I slowly let our kisses grow softer, and soon they were only loving pecks. I did not want my mate to lose her virginity in a frat house where my men would hear every single minute of it. I slowed our actions down so as not to bruise her already low self-confidence, and once we were both lying back against the bed, I pulled her next to me, where she rested her head comfortably against my chest. "Good night, Braxton. Sweet dreams, my Lynn." Chapter 23. I really have to go. I smiled as I kissed his lips. I was getting really used to his mouth against mine and wouldn't mind if he left it there permanently. "I want you to stay," he grumbled. "Yeah, well, I'm probably in enough trouble with my parents as it is, so I really need to get up from this bed before you tempt me to stay longer." His hands traveled down to my butt, and his mouth kissed mine lazily, but when he removed his mouth to begin working on my neck, I managed to shake the lust away. That is the exact sort of temptation I was literally just talking about. Plus, don't you have class? "Can I see you tonight?" he asked in an attempt to avoid my question. "I have to meet up with Elise," I reminded him. "Well, how about this weekend? It's Thursday today, but what if we take off tomorrow? We could go to the lake house." I smiled. It was already mid-September, and the air was much cooler than when we first went to the lake house. "I know it's too cold to go into the lake, but I promise there is a ton of other things we can do," he added as if reading my mind. "Fine, I'll go with you this weekend if you can find me a ride home." He smiled. "Well, get dressed, and I'll take you." I got up and pulled my jeans back on. "Yeah, you can't take me," I said. For one, my parents are probably gonna flip out on me, and for some reason I have a feeling my boyfriend might get protective, and we don't need your wolf coming out. He chuckled and shook his head. I do have more control than you're giving me. Also, I don't want you anywhere near my sister. Gorgeous, I told you I was never interested in her, I only wanted to talk about you. He sighed. I know, and I believe you, handsome. I said softly as I walked up to him, but I'm trying to see her one-on-one first. I've apologized already, but I'm pretty sure I need to do it in person. He wrapped his arms around me before kissing my lips once more. You don't have anything to be jealous of when it comes to other women, Harper Lynn, but if you don't want me coming with you, I want you to take my car. I shook my head in protest. Please, gorgeous, you aren't the only one of us that gets jealous. He filled me in, and I don't want to imagine another guy taking you home. But I can't take your car. Why? He asked coolly. Because it's yours. Plus, what will you drive to get to your classes today or check on the pack? He smiled. I have other vehicles. I shook my head. Of course, he would have more than one mode of transportation. I then held my hand out to him, and he kissed my nose before walking over to his desk and picking up a set of keys. Together we left his room and got into the elevator. Also, you should get better security. I said, in a house full of werewolves it was more than easy to just walk into this place and go right up to your room. Nobody stopped you? He asked. Nobody stopped me. I clarified, and I now feel a little bad about it. But don't be too harsh on any of your guys. I'm sure they saw me and knew I was more than likely here for someone. He nodded, and the elevator stopped. We stepped out through the front door. He opened up the driver's side door for me, and I got in. Sorry for this. I said. For what? He asked, a little worried. I have to adjust everything to fit me. A slow smile filled his face. Here, just push this, he said as he pointed to a button. Now go ahead and adjust everything to your preference. I moved his seat forward, adjusted the steering wheel, and checked all the mirrors. I was finally ready to drive. Finished. All right, press that same button again, he said. It'll save your settings, and whenever you have to drive my car, all you'll have to do is press the button, and everything will adjust from my setting back to yours. I'll call you later, I said as I closed the door and rolled the window down. He bent down and kissed me before I put the car in reverse. Gotta go. Call me later, he said. All right. I called out and took off. I flipped through his radio stations and found a good one, then discovered some sunglasses in his center console. I put them on and took my time getting home. Where in the hell have you been? My father asked angrily as I walked into the house. We came home, and you and your sister were both gone. We had taken off. And you didn't ask for permission or anything. Mom put in. You are grounded. My dad said. Mom, you're the one who kept telling me I needed to get out of my room, so I did. Now did I leave without telling anyone? Yes. Did I stay out all night? Yes. But I'm 18. Well, while you're in this house, you will follow our rules. Dad held firm. I was getting upset, and I didn't have Braxton near me to calm me down, so I responded just as harshly. So I'll move out. Neither of them expected me to say that. I'm sorry to sound so bitchy, but I'm 18. Is there really any point in me staying in a place where I'm going to be grounded for staying out? I asked. They remained silent, so I made my way upstairs. I have dinner plans to get ready for. Young lady, you are out of line, my father said. I'm sorry, but I don't think I am. I always do well in school. I've never done anything crazy like party on a school night or drink underage or try drugs. I leave for the night and I'm being punished. It's not fair at all. I stomped upstairs and slammed my room door. I took a shower and then pulled on another casual outfit of jeans and a t-shirt, but this time I paired it with much cuter riding boots and a super comfy and warm long sweater. I pulled my hair into a high bun, grabbed Braxton's keys and sunglasses, and left. Harper Lynn, we need to talk. I turned and found my parents in the dining room. I took a seat across from them, and my father started. We are sorry for coming down so hard on you, but this isn't exactly in line with your character, to stay out all night without so much as a text message or anything, and then all these young ladies turning up missing. It worried your mother and me. We won't punish you because like it or not you're not a child anymore. My mom added. And if you feel the need to move out, then we cannot stop you from going. You guys, I sighed. I don't want to move out, it's just, well, you guys have to realize that I'm older now. I do have friends and a boyfriend and an actual life, and sometimes I lose my temper, and you can't just punish me for these things. We understand that, and because of all of that, your mother and I have come to the conclusion that the house rules may need to be altered. But yes, living here does mean there will still be rules, grown up or not. I nodded. No boys allowed upstairs with the doors closed, and this house has a curfew of 11 o'clock. Meaning the front door will be locked promptly at 11 o'clock, including the deadbolt, no exceptions. My mother said. No boys are allowed to spend the night with the exception of extreme cases, in which you two are to sleep in separate rooms. My father put in. And if you live here, you either need to be working or in school, but I won't have you just hanging around the house. I am going to go back to school. I've worked too hard to just give up on it. All right then. He said, last, no matter what, a text or call is needed to let us know you won't be coming home, so we will not worry. We don't mind where you stay so long as you are safe and being smart. I was excused, and I finally left. I made my way to Elise's house, and her mother let me in. It's so good to see you again, honey. I smiled as she hugged me. Truthfully, I missed you guys too much to stay away forever. Glad to hear it. Ellie is in her room. I made it to my friend's room, and she hugged me tightly before she got angry. Don't you ever do that shit again. She said harshly, you're so lucky I love you, otherwise I'd kick your ass for ditching school and moping around for a guy all depressed. I'm sorry. I said, I know that isn't really me, but I freaked out, and then I just couldn't wrap my head around everything. I'm sorry too. She sighed. You don't know how many times I just wanted to tell you. I wish I would have told you now. Ugh, I hope we can still be friends. I quieted her down. Elise, you're my best friend and nothing could ever change that. Then I felt a pang of sadness at the reality that I'd pushed her away, and I hadn't even spoken to Marina. Have you talked to Marina? I asked. She shook her head. After she ditched us in the mall, she'll have to apologize first. I nodded, knowing Ellie was hurt, and she had known Marina a lot longer than I had. She actually suggested that Marina seek out tutoring with me, otherwise I don't think I'd have really become friends with her. I know, Ree, she'll come around. She tried to assure me. We caught up a bit more, and she explained how she and Vance aren't just boyfriend and girlfriend, but are mates like Braxton and me. Well, it's too early for dinner. She pointed out. I know, but I had to get out of the house. Well, call up Val and see if she wants to hang out. She suggested. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to avoid seeing her. Why, what happened? She asked. I then filled her in on the entire drama. You did what? I nodded, exhausted from the entire drama. Both of them told me it was nothing, and I believe him. Is that strange? I asked, worried now. Why couldn't I believe Val, my own sister, whom I've known my whole life? I mean, I wouldn't even have heard her out, but the minute Braxton says it, I'm all ears and believe his every word. I guess in hindsight I should be thanking her. If she hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have stormed over to his place to confront him. Then I sighed. Even after all of that, as much as I wanted to be pissed off, I just couldn't find any hatred or anger toward him, and all I wanted was him no matter what. It's a mate thing, she said with complete understanding. I shook my head. Damn mate thing. She nodded. Trust me, been there. Hey, speaking of, has Vance marked you? Elise's eyes went wide, and I think I even saw a blush on her cheeks. Are you trying to make my mother shift? She is literally in the other room. She whispered sharply. But if you must know, yes. Sorry. I quickly apologized. I had forgotten that Braxton said marking is very intimate. Let's get out of here before you get to meet my mother's wolf. She pulled me along as we exited the house. Holy shit, you came in Braxton's car? She asked with a slight laugh. Yeah, get in and we'll go for a ride or something. We both jumped into Braxton's car and drove over to the mall. Chapter 24. Braxton's. I want this rogue situation figured out tonight, I stated. I didn't miss the groans and mumbles. Tonight, Brax? Ryder asked. Look, I'm leaving town for the weekend tomorrow, and I want to make sure I leave the pack safely. There haven't been any deaths or leads for weeks, Vance put in. Even still, I'm gonna ask that all of us run patrols tonight and over the weekend. I won't have any slip-ups while I'm gone, or someone is going to pay. But no sooner had the words left my mouth than my phone started ringing. Hello. Alpha, I've picked up the scent of 2 rogues here in town. I tried to track them, but they went in separate directions, and I lost them. I'm standing in the mall parking lot right now, my uncle said. Damn. I closed my eyes and tapped into my Pax Mind link. 2 rogues in town. Everyone is to report to the pack house immediately. If you are alone, call someone to accompany you. I do not want anyone traveling alone. I hung up my phone, knowing my uncle would have heard the message. I looked around, and my guys were already on standby. My uncle has informed me that he picked up the scent of 2 rogues. He's at the mall, and it's where he lost the scent, I said as I was already looking for my mate's number. Hey, she answered cheerfully. Hi, where are you at? I tried to ask calmly. I just got home from the mall with your cousin. Why miss me already? My heart was racing, and my wolf was even more on edge now. Our mate was just at the mall. What if a rogue picked up her scent and tried to take her? Always beautiful. Look, I have something really important to do, but I'm going to have someone pick you up and take you to the pack house, all right? Okay. Is everything all right, Braxton? Nothing for you to worry about, gorgeous. I'll see you in a little while, I promise. She said her worried goodbye before we hung up. I walked over to Ryder. You are the only person I would ever trust with her safety. Please take Harper Lynn to the pack house and hold down the fort. Don't let anyone leave, and if anything happens, just know that you are in charge in my absence. I'll keep her and everyone safe, you have my word. He replied before running out the front door. I turned to the rest of my men, and we ran out of the house. I don't know who locked up because I was too busy shifting. Harper Lynn's. I could feel that something was off in Braxton's words. I know something is going on, and knowing Braxton, he's going to keep these things to himself to keep me from worrying. Unfortunately, that sort of thing only puts me on edge and makes me worry 10 times more. I didn't have time to ponder over it as I heard the sound of my doorbell. I grabbed my purse and phone charger, not really knowing how long I'd be at the pack house and who all would be there. When I got downstairs, I found Braxton's best friend, Ryder, standing in my doorway, smiling. This young man says he's taking you out? My mother asked. I know what she's thinking. What happened with Braxton? Mom, this is Ryder. He's Braxton's best friend. He's taking me to meet up with Braxton. I clarify. The last thing I need is for my mom to think I've suddenly become some girl who just jumps from guy to guy. Oh, well, have fun and remember the new house curfew. Ryder looked at me and shook his head no, indicating I wouldn't be home anytime soon. Mom, I'm not really sure what time Braxton's going to be finished working. If you have to lock the door, that's fine. I'll just stay at Ellie's place, I say as I hug her and leave before an argument arises. When I got into the truck, I turned and immediately began to question Ryder. What's going on? And don't tell me nothing, because I could tell in Braxton's voice that something is wrong. Plus, you're smiling, you never smile. His serious face went back to normal. Something is wrong, but I'm not going to tell you if Brax hasn't, he said. Fair enough. I began biting the inside of my cheek. Just tell me one thing. Is Braxton in any danger? He looked at me, and silence filled the cab of the truck. Just put your seatbelt on. I promised I'd keep you safe, Harper Lynn. My eyes began to water a little as I did what I was told. I turned in my seat, keeping my head facing the window to hide my worry-filled tears from him. Don't cry, Harper Lynn. Brax is really strong. I know him, and I've seen him in action. He's very capable of taking care of himself. I wiped at my face with the sleeve of my sweater and looked at him. How'd you know I was crying? I could smell your tears. Stupid wolves, I remarked with a slight smirk. What do tears even smell like? I asked rhetorically. He chuckled. It's both a gift and a curse. He said before pausing, and tears smell salty, but not as strong as ocean water. It was strange to be here acting so normal with Ryder. I've never actually had a conversation with him before. He's always the strong, silent, serious type. Hell, I didn't even know he knew my name, but here we are, talking like it's something we do all the time. When we arrived at the pack house, I felt intimidated by the large crowd of people in the kitchen and even larger sitting room. Unfortunately, I didn't see anyone I recognized, like Elise and her family or even Braxton's mom. I stayed by Ryder's side as he talked to everyone and informed them that no one was to leave until the Elite 30 returned. I didn't know who the hell the Elite 30 were, and at the moment, I didn't care. I just needed Braxton to come back, all right. As Ryder spoke and answered questions, more people arrived and quietly stood with the rest of them. Then, suddenly, I saw the last person I ever wanted to see again, Patrick Westbrook, the leader of my tormentors back at my old school. I wondered if he would even remember me. But judging by his evil smile, I knew full well that he remembered me very well. Chapter 25. Our Alpha will return, and when he does, he'll let you know if it's safe for you all to return to your homes, Ryder said with finality. The crowd knew he was finished talking, and they began to move around and talk amongst themselves, worriedly. When Ryder went to move, so did I. Harper Lynn, I've got to go to the office and wait for Brax to call or come back. I nodded, and he began walking. When he sensed that I was still behind him, he stopped and turned around to face me. He placed his hands on my shoulders ever so gently and sighed. I'm sorry, Harper Lynn, but non-pack members aren't allowed in the office. It's nothing against you personally. Please believe that. It's just, well, there's a lot of sensitive material in there that could harm us all if found in the wrong hands. No offense or anything. I nodded once more. Rules are rules, right? I smirked. He gave me his own slight smirk before nodding and turning to make his way into the office. I tried my hardest to find a place to hide so I could call Ellie. I went up the stairs, remembering Braxton had mentioned that some of the bedrooms were spares, and I knocked on a couple of doors, but all the ones I tried were locked. Now, what's a weak little human like you doing here? The all-too-familiar voice asked. I began to panic. All the confidence I had gained from my 4 years of high school and being with Braxton melted away instantly, and I suddenly became that small, weak, little girl who was nothing once more. He jerked my shoulder roughly and pushed me extremely hard. My back slammed against the wall, and I knew I would be bruised tomorrow. I asked you a question, he growled. Hey. The sound of a voice coming from down the hall caused us both to turn. What in the hell do you think you're doing? The vaguely familiar man said. I'm just trying to figure out why there's a human in the pack house. Doing my part to protect the pack, really, Patrick said coolly. If she's here, she's more than likely someone's mate. Patrick looked at me and laughed. Then he asked me, are you really someone's mate? All I could do was nod as that familiar hatred seeped through his eyes, my back throbbing with pain still. Fine then, who? Patrick now demanded as he grabbed the front of my sweater and began shaking me back and forth, my head shaking dangerously. It doesn't matter who it is. The fact that she's someone's mate is reason enough to step away before you get hurt. You saw her standing with Beta Ryder, the man stated. There's no way in hell someone so weak and pathetic as you managed to pull Beta Ryder as your mate, Patrick sneered, his distaste for me clearly evident. He's of Alpha's blood, and you're going to tell me you're with him? I suddenly found my voice. Ryder isn't my mate. Like I said, it doesn't matter who her mate is. Move away from her before I report this back to the Beta right now. Patrick released my shirt. Never had he been told to back down, and now I know why. It all made sense now. He was able to get so many people to bully me because everyone, not just me, was scared of him. After all, he's a wolf, and some part of him knew better than to cross me. Why he chose me as his victim is beyond me. Don't forget, you aren't anything, you're worthless, and you'll never be one of us, he growled. He walked away, and when he disappeared, the guy who saved me stepped forward. You okay? He asked. Yeah, thanks by the way. No problem. I'm George by the way. That's where I had seen him. You were the one calling the numbers at the Masquerade ball. He smiled and nodded, and you were the one who chose Alpha Braxton, or maybe I should say your mate. I blushed. How did you know? Now he laughed. They told me that 5 of the PK fraternity members have mates, and that their mates would choose them first, and you were number 5. He filled me in. Does Patrick mess with you often? I sighed. I didn't want to be a snitch, but I also didn't want Patrick to do the same thing to other kids. He used to a lot when we were younger. I haven't seen him in years, I admitted and sighed. But it seems as if he didn't forget or grow up for that matter. This time, He nodded his understanding. Suddenly, he stood up straight and closed his eyes. "Oh gosh, George, are you all right?" I panicked. He was as stiff as a plank of wood and completely unresponsive. But as soon as his reaction had come, it left, and his body seemed to relax as his eyes opened. "It was good to meet you." "Harper Lynn," I extended my hand, a little confused. He smiled and shook my hand. "I hope we meet again under better circumstances." And just like that, he was walking away from me. I abandoned my mission of trying to find a room and just pulled out my phone. "Harper Lynn, thank God. Where are you?" Ellie asked, panicked. "I'm at the pack house." "Really? So am I. Come out to the backyard." "I'm with Braxton's mom and my parents." I hung up and cut through the people who seemed to be making their way out of the front door. "Why is everyone leaving?" I asked as I finally found my best friend. "Oh, Braxton told them they could leave if they wanted to. He's here." I asked excitedly. "No, but he's on his way." I gave her a confused look. The whole night left me exhausted. It's a wolf thing. Since we are all part of the pack, the Alpha, which is Brax, can talk to us through our pack's mind link. "You shouldn't be revealing pack info to outsiders, Elise." My back stiffened. For the second time tonight, Patrick had walked up behind me. "Harper Lynn isn't an outsider," she tried to defend me. "She isn't a pack member." "Not for long." Elise threw in, "Now back the hell up, Pat. You seriously don't know who you're messing with." I watched the increasingly heated argument between the two. "Why don't you tell me who it is I'm messing with, Elise?" Elise stepped forward. It was clear that these two did not care for each other. "Harper Lynn," Elise suddenly said, making me jump a little at being thrown into their argument. "Allow me to introduce you to Braxton's cousin Patrick." "Cousin?" "Patrick, my #1 tormentor, is Braxton's cousin?" Surely Patrick was adopted because he was nothing like my kind and gentle boyfriend. "And Patrick, allow me to introduce you to one of my best friends, Harper Lynn. We've met." He grinned evilly. Elise picked up on his sadistic smirk, and now she was looking between the two of us. She knew something was being kept from her. But when their heads turned in the same direction at the same time, everything else was dropped, and suddenly, the guys from Braxton's fraternity walked into the backyard. They were all topless and looked tired. Well, all except Braxton, who was, for some reason, in his wolf form. I ran forward, too relieved that he was alive to care that he was in his wolf form or that people were watching us. "Will someone stop the little idiot before she gets herself killed?" Patrick yelled. But I didn't care. I was more worried about Braxton than his comments. And when I reached Braxton, he kneeled, and I threw my arms around his thick, furry neck. "I'm so glad you're okay," I whispered into his fur. The sound of a couple of gasps sounded around us, but I just didn't care. I relished the feel of Braxton's even breathing as I faintly heard Elise in the background. "Oh, Patrick, did I mention that Harper Lynn is our Alpha's mate?" I knew Elise well enough to know she would be wearing her smug smirk. Chapter 26. Braxton's. Spread out, and if you pick up on anything, howl, and we'll come straight to you. I spoke to my guard in our wolf forms through our mind link. We were almost to the mall, but before we could get there, a howl ripped through the night from somewhere off to my left. My feet moved without being told to. I ran faster than some of my wolves, and as I grew closer, I could smell them rogues, but it wasn't 2, it was 6. Vance flanked my right as I approached them. They were in human form, so I shifted back into my human form to talk to them. I couldn't care less that I was completely naked. "You're trespassing. You don't own the land," one woman spat out before a man pulled her back by her arm. "Actually, I do. This is MY Pack's land, and the fact that 3 girls have been killed recently means that you're now our enemies." "You don't have proof that we did anything," the guy who pulled the girl stated. "I don't need proof. The fact that you're on my land without my permission means I'm well within my rights to remove you," I said. Of course, my words only made them run, and as they ran, we followed. I took off in a sprint, and sometime during running, I had shifted back into my wolf form. He was in complete control now, being driven by rage. So, when I came to the first rogue, I sort of lost it and blacked out. I'm not sure how long I blacked out for, but when I snapped out of it, All of my men were surrounding me, and the all-too-familiar taste of metallic bitterness filled my mouth. "They're all dead," Alpha Vance said. "From the looks of it, you personally handled 3 of them." All of my PK brothers knew all about how my anger controlled my wolf in battle and the side effects of it. "I can taste that. I'm still too full of adrenaline to shift back," I said through Mind Link. Then I opened my Mind Link further to reach the other pack members. "This is Alpha Braxton, the Elite 30, and I have dealt with the rogues. You are all free to leave the pack house if you wish." I killed the Mind Link as I turned and began making my way to the pack house. I needed my mate's touch to calm me down so I could shift back, or I'd be in my wolf form until I could fully calm myself down. With every hit of my paws against the ground, it amplified the sound of my heart beating quickly from the energy of the fight, so when I finally stepped into the backyard of the pack house, I saw my family members, and from the looks of it, Ellie and Patrick were arguing, like always. But none of that mattered as I saw my tiny mate anxiously make her way over to me. As she ran forward, everything else was drowned out. I couldn't see or hear anyone else, and when her arms went around my wolf's neck, I melted into her touch. My breathing became much more even, and I knew I could shift back now, but I greedily held my wolf form so I could enjoy being in my mate's arms just a bit longer. One of the pack members then came out with some basketball shorts for me and set them on the ground. I stood up and took the shorts into my mouth before I went behind the shed. I phased back and then immediately made my way over to Harper Lynn. I didn't hesitate to press my mouth against hers. I honestly didn't care who was watching. I kissed her deeply before we were interrupted. My mother had touched my arm, and I turned to see her worry-filled face. I let go of Harper Lynn to hug my mom now. "I'm so glad you're safe, son," she spoke. "I'm so proud of you, and your father would be proud of you as well. It meant everything to me." "Thank you," I said before my mom made her way to Harper Lynn. She pulled my mate into a tight hug and smiled, "Take good care of him." I rolled my eyes. Of course, my mother would make things awkward. When she rejoined my aunt and uncle to talk for a bit, I stole my mate away from everyone else and went to the front of the house. "Hi," I said once we were alone. She smiled. "Hi. I'm glad you're all right too. Did you ever doubt I wouldn't be all right?" "Well, to be honest, I didn't even know where you were or what was going on, Braxton, but I knew enough to be worried." I sighed. I never wanted her to know the ugly and dangerous side of my world, but I know these are things she will have to learn, not only as my mate, but as the Luna of this pack. "I'm sorry, gorgeous. I should have told you sooner." I sighed. Part of my world is dark and dangerous. It's a little more complex, but since it's late, I'll keep it brief. In our world, if you are a criminal, you are banished from your pack, and packless wers are called rogues. They are the worst sort of beings. She listened on, so I continued. Kidnapping and killing is nothing new for them. Then she understood. The dead girls. These rogues did that? I nodded sadly as Alpha. It is my main job to ensure the safety of my pack. I'm only sorry I didn't catch them sooner. She placed her hand on my chest now and stepped forward to comfort me. "Don't blame yourself, handsome. I hate seeing you tear yourself down." "Well, it's handled now." "How do you handle rogues?" she asked innocently. A heavy pit in my stomach grew as I knew she deserved the truth, and I didn't know how she'd react, or how she'd view me after hearing it. "There's only one way to deal with rogues, gorgeous. Kill on sight." She looked up into my sad eyes for the longest time before she simply hugged me tightly. "I'm so glad you're here with me now. That's all that matters." I knew she was more than likely internally freaking out about me admitting to killing, but she wouldn't let me see it. I'd have to ask Elise to check in on her to make sure she was all right emotionally after tonight. I kissed her hair, and she moved her face up so I could kiss her lips. But we didn't stop at just one peck. No, my wolf was being greedy, and my mate wasn't pulling away either, so we stood out on the front lawn just kissing. And as much as I would love to continue doing so, the fact was I was beginning to get worked up and knew we were still at the pack house. No, once again, we weren't any closer to mating or marking. But there was still a lake house trip. Then again, I don't know if that is something she'd still want to do, and if she did. I'm pretty sure she still isn't near ready to take my mark. Chapter 27. It's getting pretty late, I had to say. I got to head home now or I'm going to get locked out. Braxton looked down at me for a moment before he finally spoke. You know you could always spend the night with me. He smirked. I smiled back. As much fun as that sounds, I should probably do some laundry if you're still taking me to the lake house tomorrow. You still want to go, even after tonight? I could see guilt and sadness wash over him, and I offered him a kind smile before I reached up and touched his handsome yet tired face. These rogues must have taken a lot out of him. Of course I do. I don't feel any less about you because of what you had to do tonight. If anything, I admire the extreme lengths you took to keep everyone safe, though I wish you wouldn't have to put yourself in harm's way to do so. But I killed them, he countered. And they killed innocent people, I said before I kissed him. Try not to be so hard on yourself, please. He nodded. Fine, he sighed. I'll give you a ride, you ready? I just got to run in really quick to grab my purse. I turned and made my way inside, walking through the house. It seemed eerily empty as silence filled the ample space. I went toward the office door, since that's where Ryder and I had stopped when we first arrived, and spotted my purse. I bent down to grab it, but was jerked back up as a hand gripped my upper arm quite tightly. I was spun around and now faced a frantic-looking Patrick. You can't tell him. I stared at Patrick. Fear and panic were written plainly on his face. It was a sight I'd never seen before, and it was honestly disturbing. His hold tightened even further, and it made me wince. Once more, I knew I would have evident bruising come the next morning. Damn it, Harperlin, he growled. Are you listening? If Braxton ever found out, he'd kill me. He wouldn't even care that I'm his cousin. I let his words sink in. Braxton wouldn't really kill Patrick. Sure, he'd probably be a little angry, but nothing extreme. Promise me. He pleaded. Why, yeah, sure. Just let go. You're hurting me. His eyes went wide with worry. Oh shit, are you all right? He asked, his voice full of concern. This was too weird. I got to go, Patrick. Your cousin is waiting for me. He looked around a little before nodding and stepping back, allowing me to leave. I stepped out of the house, and the cold air shook me out of my curious conversation with Patrick. I spotted Braxton standing next to some random car and went over to him. There you are. I was just about to go in and find you. He smiled as he opened the passenger door for me. I smiled up at him and got in. As he closed the door, I couldn't help but think how absurd Patrick's worries were. Braxton is loving and kind. There's no way he would ever even think about hurting his family. Then again, it's not like I'm just going to bring it up to him. That is one topic I don't like to talk about unless I absolutely have to. We took off, and soon the silence of the car was filled with a comfortable quiet. I looked over at him and could see his facial profile as he drove, a determined sort of look on his face. I'm sure his thoughts were clouded with what happened tonight, and mine were a mix of these rogues, Patrick's desperate pleas, and my upcoming trip to the lake house with my boyfriend, alone. The last time I went, it was with the girls, and a group of guys were there. Then it made me remember Marina. Elise hadn't talked to her, and neither had I, but I needed to be the bigger person and find out what made her snap so suddenly that day. Braxton caught me looking at him, and I gave him a small smile and grabbed his hand. I am so happy to be with you. I said honestly, and I did, even though I can't imagine him killing anyone. These rogue types sounded horrible. My Braxton is like a vigilante from a comic book. He lifted my hand and kissed my knuckles. Soon, we were pulling up to my house. My mother has invited you and Ellie over for brunch tomorrow, but I guess it's no boys allowed, so I suppose we can take off for the lake house whenever you finish up there. I nodded. Sounds like a plan. He leaned over and kissed me before I opened my door and got out. Text me when you get home so I know you made it safe. He chuckled. I smirked. Hey, you aren't the only one who's allowed to worry in this relationship. I heard the words as they left my lips, and my heart began to race. Sure, he told me about the whole mates thing, and how that sort of makes us boyfriend and girlfriend, but we haven't exactly talked about relationships. A slow, lazy grin spread across his face. You don't know how bad I wish you could stay with me tonight. I blew him a kiss and closed the door before going on my way toward the house. I still couldn't believe I had just said that. Hey, I was waiting outside forever, you ready? Ellie asked as she walked into my room. I had actually managed to do something with my hair and even put on a little makeup, but now I was stuck with finding something to wear. I can't decide, I said as I held up 2 different outfits. Ellie sighed. Girl, just pick one. I can't just pick one. I'm going to Braxton's mother's house. I need her to like me. She walked forward, pulling the long-sleeved tan dress with a slight flare on the bottom, and then headed to my closet to retrieve some stockings, boots, and a belt. Of course, she already likes you. You're Braxton's mate. I laughed lightly as I got dressed. What does that have to do with anything? Everything. You're his mate. That means one day you will be the Luna and his wife. My eyes went wide, and I stopped getting ready. I stepped forward. Elise, I don't know what a Luna is, but did you just say wife? Has Braxton mentioned anything about a proposal to you? Now she laughed. He doesn't have to. Mates are a forever thing. I mean, you can break up, but no one will ever add up to your mate. Ergo, you and Braxton will get married one day, just like me and Vance. I nodded. It seemed so obvious when she put it that way, so I continued to get dressed, rushing a little because I didn't want to be late, and do I even want to know what a Luna is? Oh, a Luna is the Alpha's wife. She is sort of a leader as well. She helps the Alpha and his Beta make decisions concerning the pack. Sounds pretty serious. I don't know if I'm going to be right for the job. You, my dear, don't have a choice, she sighed as she handed me my purse and pushed me out of my bedroom. It comes with the territory, but Aunt Priscilla can help you adjust, and Braxton will always be there as the main deciding factor. I nodded, and we were finally outside. Plus, she said as we got into her car, it's not like you'll become the Luna tomorrow or anything. That usually happens after you are marked. Hey, speaking of, Braxton told me when guys mark their mates it leaves an actual mark. Why can't I see yours? Elise's eyes went wide, and a wild blush erupted upon her pretty face. WL, most males can choose where they want their mark to be left on their mates, but as I've mentioned before, it's a rather intimate process, and therefore the marks are usually put in more private spots for only the male to see. I nodded and sat back in my seat as she drove on. A couple of minutes passed before she spoke again. But of course that won't be the case for you, she smiled sneakily. What? Well, you're the Alpha's mate, meaning you will be the Luna. Your mark will have to be public for everyone to see, a sign that people are to respect and protect you at all costs. Where's my mark going to be then? I asked a little hesitantly as we pulled up outside of Braxton's mom's house. On your neck, in the dip between your neck and shoulder to be more specific. When we get inside, you'll be able to see my Aunt Priscilla's mark. Now I blushed as we both got out of the car. Chapter 28. Don't you ladies look lovely, Priscilla said happily after she greeted us and ushered both of us inside. Thank you for having us over, Mrs. Ocklan. Oh, sweetheart, none of that. It's Priscilla. She smiled and pulled my arm through hers gently. As we walked, Priscilla was busy talking with Rebecca, Ellie's mom, and I chanced looking up to see a slight scar. If I craned my neck more, I could probably see the whole thing, but I didn't want to risk getting caught. This, of course, brought forward even more worries. When I do take Braxton's mark, because let's face it, there isn't anything I wouldn't do for that guy, what would his mother think, knowing we'd not only marked each other, but also been intimate? Or what would my parents think? Sure, they won't know Braxton and I had been intimate, but they'd see a scar and know something happened. How would I even play that off? I couldn't say I burnt myself with a curling iron. I rarely use one. Plus, I don't really care to lie to them all that much anyway. Honestly, I just hate keeping track of what I've told someone. As my worries grew to encompass even more scenarios, we sat down at the table, and in no time, a beautiful spread of various foods was brought out on elegant platters and served accordingly. I ate this and that and enjoyed the hot coffee. The conversations grew, and before I knew it, the brunch was done. Harperlyn, dear, may I have a word alone? Priscilla asked softly. Nervous as all heck, I stepped away from Elise and followed Priscilla into a very masculine office. Oh, please try and calm yourself, sweetheart. You have nothing to fear from me. She smiled before walking over to a desk and stroking it lovingly. This was my husband's office. Braxton used to love to sneak in here when he was a boy. I couldn't help but smile as Priscilla spoke of happier memories. It seems like only yesterday that my husband and I brought Braxton to this very house from the hospital. She smiled with a far-off look as she seemed to be seeing her own memory. Then she sighed and smiled much more softly at me now. Now he's a grown man having his own house built, leading our pack just like his father had before him, and happily, my sweet boy has fallen in love. I gasped, I'm not so sure, I mean, it's kind of soon. She looked at me and a small laugh fell out of her mouth delicately. Oh, my dear girl, I know my son well, and I can honestly say I've never seen him with another female the way he is with you. Granted, you are his mate. But just the way you two are when you're around one another tells me enough, and I simply wanted to take this moment to say thank you for making my son happy. He is truly lucky to have you in his life. Harperlyn. A slight blush crept forward. I think it's me who's the lucky one, ma'am. She cupped my face tenderly and looked at me for a moment. This can't be easy for you, being thrust into our world, but thank you for at least staying by Braxton's side. He's going to need you, not only to complete our pack, but to keep himself grounded and honest. Make sure you keep him fair as well, my dear. I didn't quite know what all she was talking about, but I nodded my silent agreement anyway. Of course, I'd want Braxton to be the best version of himself if possible, and I'd do what I could to ensure everyone sees that. After that, she showed me back to the foyer, where Elise was patiently waiting for me. Her mom had taken off already. We both bid Braxton's mother farewell, and then we got into the car. Want to go chill at your place for a while? She asked me. Actually, I wanted to ask if you'd do me a big favor. Anything, H. She said. Will you, well, because I mean, I have this weekend trip with Braxton, so I was always wondering if you could dash. Girl, spit it out already. She laughed. Will you go lingerie shopping with me? Oh, well, yeah, but I didn't think that was really your thing. She pointed out. Well, I want to try and look sexy for Braxton. I admitted, more than a little embarrassed at how hard I was trying to impress him. She sighed, then turned onto the highway toward the mall. Brax would find you sexy regardless of what you wear or don't. Plus, he's your boyfriend, not your master. You shouldn't have to try and change into someone you're not just to please him. I know, it's just, well, honestly, I have been working on my self-esteem, or at least trying. And to be honest with you, I wanted the lingerie for myself. You know, wear pretty things, maybe I'll feel prettier. Well, as long as you're doing it for yourself, I can't be mad at it. She sighed. I think I might be ready too. Elise sputtered a slew of curse words after my admission had caused her to swerve into the next lane and nearly hit another car. Are you serious, H? I shrugged. It's a little hard not to want to give in to him. That's the mate's pull. The what? I questioned whether I would ever stop discovering the various details of the werewolf lifestyle. The mate's pull, it's like an invisible cord that magically ties mates together, so when you're near your mate, you can sort of sense them. It might be your heartbeat suddenly picking up, or the strong urge to look around. For me, I know when Vance is around because my wolf literally starts pacing impatiently. I think I get this intense feeling of butterflies in my stomach when I'm around Braxton. I admitted. She smiled and nodded. Sounds about right. Then of course there's that electrifying touch that sort of heats you up in a good way. I bit my bottom lip as I recalled the way Braxton's hands would leave magical tingles along my skin. All of that's a product of the mate's pull, but the strongest is the urge to want to mate and get marked. It's something primal and unexplainable, but the more time you spend together, the stronger the mate's pull and the more prominent the urge, and of course, everything is amplified with you because Braxton's dash. The alpha, I get it. I sighed. I know this is all kind of overwhelming, but I'm glad you asked me to come with you. I will definitely help you get some underwear that isn't from the 1800s. I smacked her arm and she laughed, but she was right. I had basically been wearing the same style of underwear since I was 2, minus the Disney princesses, of course. After that, we just drove on and seemed to get caught up on everything I'd missed out at school since I went off the grid. I'm going back on Monday, by the way. I admitted. Good, you'd be crazy to just quit when we're so close to finishing, and for what, you and Brax still ended up together, so it would have been a huge waste. I knew she was right, tell me about it. Plus, I know he'd hate himself if I left school so suddenly. She nodded, and we found a parking spot close to the front of the mall. You know, Vance was telling me the rogues were around the mall the same day we were. I was so shocked, I hate to even imagine what could have happened then. She nodded, me too. I really shouldn't say anything, but I overheard my parents talking too. My dad thinks there's more out there and Brax and the guys only got a small group of them. Should we be worried? She looked at me, to be honest, I don't know. Rogues are unpredictable, and that's what makes them so dangerous. I nodded along to her words. Typically, if a rogue attack is made on a pack and the pack puts up a fight, the rogues will back down as rogues are all about survival. But once again, there's no telling. Does Braxton know? She shrugged as we walked into the mall. I don't see why he wouldn't. He talks to my dad almost every day. I do know he's having the Elite 30 run patrols still. Can I ask, who are the Elite 30? I wondered, I keep hearing about them. Elise held back a laugh and filled me in. The Elite 30 are the frat guys. They're our pack guard. Wait, Braxton's fraternity? She nodded. All the PK brothers come from the strongest and oldest families in the pack, so they make for the best protectors of the pack. I thought back to the day Braxton had told me about his fraternity, PK, like a wolf pack. We even howl like wolves. Looking back, I wonder if he was trying to reveal things to me even back then. Chapter 29. Victoria's Secret. Elise smiled. Home to everything sexy and sultry. If you can't find something here, then I give up. She teased. As we walked through the store, I found a few bras I liked, and thankfully, I found my size. Then, we made our way to the panties. Ugh, now is where we get down to business. For starters, we're keeping you away from the briefs and going to get you into sexy grown-up undies. She said as she picked up a highly risque pair of panties. This is a thing. I snatched it out of her hand. This is a big no. She laughed, and I went and put the underwear back before we were interrupted. Oh shit, Elise sounded. It's Marina. I looked up and found her on the other side of the store, but she didn't seem to be buying anything. She was mostly just walking around and browsing. Just ignore her, Elise said. But I felt bad and shook my head. Hey, Marina. I sounded like I was getting her attention. There was something off about her, but I couldn't place it. Hey, I said again, and she gave me a barely there smile. Hey guys, weird running into here, she said as she took note of the contents in my hand. I looked down at the lace underwear still in my hand and quickly put it back where it belonged. So you can shop but can't talk to your friends anymore? It's not like that, she said almost weakly. That's what was different about her. She looked drained, tired, or something, but her usually bubbly personality was all but gone now. Marina, I said, getting her attention again. What's wrong? Yeah, your kind look like shitry, Elise put in. She took offense to her comment, though. There isn't shit wrong. I tried and you two just ignored me. Whatever, I'm out. I could feel that something wasn't right. No, don't, dash. Just leave her. Let her go, Elise said, but even she could see something was going on, and Ellie couldn't hide her concern now. Marina stared at Elise, as if she wanted to say something, but thought better of it, and then stomped away angrily out of the store. After we left the mall, I asked Ellie to make just one more stop, a drugstore. What are you looking for? She asked as I made my way through the store with determination now. I gave her a look. Oh, those are back here, she informed me knowingly. We walked to the proper aisle, and I was soon faced with countless brands, styles, and sizes of condoms. I stared curiously at them. A slight sense of anxiety was filling me now. What if I got the wrong size? If it's too big, he might feel inadequate, too small, and they'd be useless. Do I need ribbed for her pleasure? What about his pleasure? Why are there so many? I asked, confused. Elise simply shrugged. Different ones do different stuff. How do I know which size to get? Elise went red. I don't think I've ever seen her blush so much in our entire friendship as I have today. Well, I don't know what size he uses. I hadn't exactly seen Braxton's penis, but in the heat of the moment when I stayed with him, I sort of felt it. I mean, it's kind of dash. Do not finish that statement, she growled. Fine. I shook my head. I looked around and finally decided that Braxton seems like the kind of guy who would have at least one condom on him. Let's just go. This is way too overwhelming. When I finally got home, I went straight upstairs to pack for my weekend away with Braxton. I decided to give the hot pants a shot. Elise said the underwear I'd chosen were called boy shorts or cheekiest. I didn't want anything that had too much lace, satin, or silk, so these were the best alternative, even though a couple of them were lace-trimmed. But it wasn't a massive change for me, as I'd feel like I was walking around in shorts, albeit much shorter shorts than I'd typically wear, as half my butt would literally be hanging out. But that's what made them sexier than my previous briefs. I packed one bag with essentials, 2 comfy outfits of jeans and sweaters, 2 sets of undergarments, socks, boots, books, my charger, makeup, and toiletries. I also threw in a dress, just in case, with a simple pair of heels. When I was all packed and ready to go, I sent Braxton a text. I don't like to call in case he's in class or a pack meeting, and he texted back immediately. Braxton, all right, gorgeous, on my way. I went downstairs and found my mom in the kitchen removing peas from their pots. Hey, Mom. Hey, sweetie. What have you been up to today? She asked. I had brunch with Braxton's mom and then Elise, and I went to the mall. That sounds nice, she said as she continued with the peas. Anyways, I was coming down to say I'll be gone all weekend. Braxton and I are going out of town for a few days. Her head snapped up, and she looked like she wanted to say something, but held back. Very well then, but you'll be back home and ready for school on Monday, right? Monday's a teacher holiday, but I'll be home Monday night. She nodded, right, well, be safe, Harper Lynn, and use good judgment. I rolled my eyes. I'm a virgin, not an idiot, Mom. Plus, Braxton would never make me do something I'm not ready for. Nothing else was said, and thankfully, the doorbell sounded. I went to open the door, and Braxton stepped in and greeted my mother warmly. Hello, Braxton, she said sweetly, as if we weren't just having a conversation concerning him only moments ago. I want you two to drive safe, you hear me? We will, ma'am. I can promise you that your daughter will be very well taken care of. I put on my jacket and grabbed my bag before Braxton came over and insisted he take it. We told my mother goodbye and went on our way. Chapter 30. We pulled up to the familiar lake house, and a sense of calm washed over me. I'm going to end up falling in love with this place if I keep coming over here. He smiled at me as he went around to the trunk to get our bags. I'd be all right with that, so long as I'm allowed to join you, of course. Of course, I echoed playfully. The house was just as I remembered it, and after Braxton took the bags up to the room, he came down and turned up the heat. I can make a fire later on if you'd like, but for now we'll stick with the heater. I'd like that. I agreed to the fire. In that case, I need to go chop some wood. Now you stay here and keep warm. I'll come with you, I insisted. I can help you carry it back. Fine then, gorgeous. You can help carry it back, but if you get too cold, don't hesitate to come back to the house, please. I nodded my agreement and followed him outside. While we walked, we held hands and talked about various things, and naturally, the topic of Thanksgiving came up. Since I wasn't talking to anyone at the time, I sort of missed out on Halloween. I don't know what you usually do, but my mother and I would love it if you came over for Thanksgiving. I was touched that he wanted to spend a big holiday with me. Oh, I usually just eat and then lounge about the house for the rest of the day, I admitted. I tried to help my mom once, but she's super OCD about her kitchen and other people cooking, so it didn't work out. Well, the offer's on the table. I'd love to come over. My mom usually starts cooking the night before, so we sort of have Thanksgiving breakfast. It's weird, I know. Not weird. My Aunt Rebecca usually does an early Thanksgiving meal as well, so they could come over to our house for dinner. He chuckled. Just be prepared to join me in the kitchen. My mother has a cook most of the time, but when it comes to Thanksgiving, my mom insists that we make our own meal so that we can enjoy it more. We reached the small shed, and Braxton found an axe inside, then went to the logs of wood stacked on the side of the shed. He took the first log to a stump and swiftly drove the axe down, slicing the wood in two. In no time, Braxton had a nice pile of firewood. So, just a stray thought, I smirked, and he looked over at me. I was over here watching you work and wondering, you said you're strong. Can you break the wood in half with your hands? He shrugged coolly. Probably. I've honestly never tried. Why? I asked. If I was strong, I'd test out my strength on everything I could. It's never really crossed my mind, to be honest. He said, picking up an uncut log about the size of his forearm. Just stand back in case anything flies off, okay? I did as he said and took a couple of steps away from him, watching as he took the log into both hands and easily ripped it in half. Easier than I thought, he said before he tossed the wood to the pile and cursed, "Shit, splinter." He smirked, a little embarrassed. "Let me see," I said smartly. Having had my fair share of splinters, I knew exactly how to remove them the fastest. He showed me exactly where on the tip of his finger it was. I gently touched the area, keeping my nail there, before I stuck his finger into my mouth. "Oh shit," he said, surprised. I used the tip of my tongue to feel the little sliver of wood, and once I found it, I began to suck. Harperlin," he rasped. And in no time, I had removed it from his finger, and then I removed my mouth from around his finger before I removed the little shard of wood from my tongue. "See, easy," I said, finally looking up at him. His eyes were dark, and he was breathing heavily. I knew he had to be turned on, but I wanted to tease him a little now since I saw I could easily get a rise out of him. I moved and got some of the wood for the fire and ignored him as I began walking back toward the house. "You coming, handsome?" Once we finally got settled into the house, Braxton got a call and had to retreat to the office. I decided to get more comfortable, so I went up to the bedroom, kicked off my shoes, and grabbed one of my books. "I'm sorry about that, gorgeous," Braxton sounded as he entered the room. "An alpha's work is never done. Are we going back home?" He gave me a soft smile. "No, just talking plans for the restoration of one of the local parks." Now I smiled. "That sounds so generous." Braxton shrugged nonchalantly. "Parks are supposed to be a fun and safe place for families, and I noticed some of the parks around town could use a bit of sprucing up, mostly lighting, so they aren't so dark." He had managed to get into the bed with me as he spoke. "So, what are we reading?" I showed him the cover. "It's only one of my favorites, do you know it? Does the movie count?" He asked with a grin as I shot him a look. "The book is always better," I pointed out. "Well then, gorgeous, why don't you read to me?" I settled into his side and found the spot in which I had left off. If our impulses were confined to hunger, thirst, and desire, we might be nearly free, but now we are moved by every wind that blows and a chance word or scene that word may convey to us. What? I asked. Perhaps this story isn't for everyone. "Nothing. It's just," he suddenly rounded on top of me, "I'm kind of confining my own impulses at the moment," he said before he brought his mouth down on mine. The intensity of the kiss grew, and mixed with the beautiful tingles from the mate's pull, I melted into his every caress, my mouth aching for his lips when they went astray to my neck. Small moans poured out of me as Braxton masterfully handled me, and before I knew it, my dress was being tossed to the floor. I watched eagerly as Braxton removed his top and began to ravage my mouth with his cool tongue once more, massaging mine before I took his bottom lip between my teeth. A low growl emitted from his chest, and strangely, it aroused me further. My hips moved on their own as my cloth-covered core rubbed his growing manhood. Then he sat up on his knees. "So stunning," Braxton whispered as he looked down upon my body, only my undergarments keeping me from being fully exposed. Usually, I would have tried to hide under the blanket or tell him to stop looking at me, but there was something about the way he looked at me, it was something carnal and full of lust and love all in one, that I truly felt as beautiful as he says. As his eyes raked over my body, I knew I wanted him, and he seemed to like me just as much. He took my hand into his. "Harperlin, I think I low." "What is that?" he growled. The moment was gone. I'm pretty sure Braxton was about to confess his love for me, and I know I would have, in that moment, given myself fully to him as I confessed my own love for him, but something ruined it. I followed his eyes, and my own went wide as I finally saw what he was looking at. "Shit. Harperlin, those are fucking fingerprints on your arms." He sounded angry. It was the bruises that Patrick had left on me when he had grabbed my arms harshly only the night before. I dreaded to know what my back looked like, or worse, how Braxton would react to seeing more than one bruise on me. Chapter 31. Tell me, Braxton growled. I watched as his beautiful, warm chocolate eyes turned obsidian. It was clear that his wolf was beginning to overcome him, and not in the way I'd wanted. I had honestly never seen Braxton this upset. I mean, I never thought he could get this mad based on the sweet and loving mate he's been so far. Braxton, I think you should calm down. I won't calm down when I see you've been manhandled. My heart raced with actual fear now, and not for me, but for Patrick. Promise me you won't tell him. Patrick's words rang through my head hauntingly. He had warned me that Braxton would react this way, but I had failed to believe him. I know I shouldn't care. Patrick made my entire middle school years a living hell, but I also didn't want to see him hurt. Don't even think about lying, Harper Lynn, answer me. Now I was scared. I knew Braxton wouldn't hurt me. He had sworn on everything that he is and holds dear that he would never hurt me. But I wasn't too sure about his actions toward his cousin at the moment, so I did what I thought was best. I told him the truth, partially. I had happened at the pack house. I stuttered. Someone in MY Pack did this to you? I nodded, then shrugged. With all of the chaos of having to report to the pack house, not everyone was too keen on having an outsider lingering amongst them. He sighed, and his eyes slowly returned to normal. This is all my fault, he responded in defeat. My heart hurt for lying. It hurt even more seeing how my beautiful mate was now feeling guilty for something he didn't even do, but I couldn't tell him the truth. I was trying to wait to introduce you to my pack until after the mating, once you'd been marked. Please, Braxton. I hate when you blame yourself. Nothing is your fault, my love. His head snapped up as the loving endearment fell from my lips tenderly. He smiled before it slowly went away. So you know who did this? I shook my head and answered honestly. I didn't recognize the guy. His eyes were full of fear and anxiousness. And in truth, I didn't recognize the scared Patrick. Never before had I seen him as anything less than proud and domineering. Once more, he sighed and pulled me into his arms. I'm sorry for everything, gorgeous. I should have introduced you to the pack properly. None of this would have happened if I had done so. Sadness and regret laced his words now. I'm also sorry for startling you with my reaction, but as my mate, it is my life's mission to protect you always. This bruise is proof that I was not there, and, in turn, I allowed you to be harmed. I reached up and touched his cheek. He leaned his face into my palm affectionately. This is nobody's fault, and I really just want to move past it. He nodded his head, and I kissed his lips. I wanted our kiss to grow, but it was only a loving peck on the lips. I pulled away and pouted. Braxton chuckled, gorgeous, as tempting as you are. The mood is gone for now. Plus you're a virgin. I can't take advantage of you. It wouldn't feel right. I'm merely sexually inexperienced, I offered flirtatiously. Perhaps you can educate me. That was all it took. His eyes went dark once more before his body was once again on top of mine. Soon, his pants were on the floor, and we were a tangled pile of limbs as we eagerly moved along with each other. This time, it was more heated and definitely fueled by desire. My breathing came out heavier as his mouth became eager. My hands traveled up his back and to his soft brown hair before he pushed one of my bra cups to the side, exposing one breast fully. His mouth found my nipple, and like an expert, he once more made my body squirm with delight. I could feel my body reacting to him in every way possible until another interruption occurred. Ring, ring, ring. Son of a bitch. He growled as he stood up to answer his phone. He picked up his pants from the floor and fished his pockets for his phone. Hello, he answered, his eyes once more gazing down at my body. With his eyes on me, I grew bold. I sat up slowly and got under the thick duvet. I pulled the heavy comforter all the way up to my neck before I decided to take my bra off carefully. I reached my arm out and over dramatically, pinched one strap between my index finger and thumb before I let it fall to the floor. I repeated the process with my panties and watched as Braxton struggled to carry on with his conversation, knowing that I was now entirely under the blanket. He hung up and once more picked up his pants. I have to go. What? I asked sadly as I held the duvet to my body to shield my nakedness. Stay here, gorgeous. My cousin is coming so you won't be alone. Trust me when I say that I would much rather be here with you, but I promise I will return before you wake in the morning." "Well, can you tell Elise to bring me some pajamas then, since she's on her way anyways?" His eyes went wide before he composed himself. "Elise is out of town with Vance. I meant my cousin Patrick." "But dash. I don't like this any more than you do. The thought of another man being here alone with my unmarked mate is almost too much to handle. But with Elise and Vance gone, and me needing Ryder, I have no one else to ask other than Patrick." He sighed. "You will be safe with him, my gorgeous. He is strong." "I know." "What?" he asked. "Well, I mean, all werewolves are strong, are you not?" I covered up my mistake. He nodded before he sighed again. "Yes, sorry. I'm just a bit on edge knowing I have to leave you." He walked over and kissed my lips. "I promise I will make it up to you. When I get back, I swear I will educate you properly on how a man is supposed to please a woman." My core began to stir with desire as a slight smirk lingered on his lips. He kissed me once more before he started the search for his shirt. "And please, as soon as I leave this room, get redressed. I would kill my own cousin if he ever saw you naked." He smiled. His words were in jest, but mixed with Patrick's warnings. I couldn't help but hear his last comment as anything but sinister. Chapter 32. Braxton's. "Hello," I answered angrily. I silently cursed whoever in the hell was calling me right at this moment. "Alpha, I am calling because we have had a couple pack members run away." I listened impatiently. I shouldn't have to deal with runaways. If pack members wanted to run away, they are fully allowed to do so, but of course, they would be marked as a rogue. This should be something that you can handle on your own, Ryder. Under normal circumstances I could Alpha, but the runaways are Vance and Elise. Now I paid a little more attention. "How long have they been gone?" I asked, but it was in that precise moment that my gorgeous mate decided to toy with my lust for her. I could hear things being said on the other end of the phone, but my full attention was on the daring moves my girlfriend was pulling at the moment. "She's ready." My wolf howled eagerly. We both knew our mate wanted us almost as badly as we wanted her, and soon the mating would happen. Once she became marked, she would be my Luna. "Braxton." I snapped out of it. "Yes, send my cousin to the lake house. I'm leaving now." I hung up and regretfully began preparing to leave Harperlyn. It seriously should be a crime to leave a girl as sexy and as excited as Harperlyn is alone. Then another thought occurred to me. Soon she wouldn't be all alone. No, soon she would be here with another male. My wolf began to stir with worry as my own jealousy grew. I knew it was Patrick, my cousin, but the jealousy was still there. I filled her in on my actions, and then she requested that Elise bring her pajamas. Harperlyn had assumed that when I said my cousin, I meant Elise. I know the girls are best friends, and I couldn't bring myself to tell her about the things I had just heard. Then again, I know Elise and Ellie wouldn't just run away. Something has to be up, and for Harperlyn to be out of the loop as well really wasn't sitting well with me now. I informed her that Patrick would be coming and left shortly after. As I drove away from the lake house, I couldn't help but wonder what was up with Elise and Vance. I hoped with everything that nothing bad was happening to them. Still, I was comforted knowing that they were together. Neither would allow anything to happen to the other. All I knew was that I would find them tonight, because I promised my mate I would return to her before she woke up in the morning. Harperlyn's. Fully dressed, I went downstairs to find something to eat. I found a fully stocked kitchen and smiled. Of course, my Braxton would have everything for our weekend trip, but I couldn't help but wonder what was so important that it couldn't wait until we got back on Monday, or even until the morning. I pulled out some chicken that Braxton must have set aside. I smiled as I realized he had intended to cook dinner for us. Otherwise, the chicken would have been placed in the freezer. I began grilling the chicken in a pan, but I unthinkingly made the entire pack. Perhaps I was stressed over not knowing what was going on. Just as I finished cooking, a loud knock sounded on the front door, pulling me from the kitchen. I watched as the lock turned, and in walked Patrick. Harperlyn. He sounded casual. "Patrick," I replied a bit uneasily. "Hey, are you hungry? I've just finished cooking some chicken, that is, if you'd care to join me, for dinner of course." He didn't look up at me once. He kept his eyes glued to his feet. "Yes, thank you," he said. I plated my own chicken and then went to the refrigerator to find ingredients for a salad. I chopped up the ingredients sloppily in my quick attempt to get out of the kitchen. Once I finished, I placed everything into a large bowl and walked my plate and the bowl to the dining room table. Patrick walked in right after me. I was about to sit when I remembered I still needed a drink, so I hopped up and, for the first time, he looked at me. "What's wrong?" he asked quickly. "And nothing, I've just forgotten my drink is all." "Allow me to get it," he said as he stood up. "What would you like?" I stared at him, simply awestruck. This couldn't be Patrick, not the same Patrick that tormented me for years. Perhaps he has a twin brother, a lovely twin, yes, that had to be it. Water is fine, thank you, I said, and he nodded before going on his way. When he returned, he handed me a bottle of water and took his seat once more. We began to eat in silence until he sighed, and it caused me to flinch. "Harper Lynn," he sighed, "you need to relax." I didn't know how to respond to that. "Look, I'm sorry about what I've done to you in the past. I really wish I'd never done any of that. Even before I found out you were my cousin's mate, I regretted ever doing that to you. I wish with everything I could go back and change it all. Until this situation gets squared away, I have a feeling that I'm going to be your protector until Brax or Ellie is available." I never imagined I'd ever hear those words coming from Patrick Westbrook of all people. It was definitely karma at its finest, but I only nodded, and we returned to our meal. Silence fell once more before I spoke up. Braxton saw the bruises. I stated. Patrick's head shot up, and a look of panic flashed across his face. "Don't worry, I didn't mention it was you, but he does know it was someone from the pack." "You told him that?" he questioned me. I shrugged. My Braxton is smart. He would have put two and two together. They weren't on my body before the pack house incident, and suddenly they're there, I pointed out. He simply nodded before looking at me. "You're different now." I shrugged. "You won't believe the wonders of going to school without being bullied." I replied with a slight smirk. "I believe I've apologized for that already, but no, there's something else." "Well, I've lost weight." He gave me a deadpan expression, really. He asked flatly, "I wasn't talking about that. An internal change, not a physical change, Carson." Carson. Even though it was my last name, it still sounded strange coming from him. Patrick, the same Patrick who'd coined Harper Lynn the hungry, hungry hippo. I shrugged. Braxton brings out the best in me. He makes me more confident, and for once in my life, I don't feel like I have to hide or pretend to be something I'm not. He nodded. "Mates do that to you." I was actually shocked. "Do you have a mate?" He shook his head and looked down at his plate before he pushed his food around with his fork. I used to like someone a lot, but she didn't pay any attention to me, so I found a way to make her notice me. Unfortunately, I went about it in the wrong way. "Tell me about her." I insisted almost mindlessly, still worrying about Braxton and hoping everything was fine. She was quiet and smart. She was the most delicate girl I had ever met, but like I said, she never noticed me. She wasn't like all the other girls who threw themselves at me, he said as he smiled at the distant memory. Instead, she simply buried her head in her books. But the more she failed to notice me, the more I needed her to, so I acted upon impulse, and one day I called her an ugly name in the hall. Everyone was there, and they heard it. Soon the whole school began to pick on her. My heart began to race. She noticed me after that. Her beautiful eyes, always so innocent, were just for me then, but instead of care and love, they were filled with fear and worry, and it would anger me. So I stepped up from name-calling to knocking her books out of her hands in frustration. He admitted, tears threatening to spill from my eyes now. He continued, "The other girls grew jealous of the attention I paid to the lovely girl, and soon they joined in on her torment as they began to take her belongings and trash her locker." "Patrick," I whispered. I needed him to stop. "Why didn't you say anything before?" He looked up at me. "How do you tell the girl you bully that you've always been in love with her?" Patrick dash. He stood up from his seat. "It doesn't matter, Harper Lynn. You are Braxton's now." And just like that, he disappeared outside. In the matter of one night, I had gone on a highly emotional roller coaster ride with one hell of a surprise ending. I shook my head and made my way upstairs to the confines of the main bedroom. I removed my dress and put on one of Braxton's long t-shirts before I settled into the large bed. I suddenly felt significantly drained and couldn't wait for my boyfriend's return. Chapter 33. Braxton's. I shook my head with a burdensome sigh as I pulled my car back into the driveway of the lake house. When I walked inside, I found my little cousin washing dishes. "Patrick," I said, getting his attention. He turned off the water and dried his hands on the towel hanging on the stove door. "What's up, Brax?" My voice caused him to jump up immediately with a start, and a slight look of panic rushed across his face. "Just letting you know I'm here now. What are you doing?" "Just cleaning up," he said almost timidly. Harper Lynn was kind enough to ask me to join her for dinner, so I figured I could help her by doing the dishes. I nodded, of course. My lovely mate would offer him dinner. She is so kind and thoughtful that way. "And where's my mate?" "Oh, Harper Lynn went up to your bedroom a few hours ago. I tried to see if she needed anything by knocking on your door, but she didn't respond, and I could feel her presence, so I figured she must have called it an early night." I nodded, suddenly feeling tired as well. "Well, why don't you just go on up and settle into one of the guest rooms for the night?" Upon my request, he quickly shook his head. "If you don't mind, I'd just like to go home, Braxton. Family is everything to me, and that's why you'd never hear my cousins call me Alpha. My Uncle Rich, on the other hand, loves to use my title as he says it makes him proud to call me that." I nodded my understanding and thanked him for watching out for Harper Lynn tonight. He grabbed his phone, and then I walked him out. I watched as he got into his Corvette and left the lake house, his taillights disappearing into the darkness. Although that kid can be annoying at times, he has recently become invaluable. I locked up the front door, knowing only 3 people have a key to this house other than me, and all 3 of those people know better than to come over here after what happened tonight. Soon, the images of tonight's events replayed in my head. "Did they tell you anything?" I asked the boy. "Ellie didn't seem any different at school, or anything. How about your brother? Does he say anything?" Tommy Cage shook his head with purpose. "No, Alpha. Elise was pretty normal at school, and I know my brother. We tell each other everything. He would have mentioned something to me." I sighed, but nodded my head. Vance's little brother Tommy was our only lead other than my Harper Lynn, but judging by her statement earlier, I knew she had no clue as to Elise's sudden disappearance. I looked back at my Uncle Richard, and he sighed heavily. We both knew what would have to be done now. "We have 2 options," I said as I looked at my family and Vance's. "We can go back home, and I can accept them as runaways, and from here on out they will be known as rogues until they decide to come back, or we can track them. Tracking won't do any good if they don't want to be here." Ryder added, "Perhaps we should just pray to the moon goddess that they return safely to us." Mrs. Cage said tearfully. Aunt Rebecca hugged her in a form of comfort. Something in the pit of my gut was telling me they didn't just run away, and I knew everyone in this room felt the same. I cleared my mind and continued on my way up to the bedroom. I found Harper Lynn lying peacefully asleep in the bed. Both my wolf and I were anxious to join her. I kicked off my boots, then got out of my pants and pulled off my shirt. I pulled back the thick blanket and instantly noticed she was wearing one of my shirts. I smiled, and it quickly fell away. Did Patrick see her like this? I worried, but as I held the blanket away from her body, the coolness of the room must have touched her skin as she turned over, and suddenly I was looking at her angelic face once more. Even asleep, you could see her innocence and beauty shine through, and my earlier worries washed away as I soon let myself into bed. She moaned. I smiled and pulled her light little frame to me. She instantly snuggled comfortably into place. The warmth of her sleepy state radiated off her, causing me to yawn before I resigned to placing a chaste kiss on her forehead. It didn't take long before my tiredness took over, and soon I was dreaming about a not-too-distant future with my Harper Lynn. I woke up to playful kisses on my chest, and I couldn't help but smile as her soft lips made even my wolf stir. "Good morning, gorgeous," I said before I even opened my eyes. "You came back to me," she said. I could hear the glowing smile in her words. I chuckled and opened my eyes. "I promised you I would," I said before I leaned down and gave her a good morning kiss. It was only meant to be a sweet gesture, but as soon as her arms snuck around my neck, I knew I would give in to anything she wanted, and soon my mouth was eagerly touching every surface I could, including her neck. As I kissed the spot I would mark her, a small pleasurable moan poured from her luscious lips, and my wolf was clawing to come forward. I knew in that moment that I could mark her. I could make her mine in every way. But I also knew that, despite what my mate is doing, she isn't ready for the responsibility that comes with mating and a mark. Unfortunately, my wolf and our mate's pull are telling us otherwise, and I knew things were going to start happening much faster than I would have liked. I guess it's a good thing I already have the engagement ring back at my mom's house. So, I said as I pulled away from our tempting little mate, "What would you like for breakfast?" Chapter 34. As I sat at the breakfast bar and watched Braxton make my pancakes, I couldn't help but smile. "Wanna come and take over?" he asked me. "I gotta go grab my phone just in case the pack needs me." I nodded and got off the tall stool. "Do me a favor and grab my cell phone too. I left it on the nightstand." He acknowledged my request with a smile and a quick peck on the lips before he bounded up the stairs. I heard him come back down as I was pouring more batter into the pan. "You got a new text, gorgeous." I smiled and shrugged. "Just read it to me." He slid his finger across the screen and pulled open my messages. "It's from Ellie?" For some reason, Braxton sounded a bit unsure or questionable as he stated that, but continued. "It says Harperlyn, just a message to say I have gone out of town for a couple of days. Don't tell anyone and please don't be mad. Long story short, by the time you read this I should be enjoying my honeymoon. Whatever you do, don't tell Braxton." I stood there stunned, pancakes burning, but I couldn't care less at the moment. "Wait, what?" I asked. As I looked up at Braxton, I couldn't tell which was worse. The fact that it seemed as if my best friend in the entire world had gone off and gotten married without even telling anyone, or the fact that she told me not to tell Braxton, and he was the one who read it out to me. "That isn't what it says. Read it exactly how she put it," I said as the text sounded strange. "Gorgeous, I did read it like she put it. Is there something I should know about my cousin leaving and getting married?" I shook my head. "Ellie didn't say anything to me, and we went lingerie shopping before you picked me up. If she was going on her honeymoon, she'd have picked something up for herself, or Vance rather." "What does this message mean, handsome?" "I don't know for sure, but for now we'll have to take it at face value. All we know is they ran off and got married. But more importantly, we'll have to get breakfast later. I gotta go tell their parents," he said as he turned to leave the kitchen. "We can't." I rushed out. "Ellie's gonna be pissed when she finds out you know. Isn't that bad enough?" I worried out loud. "Harperlyn, gorgeous. Last night when I left it was because no one knew where Vance and Ellie were. Their families thought they ran away and decided to become rogues. As an alpha, it is my job to keep the people of my pack safe and informed. Now think of it this way. If Ellie was your daughter, wouldn't you want to know she is all right?" I gnawed on the inside of my bottom lip as I began to understand where he was coming from. Sometimes, being a good friend is doing what's right, not what's easy. "Fine, but I'm coming with you." He nodded. "So much for our romantic getaway weekend." I reached up and touched his face lovingly. "We still have our nights," I suggested. He put his hand over mine and turned his head to kiss my palm. "Then you go and pack everything up. I'll clean the mess down here." I made my way upstairs and did just that. It wasn't too bad considering we didn't exactly take much clothes out of our bags. I went into the bathroom to grab my toiletries bag and stared lovingly at the large tub. Once again, I wouldn't get to have a bubble bath. I brought the bags downstairs, and as soon as Braxton finished the dishes and made sure all the windows and doors were locked, we left. It didn't take us long to arrive at Ellie's house, and I stood silently next to Braxton as he delivered the news. After they were informed correctly, I went over and hugged Ellie's mom. She hugged me back tightly as silent tears fell from her pretty blue eyes. "I just can't believe she would do something like this." She sounded angry. I stepped back and Mr. Ocklan stepped forward to comfort his wife. "What's done is done, Becky. There's nothing we can do now." "But she's our baby Richie." "Gorgeous," Braxton whispered as he grabbed my hand. "How about we give these two a moment alone?" I nodded and went to follow him. Ellie's dad thanked Braxton and promised to pass the word along to Vance's parents. When we were once again in Braxton's car, he turned to face me. "You did wonderful in there." I shrugged. All I did was try to comfort Rebecca. "Sometimes that's all we as leaders can do. Gorgeous, you're going to make a great Luna." He smiled. I couldn't commit to giving him a full smile. Deep down, I was still unsure about being a leader figure in such a large community. Speaking of, I have something that I want to show you. I looked at my now excited boyfriend as he drove happily away from Elise's house. We went down the way and passed my house as well as his mother's. We were just about to exit the cul-de-sac when he pulled up to a huge house. Perhaps I hadn't been very observant, but I'm not too sure I've ever noticed this house before. "Come on." He sounded excited as he opened my door and held his hand out to me. I placed my hand in his and let him lead me up the steps to the gigantic double doors. I suddenly had the strong urge to fix my disheveled appearance and worried about my hair. Whoever lived here must be extremely posh and upper class. Braxton lifted his hand. I thought he was going to knock, but instead, he placed a key into the keyhole and turned it until a small click sounded. "Braxton," I whispered in awe as he opened the door and let me in. "Do you like it?" he asked. "It's stunning," I answered jubilantly as I curiously tried to look at everything. The doors opened up to a large foyer which displayed the grand staircase and the extremely high ceilings. Crown molding touched every wall, and crystal hung from an elegant chandelier, whilst the handsome marble floors reflected the light coming from the tall windows. "I'm glad you like it." He smirked knowingly. "Like is an understatement, Braxton." "Good, because one day it will be yours," he said before he sighed. "Forgive me, my gorgeous. I know you want to take things slow, and it isn't my wish to overwhelm you." I walked over to him and hugged his middle as I shook my head. "No apologies needed," Ellie told me. I assured him. "What did she tell you?" "She told me mates are a forever sort of thing. She said that right now I'm your girlfriend, but one day I will have to be your Luna, and that means that someday you and I will be married, just like she and Vance." I listened to the words as I said them and sighed. Thinking about it now, perhaps she was trying to tell me she and Vance had planned on getting married. I'm so stupid. No one could have known what she and Vance had planned. Her words are true. Most mates do know they will one day marry. It's just the way it is, but I don't want you to feel overwhelmed or anything like that," he said sweetly. "I'm fine. I know this is all sort of sudden, but I feel like this is right." He nodded and lifted my hand to kiss my knuckles. "I feel the same way, gorgeous. Now, how about I show you the rest of the house?" Chapter 35. Braxton's. Patrick's. "Did you hear the good news?" my aunt asked my mother. "Braxton's found Elise." With my back nonchalantly facing them, I risked rolling my eyes and allowing my utter hatred of Elise Ocklan to shine through. Elise Ocklan, Ellie, everyone's favorite she-wolf. Of course, to myself, she will merely remain the very bane of my existence. I will never forget the day Elise ruined my life. It was Elise who caught my father sleeping around with another woman, of course, my mother being the Luna's baby sister. The Alpha couldn't have that, so he banished my father from the Pax lands. Of course, everyone went on with their lives. My aunt and uncle ruled in perfection. Everyone praised my cousin Braxton, and Elise shifted and found her mate. Hell, even my mom had begun dating again, since my father wasn't her mate. It was no skin off her nose when he was banished. But I was the one who had to suffer in silence as I watched my family get torn apart, and I was forever separated from my father. My happiness finally came back the day I started middle school. Mom had to downsize after the divorce, so we moved, which meant I ended up at a new school. On the very first day, a lone human girl showed me kindness. "I'll pick you up after school, honey." I could feel my ears reddening as Mom shouted out the window. A few older onlookers snickered nastily. As Mom drove away, I began making my way up the large front steps of the new school. "Hey, Mama's boy." I tried to drown out the belittling remark and continue on my way. "Hey, Prep, I'm talking to you," the tall boy stated as he approached me, his two smaller companions following right behind them. "There's one thing you should know about this school, you preppy little prick, and that is, this is my school. If I talk to you, you reply with, 'Yes, sir, you got me, Mama's boy.'" My anger boiled underneath my skin. If this dumb human only knew who he was messing with, unfortunately, I haven't gone through my first phase yet, and these guys don't even know my kind exists. As much as I hated to do it, I bit down on my back teeth and replied, "Yes, sir." "Good job, mama's boy. Now fork over your cash." I remained still. It just so happened that I didn't have any money on me. With Dad not here, Mom and I only had our material possessions, at least until Mom found a job. "Are we gonna have to go over this again?" he asked, and this time, he roughly grabbed the front of my shirt. "I don't have any money." He eyed my clothes up and down, taking in the designer brands they bore, and skepticism filled his face. "I'll let it slide today, but tomorrow you will come with $10 and I will get my money, you can count on that." He spat, snapped his fingers, and the two cronies who had followed him earlier quickly came up and snatched my backpack off me. They opened it violently and shook it until the contents from within scattered all along the concrete below my feet. They took what they wanted and went on their way as the bell rang. I crouched down to collect my remaining belongings. As I placed my spiral notebooks back into my backpack, a hand reached out and held my black binder forward. I looked up and found a girl smiling shyly. "I saw what Clyde and the Garrett did to you." I was embarrassed, and at the same time also grateful, as she too crouched down and began gathering stray papers. "Thanks," I grumbled. "Oh, it's not a problem really," she replied. "The key is to try and keep a low profile. They tend to overlook you and you'll end up staying safe." She turned her head away from me, and I actually smiled. If only she knew me, I am not one to back down from anything. She held out the last of the papers to me, and I took them. She stood up quickly and hauled her own bag back over her shoulder. "I should get going." And just like that, I watched her walk away. Up close, I hadn't noticed how small she really was. Her curly hair bounced against her shoulders as she hurried along. So small, caring, and a human at that. I knew right then and there that I would stop at nothing to gain her attention once more. "Patrick." I turned my head. The sound of my mother's voice had pulled me from the memory of a long time ago. "Yes?" I asked. "We asked you what you think of Harper Lynn?" "Of course they did." I smiled a genuine smile before answering. "Well, what we think of her isn't of any concern, as she is the Alpha's mate whether we like her or not." My words were cold and calculated. I couldn't give them even the slightest hint of my true feelings. "Oh, Patrick," my mother laughed, "you're always so complicated." I turned back around as my mother and aunt began to talk amongst themselves once more. An image of Harper Lynn sitting across the dinner table from me popped into my head. I quickly shook the thought away, and I sighed. I have bigger things to think about right now, like how I'm going to tell my mother I'm leaving the pack for good. It won't be an easy feat, especially since Elise had pulled her little eloping stunt and sent everyone into a panic. Well, almost everyone. I was among the few who were all prepared to say good riddance. I have made up my mind. I will set out as a new rogue until the day I can find my father. Who knows? Perhaps I may even find my own happiness somewhere out there. I considered petitioning the council for a wanderer's permit, but it could take years, and I needed to leave now. "I have to go," I proclaimed, feeling suddenly anxious to get it over and done with. I couldn't stand to be in this pack a moment longer, not while the one girl I'd ever liked stood next to my cousin and ruled alongside him. "Where are you going, son?" I looked at my mother. To be honest, I felt horrible about what I was about to do, but I knew deep down that I had to do it. I forgot I promised to run an errand for Braxton while he's away with his mate. I couldn't even bear to say her name, as I knew fully well my own smile upon saying her name would deceive me. "Very well, I'll meet you back at the house for dinner, honey." I hugged them both before leaving. I went straight home and packed all my clothes, my pillow and blanket, and some pictures before I stuffed them all into my car. I may be attempting to become a rogue, but I won't be a vagabond. I refuse to wander about like some worthless nobody. I ran back in and sat down at my desk to write a note. I explained to my mother that I wished to find my father, that I was leaving the pack, and that I didn't plan on coming back anytime soon. I told her I would always love her, and I hoped that she could forgive me for my betrayal. After that, I went to the bank and withdrew all of my funds, and then stopped at the gas station back near Aunt Priscilla's neighborhood to fuel up. I pumped the gas into my car and then went inside to pay. I reached out to grab a soda, and in that instant, something happened. My heart rate picked up intensely. A restless feeling came over me, like when you've been sitting in one place too long and you just have to shake your head from side to side. I began looking around to see what could be causing this irrational reaction in me. Then my eyes fell upon a small girl. She was shorter than me by at least a good handful of inches, and unlike the girl I had formed a crush on so many years ago, this divine female didn't seem to hide who she was. This mystery girl has a great figure, which she showed off in tight jeans and a t-shirt that exposed her flat belly ever so slightly. And as I unknowingly stepped closer to her, I could see she also had large, expressive eyes and very wild, long, curly chestnut hair. Oh my. She sounded at my sudden closeness. Hi, she said with a stunningly shy sort of smile. Hey. I know this is crazy. I mean, normally I wouldn't do this. She smiled and rambled as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You see, the thing is this town. I just gotta get out of here. Now I was grinning. I know exactly what you mean. I'm Patrick. I held my hand out to her, and she giggled softly before placing her own soft hand into mine. Mate. My grin widened as those warm currents I'd heard so much about coursed through every inch of my body from her mere touch. She gasped, but kept hold of my hand as she excitedly examined me. I am Marina. Marina, I tested her name out. Where you headed? Kelly, I've got a brother that lives out there. I nodded. I'll give you a lift if you let me join you out there. She finally pulled her hand away from mine and shrugged. All right then, blue eyes. But I picked the music the entire trip. You've got it, Duchess. Spread out, and if you pick up on anything, howl, and we'll come straight to you. I spoke to my guard in our wolf forms through our mind link. We were almost to the mall, but before we could get there, a howl ripped through the night from somewhere off to my left. My feet moved without being told to. I ran faster than some of my wolves, and as I grew closer, I could smell them rogues, but it wasn't 2, it was 6. Vance flanked my right as I approached them. They were in human form, so I shifted back into my human form to talk to them. I couldn't care less that I was completely naked. You're trespassing. You don't own the land. One woman spat out before a man pulled her back by her arm. Actually, I do. This is MY Pack's land, and the fact that 3 girls have been killed recently means that you're now our enemies. You don't have proof that we did anything, the guy who pulled the girl stated. I don't need proof. The fact that you're on my land without my permission means I'm well within my rights to remove you, I said. Of course, my words only made them run, and as they ran, we followed. I took off in a sprint, and sometime during running, I had shifted back into my wolf form. He was in complete control now, being driven by rage. So, when I came to the first rogue, I sort of lost it and blacked out. I'm not sure how long I blacked out for, but when I snapped out of it, all of my men were surrounding me, and the all-too-familiar taste of metallic bitterness filled my mouth. They're all dead, Alpha, Vance said. From the looks of it, you personally handled 3 of them. All of my PK brothers knew all about how my anger controlled my wolf in battle and the side effects of it. I can taste that. I'm still too full of adrenaline to shift back, I said through Mind Link. Then I opened my Mind Link further to reach the other pack members. This is Alpha Braxton, the Elite 30, and I have dealt with the rogues. You are all free to leave the pack house if you wish. I killed the Mind Link as I turned and began making my way to the pack house. I needed my mate's touch to calm me down so I could shift back, or I'd be in my wolf form until I could fully calm myself down. With every hit of my paws against the ground, it amplified the sound of my heart beating quickly from the energy of the fight, so when I finally stepped into the backyard of the pack house, I saw my family members, and from the looks of it, Ellie and Patrick were arguing, like always. But none of that mattered as I saw my tiny mate anxiously make her way over to me. As she ran forward, everything else was drowned out. I couldn't see or hear anyone else, and when her arms went around my wolf's neck, I melted into her touch. My breathing became much more even, and I knew I could shift back now, but I greedily held my wolf form so I could enjoy being in my mate's arms just a bit longer. One of the pack members then came out with some basketball shorts for me and set them on the ground. I stood up and took the shorts into my mouth before I went behind the shed. I phased back and then immediately made my way over to Harper Lynn. I didn't hesitate to press my mouth against hers. I honestly didn't care who was watching. I kissed her deeply before we were interrupted. My mother had touched my arm, and I turned to see her worry-filled face. I let go of Harper Lynn to hug my mom now. "I'm so glad you're safe, son," she spoke. "I'm so proud of you, and your father would be proud of you as well. It meant everything to me." "Thank you," I said before my mom made her way to Harper Lynn. She pulled my mate into a tight hug and smiled, "Take good care of him." I rolled my eyes. Of course, my mother would make things awkward. When she rejoined my aunt and uncle to talk for a bit, I stole my mate away from everyone else and went to the front of the house. "Hi," I said once we were alone. She smiled. "Hi. I'm glad you're all right too. Did you ever doubt I wouldn't be all right?" "Well, to be honest, I didn't even know where you were or what was going on, Braxton, but I knew enough to be worried." I sighed. I never wanted her to know the ugly and dangerous side of my world, but I know these are things she will have to learn, not only as my mate, but as the Luna of this pack. "I'm sorry, gorgeous. I should have told you sooner." I sighed. Part of my world is dark and dangerous. It's a little more complex, but since it's late, I'll keep it brief. In our world, if you are a criminal, you are banished from your pack, and packless wers are called rogues. They are the worst sort of beings. She listened on, so I continued. Kidnapping and killing is nothing new for them. Then she understood. The dead girls. These rogues did that? I nodded sadly. As Alpha, it is my main job to ensure the safety of my pack. I'm only sorry I didn't catch them sooner. She placed her hand on my chest now and stepped forward to comfort me. "Don't blame yourself, handsome. I hate seeing you tear yourself down." "Well, it's handled now." "How do you handle rogues?" she asked innocently. A heavy pit in my stomach grew as I knew she deserved the truth, and I didn't know how she'd react, or how she'd view me after hearing it. "There's only one way to deal with rogues, gorgeous. Kill on sight." She looked up into my sad eyes for the longest time before she simply hugged me tightly. "I'm so glad you're here with me now. That's all that matters." I knew she was more than likely internally freaking out about me admitting to killing, but she wouldn't let me see it. I'd have to ask Elise to check in on her to make sure she was all right emotionally after tonight. I kissed her hair, and she moved her face up so I could kiss her lips. But we didn't stop at just one peck. No, my wolf was being greedy, and my mate wasn't pulling away either, so we stood out on the front lawn just kissing. And as much as I would love to continue doing so, the fact was I was beginning to get worked up and knew we were still at the pack house. No, once again, we weren't any closer to mating or marking. But there was still a lake house trip. Then again, I don't know if that is something she'd still want to do, and if she did. I'm pretty sure she still isn't near ready to take my mark. Chapter 36. Over the next couple of days, Braxton and I went from store to store, and he insisted that I help him decorate his new home as it was finally finished. At first, when he said it would be our home, I had to admit that it did sort of freak me out. I mean, I'm only 18, for God's sake. I don't know how to run a house, much less one this huge. But as I helped him pick out this color with these curtains and those pillows, a sort of normalcy grew with it, and today, as I watched he and Ryder set up the furniture that I picked out, I couldn't help but feel like this really could be my home, one day. Touches of mine and Braxton's different tastes blended well, and the big empty house was now warm and inviting. "You guys should have a housewarming party," Ryder suggested as I handed him a glass of ice and a can of soda. I shrugged. It's Braxton's house. He gave me a knowing look that said hardly, and I only shook my head. "Regardless, I do not live here, and I probably won't for a while," I said. "Which reminds me, you wouldn't happen to know what the legal courses are like at the college here in town, do you?" Now it was his turn to shake his head. "Can't say that I've heard much about any legal classes. Then again, I'm in school for pediatrics." "You?" I asked in awe. He actually laughed a deep sort of chuckle. "Yes, me. Much to your obvious surprise, Miss Harper Lynn. I'm actually really good with kids, and they don't suck nearly as much as most adults." I smiled. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean any offense." None taken, he sounded as he finished off his drink. Thanks for the soda. I should probably finish putting that huge chest of drawers together. He smirked. Sorry, I called after him as he made his way back upstairs, subtly complaining about the large furniture piece I had picked for the main bedroom. As I got lunch together for the three of us, I couldn't help but think about what Ryder said. Perhaps it was time for me to consider studying for another career. I mean, the only reason I wanted to be a lawyer is because when I was younger, my sister made me watch Legally Blonde, and I liked the way she sorts of helped people in her own airhead way. To be fair, this was back when my bullying started, and I figured if I could be like Elwood's, then everyone would like me, and if everyone likes me, then I would stop getting picked on. Something smells good, Braxton said as he came up behind me and gently wrapped his arms around my waist. Oh yeah, it's done. Could you grab the plates and some utensils? He kissed my hair before obliging me, as he handed me the plates. I served the guys large slices of the chicken pot pie I had made, and he graciously walked them to the table for me. I pulled out my pan of rolls, lightly brushed them with herb butter, and then plated and placed them onto the table in front of the guys. Afterwards, I gave myself some food and joined them. As we all sat and ate, Braxton and Ryder spoke comfortably amongst each other whilst I sat silently, still considering what it is that I would truly like to do as a living. While I was deep in thought, Braxton grabbed my hand and pulled me out of my thoughts. I smiled up at him and noticed he was standing. Ryder's taking off. Oh gosh, thanks so much for coming over and helping Braxton today, I said. Ryder brushed it off. It was no problem, really. He smirked, and thanks for the meal. It was really good. Thank you, I smiled before Braxton, and I showed him out. Once he left, Braxton set up the TV, and I began watching movies while Braxton did various things on his laptop and cell phone. Hours passed, and I got up to wash the dishes before I had to leave. Can't you stay? Braxton asked. He had once more come up from behind me, but instead of sweetly kissing my hair, he was now seductively pecking my jaw and quickly going toward my neck. I stopped washing the plate I was holding and closed my eyes as the magical tingles intensified with every touch. You want me to spend the night? I asked. I felt his head nod yes, and I couldn't help but smile. I think I can manage that. I barely got out, as my breathing was becoming heavier from the sheer fact that I was highly turned on. Then he pulled away, and I gave him a heated stare. It earned me a light chuckle and a quick peck on the lips. He left me alone, and I actually got to finish the dishes. As much as I knew I probably should go home, since I hadn't seen my parents in a while, we both knew I was more than likely going to end up spending the night with my sneaky wolf of a boyfriend. When everything was said and done, I turned off the kitchen lights and found him in his office. What are you doing? I asked playfully. He looked quite handsome behind his desk, his face full of concentration. I am finishing up a report for work. For the pack. I wondered. No, he smiled kindly. I do have an actual job that pays. To be honest, the company I work for pays for me to go to school. I had no idea, I admitted. So, what do you do? I'm an actuary at one of the top insurance companies from the city that neighbors ours. He must have seen my blank expression, so he explained. I'm basically a risk assessor. I crunch the numbers and work out the statistics and do everything I can to keep big companies from losing money. Wow, Braxton, that sounds like a lot of responsibility. I sounded. He pulled me onto his lap and pushed my hair behind my ear. I'm used to responsibility, but these exams are a bitch, he admitted. I kissed his cheek. I need to go and enroll soon. Are you still thinking about law? I shook my head. You know, it's kind of funny. I was talking to Ryder today, and after giving it a lot of thought, I don't think I do want to go to school for law anymore. He nodded. You do whatever you'd like to do. Gorgeous, and I'm going to be proud of whatever your decision is in the end. I left him to finish up his reports, and I texted my mom to let her know I wasn't coming home. I also texted my sister since I felt like I hadn't talked to her in forever. Harper Lynn, hey Val, just checking in on you. I miss you. Valerie, I was actually just thinking about you today. Mom said you practically live with me now. Congrats. I smirked and replied. Harper Lynn, as much as I'm sure he'd love me to, I'm unofficially moved in. Valerie, unofficially. I sighed and mulled my words over before texting her back. Harper Lynn, I spend most nights here, but I can't commit to just moving in with him. We haven't even been together a whole month yet. Valerie, I get it, and just listen to your instincts. You're smart, so don't second-guess things. Valerie, I have a community thing tonight, so I have to go. Let's see each other soon. We texted our goodbyes, and I felt better having talked to her, if even briefly. Chapter 37. Braxton's. When we got up to the room, I had a moment where I simply stood there and marveled at the room all put together. I had to admit I was thoroughly happy with the way it came out. After a bit of cajoling, I managed to talk Harper Lynn into decorating the entire house. Of course, I chose a few things here and there, but the main things were all on her. She padded comfortably into the room and kicked off her shoes. I knew we were going to go to bed already, so I began getting ready by stripping out of the sweaty clothes I had been in all day. Shit. What's wrong? She asked. I couldn't help but laugh. We've moved everything in except our clothes. She shrugged and simply said, It's okay, we can just sleep in our underwear tonight. I'm all sweaty, gorgeous. And I don't care. She said cutly as she attempted to tiptoe and kiss me. Of course, I had to lean down the rest of the way to touch my lips to hers, but I didn't mind one bit. I was pulled in wholly and instantly zoned everything else out as I watched her step out of her jeans before pulling the thin top off over her head. She moved to get into the bed, the silk and lace clinging to her body, emphasizing every curve. Before I knew it, I had raced over to the bed and found myself on top of her. A small giggle fell from her, but my wolf was too in control to care. I was a little more aggressive in my actions, but Harper Lynn didn't seem to mind as her own body responded beautifully to match my every move. I removed her bra and tossed it to the floor. After getting my fill of her sinfully gorgeous form, I found my hand trailing down. Usually, this is when my surroundings catch me up and I realize we are getting a little out of hand and heading somewhere where Harper Lynn has definitely never been before. But with no pack members around, in the comfort of our own home, there was nothing to stop my hand from gently touching her. A small gasp filled with shock emitted from her mouth, and I put my own mouth on hers to help comfort her and get her to relax. In less than a minute, her hips began to move, so I followed her actions by carefully moving my hand. When she became used to it, I added a little more pressure, and this time it was a soft moan instead of a gasp. With both of my hands in the right places, I felt her fingers in my hair, and I knew what my next move would be. I removed my hands carefully and got up so that I was in between her legs. You sure about this, gorgeous? She gave me a small half smile and a nod of the head. In a matter of seconds, her panties were being thrown onto the floor alongside her bra. From that moment on, I used my mouth to introduce her to a whole new level of pleasure. Afterward, I could have easily taken things even further, but I didn't want to lay it all on her in one night, so I settled for stopping right there and having a relaxed cuddle. That was, oh my gosh, Braxton. She giggled a little. I didn't even know. Well, I mean, I knew people do that, but I never imagined it would feel like that. I laughed into the darkness that surrounded us. I can't even tell if I should be proud or take offense to that. I said as I held her back against my chest. I placed small, gentle kisses on her bare shoulder. Proud, you should definitely take pride in that. It didn't take long for my gorgeous to fall asleep, and the sound of her light and even breathing lulled me to sleep. I'm not even sure how long we were asleep when I felt Harper Lynn sit up. I opened my eyes and sat up next to her when I heard her small sobs. Hey, gorgeous, I softly said as I took her into my arms. What's wrong? I need my phone. I turned on the lamp on the side table, and she found her cell phone. She looked up a number and put it to her ear. Pick up, she practically begged. Please, please, shit. Babe, what's going on? I asked again. She peeked up at me, her brown eyes large and filled with moisture. I had the worst nightmare. Baby, I think there's something wrong with Ellie. I looked at her. I had been feeling the same way for a while now, but I didn't want to worry her by bringing it up. I was also hoping that she and Vance would just show up and everything would be fine after their honeymoon. But the realist in me knew I should have done something sooner. Hold on, gorgeous. I closed my eyes and turned on my alpha mind link. I looked specifically for Ellie. Being my blood cousin, it is always easier to reach her, but there was nothing there. A moment of panic flooded me. I regained my composure, and this time I pushed my link further with more determination and actually sent a direct order for Vance to reply to me. Help. It was weak and actually sounded pained. I opened my eyes and jumped up from the bed. I grabbed my underwear and pants and put them on as I immediately picked up my own cell. Handsome, what's going on? Harper Lynn asked worriedly. We got to go, gorgeous, get dressed. Just then, Ryder picked up. Meet me at my mom's immediately. Harper Lynn was fully dressed once more, and I hung up and pulled my shirt on. I stepped into my sneakers, and then the two of us headed down the stairs. Shit, I forgot to call my uncle. I can call him, Harper Lynn said. She touched her screen and went straight ahead, calling him. I was grateful for her help as I knew he would immediately suspect something if I called him. This way, he won't worry as much about hearing Harper Lynn's voice instead of mine. They're on their way, she said as we got into the car. I nodded, and we took off with quickness. My wolf felt a pang of sadness that we hadn't done something sooner, as I had initially thought. I knew I should have had them tracked. I said to myself. Harper Lynn reached out and took my hand into her own. Nothing was said and nothing needed to be said. Right now, all I needed was my mate's touch to calm me down as I tried to come up with a plan of action right now. Chapter 38. I sat down next to a very worried-looking Braxton. He grabbed my hand and kissed it. I need you to know that I'm going to make sure everything is all right and that you don't have to worry about anything, he said to me. I still didn't know what was going on, but I know Braxton well enough to believe in him. I trust you. He gave me a sweet kiss before the sound of his mother's front door opening made us both stand. Braxton, what's going on? Elise's dad, Richard, asked as Rebecca and two other adults followed behind them. When Harper Lynn called, I knew something was up. Braxton grabbed my hand once more before he spoke. I've been having this weird feeling over the past week, but it wasn't until tonight when Harper Lynn tried to call Ellie that things got bad fast. What are you saying, sweetie? Priscilla asked for support, with her sister-in-law sitting right next to her. I know Elise. And no matter what time or wherever she is, she will always respond to her best friend's calls. But tonight, she didn't answer when Harper Lynn called her, so I tried to link up with her, and I couldn't connect to her. A couple of gasps filled the room before the distinct sound of Rebecca and the other woman's sobs came forth. Are you certain? Richard asked, his words thick with emotion. Braxton looked away from his uncle, and I gave his hand a slight squeeze to let him know I was still here for him. When I couldn't reach her, I know that Vance will always obey an order, being one of my Elite 30, so I pushed the order for him to respond to me, and he did, but it was faint and sounded a bit struggled, and all he said was help, before the connection was lost again. So there's hope. The man was the one whose wife was crying alongside Rebecca. I am personally going out to find them and do whatever I need to bring them both back. I looked up at him, the pit of my stomach suddenly feeling very heavy with nerves. My worried eyes betrayed me as Braxton leaned down and kissed my hair. Don't worry, gorgeous, I'll be fine, and while I'm away I'm going to ask you to move into my old bedroom here with my mom. Of course, I wanted to protest. I hardly know this lady, I thought. So I'm just supposed to put my life on hold to worry about you while you run off to God knows where? But this pull thingy made it impossible to voice my concerns or opinions, so I merely nodded. But my Braxton could tell something was off with me. I know you're worried, gorgeous, and so am I, but I can't go bring Ellie and Vance back knowing you're in danger, and you staying here means I know you'll be protected. How? I finally asked. My pack might not know you're their future Luna, but they know my mother is the Dowager Luna, and they will always protect and listen to her until the day you step into your proper role as MY Luna. I looked up into his beautiful, warm eyes, so many questions running through my mind, but I simply hugged him and gave him a final kiss goodbye. I knew he was going and I was staying, and I could only hope that he would return to me, Ellie and Vance in tow. Vance's. I woke up to the most intense pain of my brain being stabbed, and suddenly Braxton's alpha voice hit my entire subconscious, reply to me. I didn't even know what was going on for sure. How long had I been sleeping? I went to reply, and that same stabbing throb hit me, so I had to stop. Whatever happened to me was affecting my wolf and our link. I knew it was going to hurt like crazy. Still, I couldn't ignore a direct order, so I gritted my teeth and sent out the one thing sure to get his attention and prompt action: help. The pressure in my head went away after that, and I knew Braxton had broken the connection. "Ellie?" I asked as I finally opened my eyes. The room was dark, and even though I'm aware, I couldn't see much. Nor could I feel my mate. I closed my eyes once again and readied myself to try and mind link with her, when the slight sound of labored breathing hit my ears. I went and moved toward the sound when I found my ankles and hands were bound. I tried to move my hands, and that's when I knew I was being restrained by some weird rope, a rope that burned the more I moved. I fidgeted around, trying to inch closer and closer to the breathing. I could feel I was sitting on a fabric-covered floor like a tarp or something. As I scooted about, I hit a very bendable wall and figured out I was in a tent. I took a few more steps, and then my shin hit something. I looked down and could only see blackness. "Ellie?" I whispered, a little unsure. I couldn't see her, I couldn't smell her, and worst of all, I couldn't feel our mate's pull. The sound of footsteps just barely hit my ears, and I moved away from the body as quickly as I could. The tent flap was lifted open, and a bright flashlight filled the small space. "Good, you're awake," a man I'd never seen before smirked. But my attention soon fell away from him as my eyes went down, and I could see my beautiful Elise lying on the floor of the tent, crumpled over, a pained look painted on her face. "Oh, don't worry," he said happily, "she isn't dead yet." "Who the heck are you?" I shouted. He merely laughed. "I'm the brother of one of the men your beloved Alpha killed," he answered coolly. And seeing as Alpha Braxton doesn't have any siblings of his own, I took the closest family member to him, his cousin. You were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, my friend. Let us go now, or I swear on everything that I will hurt you." The man laughed and walked closer until he was right next to me. "Hurt me," he laughed. "I'd just love to see you try," he said viciously before he picked his foot up and brought it down with so much force that all I heard was my shin bones both snap into two pieces. The pain was so excruciating that my scream burst from my chest as I writhed around helplessly. Elise's small frame shifted slightly. "Vance?" she cried out as her eyes registered the images in front of her. I couldn't stop my pain-filled sobs, and it only caused Elise to begin crying. The man didn't utter another word. He simply clicked his flashlight off and walked out of the tent, leaving a small crack, just enough to let a slight ray of light in, enough to illuminate the space I was sitting in. In an instant, Elise began moving toward me. She sounded. What is this?" she asked through her fresh crop of tears. I couldn't answer her. The agony of not being able to protect my mate, mixed with the tremendous torment of my broken shin bones, choked me up. She finally reached me, and I couldn't even wrap my arms around her or tell her everything would be fine. She lifted her head, and I looked down into her stunning face. The moisture sliding down her cheeks killed me even more. "Turn around," I said. "Vance, turn around," I growled. She looked like she was ready to argue, but for once, she didn't question or refuse me. She silently turned, and soon we were back to back. When I felt her fingers touch mine, I sighed as I knew what was coming next. "I'm sorry about this, love, but you're going to have to stay as quiet as you can, okay?" "Okay," she cried. I grit my teeth once more and moved my hands up and away from hers. I found the burning rope and pulled with everything I had. I struggled. I could tell the rope was soaked in something, and whatever it was throwing my wolf off as I found myself wearing down quickly. With a few more struggling tugs, I finally snapped the ropes from around her wrists. She immediately moved to remove the ones from around her ankles, and it took her even longer than it took me, but she finally broke completely free. She turned in her seat and faced me. She reached up and brought my face down to hers, where she kissed me passionately. "You need to leave, Elise." Once again, I could see she was getting ready to argue with me, so I simply kissed her again. I rested my forehead against hers. I sighed. "You have to run away from here as fast and as far as you can, Ellie baby. Be aware of your surroundings and don't rely on your wolf. She won't come right now. Go, get help." She looked at me, fresh tears filling her eyes. "I love you so much," she whispered. It was as good as her telling me goodbye. "I love you too, Elise. Now go, and don't you dare come back here." As Lost Light sob escaped, she sprang forward once more. She stood up, and it took her a couple of steps around the tent before she regained her footing. She peered her head out, then looked back at me. "I'll get help, babe. Just hold on for me." I nodded, then watched helplessly as she ran off into the night. "Be safe," I whispered before I let my own emotions fall out of me. Chapter 39. Patrick's. Your cell's ringing again," Marina said as she held up my phone. "It says it's your mom." I sighed, knowing it would be her. She'd been trying to get a hold of me all week. "Let her leave a message. I'll listen to it when I stop for gas right now." She put my phone back down as we had just entered a new state. "Tell me again why we have to stop in Washington before heading down to California." I couldn't help but smile over at her. "I told you, I think my dad is in Washington." "Why?" "Well, my uncle told him he had to leave, but he didn't tell him that he couldn't contact us. When I was younger, I never thought about money, but when you're older you start realizing that you live in a nicer home than your single mother should be able to afford." I smirked. "So you think he was sending you guys money?" The money would have been one thing, but my dad was clever. He would have had that wired over into my mom's bank account. But 1 year after my mom threw me a party, she told me to clean up, and as I threw some plates in the trash I saw an unopened envelope. On it was his name and Washington. The rest of the address is too much of a blur to remember. "Well, I hope you find him," she said sweetly. I interlocked my fingers with hers and continued on my way. "Oh, there's a gas station right here. Can you hand me my wallet from the glove compartment?" I asked as I pulled into the first gas station I found. "Be right back. Want anything from inside?" I asked. "No thanks," she shook her head. As I walked toward the store, I was barely able to pick up the faintest scent. It was familiar, but as it was so light, I couldn't register it properly. I went in and paid before going back out to pump the gas. As I let the gas fill up the tank, I began looking around. That light scent was too familiar, and that's when I saw her for the briefest second before she crouched down out of sight. "Elise," I growled lowly. This pissed me off. I seriously couldn't believe that members of the pack would actually follow me. I opened my door and leaned down, smiling. "I'll be right back, okay?" I didn't want to alert Marina and make her worry. I went to the side of the building where I had spotted Elise. Upon sight, I found that Elise hadn't crouched down to remain unseen. In fact, she had collapsed and was now unconscious. Something was definitely wrong. Panic set in when I took in her appearance and heard her ragged breathing. "Elise?" I asked as I approached her nervously. Her face didn't seem to have any damage to it, but I noticed her dirt-matted hair and skin, and worse, her hands. Her wrists looked rubbed raw and slightly blistered, as were her ankles. "Elise?" I sounded once more. She didn't move. I didn't know what else to do, so I quickly scooped her up and ran back to the car. "Don't worry, Ellie, I've got you, and I won't let anyone hurt you." As I made my way back to the car, I saw Marina's curious face, and my wolf grew defensive. Whoever did this to Elise was around here, and I'll be damned if I let them do anything to my mate as well. Marina hopped out of the car frantically. "Ellie, open the back door and get yourself back in," I instructed worriedly. Thankfully, she did as I told her, but instead of getting in the passenger seat, she crawled into the back seat, and I set Elise in there as well before running over to the driver's seat. What happened to her?" Marina cried as she hugged Elise's body against hers in a tender fashion. "I don't know," I admitted. "Do you know her?" "Of course I do," she sniffled. "Despite our ups and downs, she's still one of my best friends, her and Harper Lynn." Harper Lynn. The name made me realize something. Braxton wouldn't know what's going on. "I have to stop real quick, and I'm gonna need you to stay really quiet." She nodded, and I pulled the car over to the side of the road before I concentrated and linked to Braxton. "I don't know what's going on, but I just found Elise. She looks like she's been through hell." "Where are you?" His voice was full of anger. "I found her at a gas station just as we pulled into Washington. I'm seriously worried about her. I'm gonna try and find a motel or something to lay low and get her out of sight." "We'll be there shortly," he replied. I began driving again until I found a cheap motel. I had to send Marina in to rent the room just in case Ower was working. I assumed it was the worst that did this. I didn't want to risk them knowing about me or Elise. After she came back with the room key, I got Elise into the room and sent a text to Braxton giving him the motel's address so that he could find us. Elise began waking up, and when she did, Marina gave her some water before she was able to talk. "I have to go back," she said as she tried to get off the bed. "No," I said. She weakly tried to push me, and I growled at her. "Damn it, Ellie, stay still and tell me what the hell happened to you." Vance and I were having a date night. We were having a walk through the park when a group of guys approached us. They came up from behind Vance and hit him in the back of the head, knocking him out cold. I couldn't believe what was happening, and before I could even shift, they came for me next. She cried as Marina held her hand. "Who was it?" I asked. She shrugged. "I don't know. I've never seen them before, but I do know they held Vance and I with some weird rope that burned like hell," she said as she looked down at her hands. "I'm gonna go and look for Vance." "No," Marina sounded. "What if something happens to you?" I smiled. "I'll be fine," I lied. "But I have to go. I'm the only person who could possibly help Vance right now. You don't know these guys. You don't know how many there are or even where they're at." Marina cried. "I'll go with you. I know where they are," Elise said. I shook my head. "No, I'm not letting you leave until Braxton says otherwise. Just link me the location." "I can't." She began to weep. "I tried to when I was running away. I also tried to shift, but I couldn't. I don't know how, but they did something to my wolf." Marina curiously looked between the two of us. "I don't know what's going on or what you're both talking about, but neither of you is leaving this room." Elise and I exchanged a glance. We both knew Marina didn't know about Wers, and now was definitely not the time for either of us to explain it to her. Hours passed, and I was growing antsy from sitting and doing nothing. As the sun had set, I was just about to ignore the girls' protests and leave to see if I could find Vance. Who knows what those people did or are doing to him, if he's even still alive. Then the sound of a knock on the door pulled me from my thoughts. I got up cautiously and looked out the peephole. I opened the door with great relief to find Braxton and half of the Elite 30 looking mad as hell. Chapter 40. Braxton's. I entered the shabby old motel room, and my gaze instantly fell onto the two saddened-looking females. Upon further inspection, I recognized them as Marina and my own cousin Elise. The sight of Elise like this was so eerie. Elise, ever headstrong, always confident and proud, was now sitting in this run-down establishment sobbing, a bit frail and covered in dirt and scratches. She looked so weak and tired. "What happened?" I growled. Everyone quaked at the sound of my voice. Patrick rubbed the back of his neck and filled me in on what Elise had told him previously. "I couldn't tell you where Vance is, though," he finished. "And Ellie didn't tell you where he was at?" I asked low. The last thing I wanted was to rouse my now sleeping cousin. He shook his head rather sadly. "Ellie says she can't shift or mind link. Whatever they did to her messed up her wolf, and I hate to think how Vance is, if he's even still Dash." He couldn't finish his thought. I looked at him with wonder. I always knew Patrick and Elise hated each other, and I think this is literally the first time I've heard him call her Ellie or show any sort of compassion toward her. "Vance is alive," I told him with certainty. "I don't know how I know, I just sort of do." I looked at the men of my Elite 30 and gave them a nod. They knew it was time to get our brother. They all exited the room and would await their next orders once I joined them. But with the room now empty, I looked at Patrick once more. "You and Marina go get in the car, I'll carry Elise out, and then I want you three to go back to my mom's. Elise's parents are there waiting for her. Call Dr. Pollock immediately, and don't tell anyone other than the doctor anything. The last thing we need is to have more people in a panic than we need to." Patrick nodded solemnly before he escorted Marina out of the room. I began to wonder what Marina was doing here, but didn't even bother to question it as I had bigger fish to fry at the moment. I walked over to the bed and picked up my little cousin with ease. As I stood carrying her, I inhaled deeply, trying to register the foreign scents on her. Of course, Patrick's scent was there, so he must have touched her or picked her up. But what worried me most was the fact that I could only faintly pick up her scent. Even now in my arms, it was only a tiny bit. This infuriated me, but I had to focus because the longer I stood here, the more time I was losing finding Vance and the ones who took them. I focused once more and at last picked up on a scent that was barely there, so it must have been a couple of days old. After I left the room and placed Elise in the back seat with Marina, I closed the car door and watched them go. "Let's go," I shouted before I shifted and took off, my men copying my lead and following close behind me. Patrick's. The silence in the car was thick as we drove back to our hometown. "So you're not normal, are you?" Marina suddenly asked. I sighed, but remained silent. "Look, I know some people think of me as an airhead or even a mindless person, but I can assure you that I have a brain and I pick up on a lot of things. Now's not the time." I sighed. "I knew you were too good to be true," she mumbled. My heart lurched at the sound of her small voice full of sorrow. I looked up into the rearview mirror and could clearly see the moisture running down her beautiful face. Everything in me wanted to pull the car over to the side of the road just to comfort her. But I knew better than to stop at a time like this. Braxton had given me orders, and it was my duty to see them out before all else. We made it back to town in less time than it took us to leave, as this time I was speeding, and I went straight to my Aunt Priscilla's house. I sighed heavily as I noticed my mother's car in the driveway. As I killed the ignition, I pulled out my phone and found the doctor's number. "Hello?" he asked, a bit unsure. I looked at the clock on my dashboard and noticed it was probably late for the older man. "Doctor, this is Patrick Westbrook, and the Alpha ordered me to get you to come to the Dowager Luna's house. You are to examine Elise Ocklan, and you are not allowed to discuss anything with anyone until the Alpha says otherwise." "I understand, but please," he sounded much more professional now, "I'm going to need you to tell me everything you know." I filled the doctor in with as much detail as I could, and when we hung up, I finally went to the back seat. I opened the door and went to help Marina off, but she refused my help. Her actions hurt my wolf, but now was neither the time nor the place for a new couple to be feuding. I simply rolled my eyes and bit my tongue as I went to the other side of the car and picked up the still sleeping Elise. "Look, since we're back and all, I'm just gonna go ahead and take off back to my mom's place," she said. "You'll do no such thing, now let's go." She placed her hand on her hips defiantly. "You listen here, Blue Eyes. We had our fun these past few days and all, but I don't know who you think you are to be bossing me around." I stepped in closer to her. "So help me, woman, if you don't get inside of this house. After I put Elise down, I will find your mother's house and personally carry you back here without another thought." I could see in her face that no one had ever spoken to her like that before. She crossed her arms and huffed like a petulant child. The action was one of attitude and hatred toward me, but I couldn't help but find her downright adorable as she did it. With a cold shoulder, she turned on her heel and made her way up the driveway. She knocked on the door, and my aunt opened it. "Oh, goddess," she sounded frantically. "Richard, it's Elise." Elise's father ran forward and came straight over to me. He cradled his daughter in his arms, as if she were a newborn once again. Silent tears fell from his eyes as his wife joined his side. "Thank you, Patrick," she cried and hugged me. "I've called the doctor to come and examine her. He will need complete privacy, though. Braxton is searching for Vance still, and I have no doubt he will find him soon." They all seemed to understand, and before I could even get further into the house, the doctor arrived. "Richard, please bring her up to an empty room. Then I have to ask that no one else, not even her parents, be in the room. We do not yet know what happened to her, and I will not risk anyone being exposed to anything she has also been exposed to. Patrick, go and wash your arms and hands immediately." "But we've touched her," Richard pointed out as he still held on to his daughter carefully. "I will ask that you wash your hands immediately after you place her down as well, otherwise I will not be responsible for your health as well." I refuse to leave my daughter's side. Richard grew agitated. "The longer we stand here arguing is more time that I am not treating her," Dr. Pollock shouted back. Alpha ordered no one to be in the room, and he also ordered the doctor not to say anything about what he finds until he returns, I said calmly, and I could see Marina looking at me suspiciously from the corner of my eye. "Please, we are losing time." The doctor pleaded much more softly. Richard nodded sadly before leading the way up to one of my aunt's guest rooms. Chapter 41. I was lying in Braxton's old bedroom trying to sleep. Priscilla thought I could use some rest, and I agreed. But unfortunately, sleep did not find me. I pulled out my phone and smiled at my screensaver, which was a picture I had stolen of Braxton while he was reading to me. I looked at myself and looked so comfortably happy lying against his chest. With a sigh, I noticed the time and decided I should give my parents a call. As the house phone rang, I bit my lip, a little unsure. I could practically hear the scolding my mother would issue me. "Hello." "Hey, Mom." I smiled. "I was just calling to say hi, really." "Oh, honey, well, you could always come round and stay in your home now and again." I blushed, I know. Sorry for being out so much lately. "Your father and I understand that you are a grown woman, and we do trust your judgment." "Thanks, Mom. I'm going to be staying with Braxton for a while." "Are you two moving in together?" she asked. I went silent. He hasn't exactly asked me to, but I think he wants me to. I don't know. Part of me feels like this is all happening really fast, and another part of me thinks this all just feels so natural. I admitted. Now I knew she didn't know about the whole world, but it genuinely felt good to talk about it all, albeit vaguely. "Well, stay true to yourself, my sweet girl. Remember your morals and do things because you feel they're right for you and not just jumping into things because it's what you feel like you should be doing." "Thanks, Mom," I said before I hung up. As I lay back down on the bed, a couple of tears escaped me. While we've only been together for a short time, I know with everything in me that I love Braxton. As his mate, I know we will be together for a very long time. It's time to face facts. I had some very real decisions to make regarding my future, as a student, as a mate, and as a Luna. As I contemplated everything my sister and Mom had told me, I couldn't help but smile. I closed my eyes to try to get to sleep, but the sound of people shouting finally pierced my ears, and the smile was entirely erased as the reality of last night's events hit me once more. I hopped out of bed and slipped my flats back on. I adjusted the dress one of the pack members had brought over for me and finally exited the room. "Priscilla, what's going on?" I asked as I entered the living room. "Oh, Harperlyn, honey, Patrick's brought Elise. She's up in one of the guest rooms being examined." Priscilla admitted. What? Is she all right? I've got to go see her." I said. "No one can see her right now." The familiar voice caused my back to stiffen, and I turned cautiously to find Patrick looking right at me, Alpha's orders. I looked up at him and simply nodded my understanding. "Harperlyn." I looked just behind Patrick and found Marina. "Marina?" I asked a little emotionally. She ran over and we hugged each other tightly before we both started crying. I'm so sorry. I was an idiot before, a complete fool," she sobbed. "There was just a lot of stuff going on, and now Elise." "Shut up, up, Marina." I cried along with her as I hugged her for dear life. I couldn't imagine losing my friends. With Elise in one of the rooms having to be seen by a doctor, I hated to think that I would lose her, or that I would let some stupid, petty nonsense get in between my friendship with Marina. "I'm sorry," she said over and over again. "It's okay, it's over now," I assured her. Patrick's. I watched as my mate and ex-crush embraced in an emotionally charged moment. Something had happened, but I'm sure neither would discuss it tonight. As the two pulled apart and took refuge on the sofa, I walked over to them. "Marina, may I have a word?" She and Harperlyn both looked up at me. Harperlyn's eyes were filled with curiosity, while Marina sort of scowled at me but stood. I led her outside to the backyard, with the back door closed securely behind me, and I let out a long and stress-filled sigh. I let my hand run through my hair in slight agitation before finally taking a seat on the wrought iron bench. "Would you please sit down?" "Not before you tell me what the hell is going on." She sounded angry. "What do you want to know?" I asked. "If it's about what happened to Elise, I can't tell you any more than you already know." "Cut the nonsense, Patrick. I know something is going on with you and your friends, or whatever they are to you." She shouted slightly. "How did Braxton know where we were?" she questioned. "And what's up with all the mind link, alpha, wolf talk, and don't you dare try to lie to me." I let my head hang down and let out another low sigh. "I'm a werewolf." "That's it," she said. The sound of her shoes against the stone-paved path hit me. "I'm leaving." I jumped up. "You wanted the truth, and I've given it to you. Congratulations, Duchess. You don't live in the world you thought you did." She stared at me with hard eyes. "I'm a werewolf, I'm dangerous, and being with me means you will more than likely always be in some sort of crossfire. But I also know that you're my mate, and I know you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But I promise that I will always protect you from those crossfires," I said matter-of-factly. "We are obviously two strong-willed individuals, and with that, we will butt heads from time to time, but if you're willing to put in the work with me, then we can become something great." Her words seemed to stick in her throat. "Patrick," she looked up at me and whispered. Hare's hard eyes had softened, and they were now filled with various emotions that I could hardly read. "I'm sorry, but I can't." "What?" "I can't do this," she cried. "For one, I still can't find it in me to believe you, and even if I could, it's like you said, we butt heads way too much to make this work. You can't mean this." I insisted, my throat growing thick as an angry lump began to form. "What are you saying?" She did something, I'm not sure what, but she changed her stance. Immediately a massive wall went up and her emotions hardened as she spoke her last words with nonchalance. "Look, your life's here and I gotta go. I can't live here for the rest of my life and frankly, you are just a means of getting me to California. But as you aren't headed that way anymore, I don't need you." My heart felt like it fell into a black hole deep in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't breathe, and I was at a loss for words as I watched her strut away. She walked all the way to the gate and reached the door. "Goodbye, Patrick," she said without even looking back. When she stepped through the gate door and finally disappeared, I lost all will to stand. I literally crumpled onto the ground, my wolf howling with anger and sadness. Had our mate just unknowingly rejected us? I took a few deep breaths before I let my aggression out in the form of a lone punch to the ground. Once everything was out, I made myself stand once more, I righted myself, I cleaned my face and stiffened my back. It was right then and there that I made a silent vow. Patrick Westbrook, would never have a mate. Even if she returned to me, I refused to ever be hurt or made to look like a fool once more. Patrick Westbrook, refuse to be with and therefore knowingly reject my mate. Chapter 42. Marina's. I'm a werewolf. His words were like a slap to the face. I had asked him for the truth, and here he was playing around. I had half expected him to say he was a part of some strange cult or possibly even a gang, but this? "That's it," I said as I began making my way toward the gate. "I'm leaving." He instantly jumped up. "You wanted the truth, and I've given it to you. Congratulations, Duchess. You don't live in the world you thought you did." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This couldn't possibly be true, could it? I still couldn't tell if he was messing with my head or not, but as I tried to get a read on him, he spoke once more. "I'm a werewolf," he stated harshly as if I was slow, then continued. "I'm dangerous, and being with me means you will more than likely always be in some sort of crossfire. But I also know that you're my mate, and I know you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but I promise that I will always protect you from those crossfires." I didn't know how to respond. As crazy as it sounds, I kind of believe him. Perhaps it's the sincerity in his voice or the pleading in his eyes. God, how his sad eyes made me want to just run over to him and hold him until those brilliant blue eyes shone with his smile once more. And then there was everything that I'd heard at the motel too. Shifting my wolf, mind link, Alpha, and yeah, I only just met him, but I'd known Elise since middle school, and she'd said these things alongside Patrick. And seeing as we'd found her hurt at some dingy gas station, I knew there was no way they'd be able to plan something that messed up. My heart raced as I knew by no logical reasoning this should be true, and yet, everything in me was believing it. We are obviously two strong-willed individuals, and with that we will butt heads from time to time, but if you're willing to put in the work with me, we can become something great. His words spoke of a promised future. I had to fight back the smile that wanted to come forward as he spoke of us. I was about to run into his arms and let him lead me into a strange and action-filled life, but as a small breeze blew, I couldn't help but get a slight chill, and it reminded me of my mother, and how this sickness always makes her shiver with chills. "Patrick," I said sadly, looking up at him and whispering. Under different circumstances, I would gladly stay with him, because, as odd as it might be, given the fact that he's practically a stranger, something inside of me is telling me to believe every word he says and to follow him anywhere he goes. But my life isn't that easy. The fact of the matter is I have to leave. I have to tell my brother that our mother is dying and she can no longer care for me. I'm sorry, but I can't. I wanted to tell him I would stay with him, and as much as my common sense screamed at me to tell him about my mom, I couldn't. If I couldn't even face the facts and fess up to my own best friends, how could I tell him? No. I didn't want to be seen as a charity case. My heart broke as I knew I was going to be breaking his heart. What? I can't do this, I said as I began to get choked up. For one, I still can't find it in me to believe you. I lied, and even if I could, it's like you said, we butt heads way too much to make this work. I lied even more. You can't mean this? What are you saying? He insisted. I knew he wouldn't let me leave. Even though we had only met a few days ago, I had gotten to know Patrick well enough to know he is persistent and headstrong. I had to do the one thing that would make him want me to leave. I had to turn on my attitude. I took a deep breath and cocked an attitude. Look, your life's here and I gotta go. I can't live here for the rest of my life, and frankly you were just a means of getting me to California. But as you aren't headed that way anymore, I don't need you. I don't need you. The words rang through my head hauntingly. I wanted to apologize immediately, tell him I was kidding, and that it was all a joke. His face contorted into one I hadn't seen before, and I wanted even more to pretend like I hadn't just said any of that. Unfortunately, I didn't have the luxury of staying. Child Protective Services had already come to the house and informed me that if I couldn't find a blood relative to take me in, as I am only 17, I would be put into foster care until I became a legal adult. My time was ticking. They had given me a 2-week deadline, and come Monday, it would be the 3rd week. I buried my emotions deep down and picked up my head as I slowly and carefully made my way to the gate. I couldn't let him see me cry, more so, I couldn't let him see how much it was killing me to walk away from him right now. I knew if I confessed the truth about my mom, he'd convince me to stay, a luxury I don't have at the moment. Not only was my time running out, but my mother's as well. With every day that goes by, she gets worse. I had to tell Frank that my mom was dying before it was too late. When I reached the gate, I couldn't face him. If I did, I would blow my cover and end up staying here. Goodbye, Patrick, I finally said before walking through the gate door. Once I was on the other side of the gated door, I let my body slump against it for support as I grew weak in the knees and at a loss for breath. My cries shook my body so hard I couldn't even stand. After a moment, I realized there was no point in crying. What's done is done for now. I stood up and began walking away from the house. As I got to the street, I looked back at the house and silently told myself, I will return one day, and I will make sure that Patrick and I can be together no matter what. Braxton's. We tracked the unknown scent for a while, just aimlessly wandering, before I finally picked up a trail. The scent grew much stronger, and soon I spotted a couple of tents. Rogues, I growled through the link. Spread out. We're going to use the fact that they don't know how many of us there are to our advantage. And you count and report, but I don't want those people to know I'm here. Yes, Alpha, my men responded. I stayed rooted in place as my men fanned out and surrounded the small campsite. Once they were all in place, they soon began reporting small numbers. In total, it seemed to only be about 10 to 12 wars, big for a pack of rogues, but nothing we couldn't handle. I padded easily into the middle of the campsite and sat there for a moment. No one picked up on my intrusion, so I let a loud howl roll out of my chest. That's when multiple men and women came out of the tents. Well, what do we have here? A man asked cheerfully. Alpha Ocklan, I presume. I remained still. No one intervenes. This is the man who took them. I can smell it. If he wants a fight, I will give it to him. Only get in if the others jump in, but your first job is to find Vance and get him back to the car immediately. I ordered. Yes, Alpha. I phased back into my human form and finally addressed the man. I'm here for my pack member Vance Cage. Yes, the man sneered. I originally had your cousin. You know, blood for blood. So this is a revenge thing. Too bad I didn't know who the hell he was talking about. You know your cousin was very pretty. Had she been my cousin, I wouldn't let her be with some loser like the guy bleeding out in one of my tents. His words made me angry. Vance was injured, and given the severity of it, it could be fatal. I needed to get him out of here as fast as possible and get him treated. Look here, you piece of trash, let's finish this. You and me, winner leaves, loser dies, and no more retaliation. He seemed to think about it momentarily before he finally agreed. We both shifted, and almost immediately, his pack tried to attack me while the coward slinked away toward the back of the chaos. That's when my men stepped in and handled business. I couldn't tell you who did what. My primary concern was getting the worthless asshole who had messed with my family and interrupted my alone time with my mate. When I reached him, he lunged at me, and that's when my adrenaline began to pump. I could feel my violent streak beginning to course through me, and that's when I blacked out and attacked. Chapter 43. It had been hours since Marina had left unexpectedly. To be honest, I wasn't sure what she was doing here in the first place, but something tells me Patrick knew what was going on. He was the only one who seemed to know anything, but he says Braxton ordered him to remain silent. I wouldn't put it past him to order such a thing. Would anyone like some coffee? I asked. Yes, thank you, Harperlyn dear, Priscilla said as she gave me a tired-looking smile. None of us had really slept since the night we came over here, and as I went to start the coffee machine, I looked out the window and noticed that the sun was coming up already. I sighed. Another day was coming, and Braxton still wasn't home. This would be the second day he was gone. I felt someone enter the kitchen and looked up to find Patrick. I offered him the first cup of coffee, and he took it carefully. Thank you, Harperlyn. You're welcome, I smiled weakly. Patrick, can I ask you a question? He sighed. Harperlyn, you know I can't tell you anything about Elise. I shook my head. No, not that. What was Marina doing here? He looked at me a little sadly before his eyes turned a shade darker and more complex. I picked her up at a gas station. Then all of this happened. She was merely a hitchhiker in the wrong place at the wrong time. I nodded. I felt like there was more to the story, but his whole demeanor told me to drop it. More so, what in the hell was Marina doing hitchhiking? I was just about to pour another cup of coffee for Priscilla when a loud bang sounded, and then gasps and cries followed. Patrick and I ran out of the kitchen to find 15 men barging into Priscilla's house. They carried 2 guys, an extremely bloody Vance and an equally bloody Braxton. I looked at Braxton, and my heart was beating so furiously, but I rushed past everyone else and followed them up the stairs and into Braxton's old bedroom, where they set him down on the bed. With my heart racing wildly, I grabbed his hand. His face looked pained, and he held onto his arm. What happened? I asked. Every man in the room ignored me, and Ryder came to my side. I was angry that something had happened to Braxton, and no one was telling me anything, so I shouted, "Tell me what happened." The men quieted down but remained silent. "She is your Luna to be." Ryder growled. He was still upset that he had to stay behind and watch over the pack, but as Beta, we couldn't have him leave the pack unguarded to join Braxton. You will answer her. The men looked even more unsure, but one stepped forward and told us everything as the doctor examined Vance first. Alpha Braxton tends to black out when in combat. This makes him a more vicious fighter as his subconscious disconnects. He has no qualms about killing someone because he literally will not remember even doing so. It's how he remains sane, he said. But it has its downfalls. Just like he isn't able to feel emotionally involved in the fight, he's also incapable of feeling physical harm, and he merely continues to fight injured or not. Just tell me what happened, I said once more, trying hard to remain calm. The man who took Elise and Vance came for Braxton first, but once Braxton began, he didn't stop, not even when the guy bit deep into his front right leg while in his wolf form. As you can see, in human form it was his right arm that was affected. It should heal on its own, Ryder assured me. When we get injured in our wolf forms, we are always able to recover from the injury. I nodded up at him. I wanted to smile at him, but I merely patted his hand, which was giving my shoulder a comforting squeeze. The men filed out of the room, and Priscilla joined me. The 3 of us remained in Braxton's room until the doctor entered. Busy night, he sighed before cleaning Braxton up and looking him over. The good news is that most of the blood seems to have been someone else's. As for his arm, I will have to cast it, and he won't be able to shift. Is there any other way besides a cast? I asked. We all know Braxton won't like the cast and end up cutting it off before he's supposed to. The doctor nodded and sighed. Well, I can wrap it and give him a sling, but you'll have to make sure he doesn't put too much stress on it while the humerus bone heals. I'll look after him. I promised. Very well. He sounded before he reached into his bag and pulled out the cloth-like material he used to begin wrapping his arm. Once wrapped, he placed his arm into the large sling and secured it around his neck. The doctor was just about to leave the room when Braxton woke up. He explained what happened to him, and much to the doctor's protest, Braxton got up. I need to see Elise and Vance, he said. The doctor led us into their room. Elise and Vance were both on one bed, and their parents sat sadly by their sides. As Braxton entered the room, his mother, Ryder, and I trailing behind him, the parents stood. Tell us what's going on, document, he ordered. Well, Elise and Vance have both been injured in the hands, wrists, and ankles, he said. I've only seen burns like these on a werewolf only once in my entire career, and to be fully correct on the diagnosis, I will have to wait until they wake to question them to see if their symptoms line up to that other patient's. Their wolves were affected, he stated. From what I heard, Elise couldn't mind Link or Phase after escaping, and as you can all probably tell, their scents are damn near non-existent, Braxton said tiredly. Then it's as I feared, the elderly doctor said sadly. It's an odd mixture of wolfsbane and foxglove. The foxglove can cause paralysis and the wolfsbane directly affects our wolves. I could see the tension on Braxton's face, so I stepped forward and took hold of his left hand. He looked down at me and gave me an unfortunate sort of smile before he let his thumb glide over the back of my hand. We are lucky that the foxglove didn't contaminate them for too long, so I feel good that neither will suffer from any sort of permanent paralysis. Unfortunately, I think the exposure of wolfsbane was too much as their wolves seem gone. Gone? Vance's father asked. The doctor nodded. I'll have to run a few tests over a span of time, but it's almost definitive that their wolves will not return. They will more than likely never shift again, of course, since they were born wers. The gene is still in their DNA, and any children they may have will in fact inherit the wolf gene and will be perfectly normal were children, and shift come their own 17th birthday. Their parents seemed to breathe a small sigh of relief. As for Mr. Cage's leg, he sighed. Without his wolf to help him heal, he will have to be treated as a human and thus will require surgery. Both his tibia and fibula have snapped completely in two as well as splintered up vertically going toward his patella. Even with a cast, I'm not 100% sure it will heal properly. I would suggest taking him to a human doctor to see what they have to offer. His parents nodded their understanding, and Braxton let go of my hand to thank the doctor. You make sure you listen to that little nurse of yours, the doctor told Braxton as he smiled down at me. Will do, Dr. Pollock, and thank you again for coming. Anytime, Alpha. He smiled before Ryder showed him out. Braxton and I went back up to his old bedroom, and he lay down tiredly. Little nurse, huh? I smirked as I closed the door behind me and then crawled into the bed with him. That's right, so you have to do what I say. Is that so? He asked with humor on his face. Yes, now I order you to kiss me. He smiled and kissed me passionately. You know, it's not every day someone gets to order around the Alpha. He said, it's kind of a turn-on. I couldn't help but giggle. Oh, Braxton, I laughed. I love you. The words fell from my lips so effortlessly and without thought that I had to pause a moment just to register what I had just said. Do you really? He asked. I looked up at him and caught his worried eyes. I touched his handsome face in an attempt to ease the hard lines etching themselves onto his brow. I smiled softly. I love you, Braxton. This time, I said it with so much more feeling. I wanted him to know exactly how I felt about him, and I watched as that larger-than-life smile spread easily along his face. I love you too, Harperlyn. My heart fluttered in a way like never before. Nothing could ever make me feel the way I was feeling in this exact moment. Not the magical tingles, not the way he looks at me like I'm the most gorgeous woman in the world. Nothing is better than having the love of your life feel the same way about you as you think of them. I nuzzled into his side and, feeling everlastingly elated, said, "Good night, my alpha. Good night, my gorgeous." Epilogue. Several months later. I sighed as I rushed about the house in search of bobby pins. I swear they're never anywhere when you need one, and when I don't need them I can find like 10 in one of my purses. I grumbled to myself. "Harperlyn, bring the hairspray as well," Marina yelled. I sighed but smiled. "Sure thing," I called back. I finally found a pack of untouched bobby pins as well as my hairspray in the downstairs guest restroom. I bounded back upstairs and found my friends in my bedroom. "Elise, if you don't stop moving, I swear on everything holy that I will burn your hair with this curling iron," Marina griped. "Here are the bobby pins and hairspray," I announced as I entered the room. "Thank you," Marina smiled innocently. "Could you please put a clear coat of polish on her nails and be extra careful?" I nodded my understanding and took note of the seriousness. I carefully applied the clear varnish onto Elise's fingernails while she sat in the seat irritably. "Elise, cheer up, girlie." I smiled as I finished the task given to me. "It's your wedding day, and you're here sulking like you're fixing to go to the electric chair." "I didn't want this wedding," she sighed. "I hate this dress, my hair dash." Marina glared at her from the mirror, challenging her to say something. "Well, my hair is actually all right, but all of this is something I'm not. I just wanted a small get-together, and our moms took over giving us this grand and elaborate wedding." I sighed. "I know this isn't what you would have wanted, honey, and I'm sure Vance would marry you regardless of what you would have decided, but given the circumstances, well, we weren't even sure this wedding was going to happen." This time she sighed and nodded. "I know, it shouldn't have been this way." After we finished getting Elise ready, a knock sounded, and her father entered the room. "They're ready for you, ladies," Richard informed us. Marina and I picked up our flowers and made our way down the stairs. Braxton's house was the largest. Rebecca and Mrs. Cage asked Braxton and me to have the wedding here. Of course, we happily agreed, even more so since we were both standing in the wedding. Tommy took Marina's arm as she reached the bottom of the stairs, and the music started. The two walked between the aisles of chairs and toward the front of the reception next to Vance. Next, I made my way down the stairs, and Braxton took my hand. We were next to walk down the aisle, and soon we joined Marina, Vance, and Tommy. Then the music changed, and everyone stood up to watch Elise make her entrance. "Who's that?" Marina asked me coldly. "Who?" "That girl with Patrick," she sounded. I looked at Marina curiously before looking over to Patrick. His attention was on Elise, who was coming down the stairs at the moment. Then he looked to his immediate right, where a tall Hispanic girl had her hand resting comfortably in the crook of his arm. I knew exactly who she was, but I couldn't understand why she was with Patrick. "Her name is Vivian," I told her. I kept the fact that Vivian is somewhat known around the pack for being with a lot of guys. But I've never seen them together before. "Oh." She spoke before we both fell silent as Elise approached us. I smiled at my best friend and gladly accepted her bouquet as she took her place next to Vance, and the two held each other's hands. Marina and I took our seats, as the mothers had chosen to have an uber-traditional wedding ceremony, meaning it would be a couple of hours before the reception started. We smiled up at the loving couple. "So is she like Patrick's girlfriend?" "God, I hope not," I said without thinking. "It's just, the people in Braxton's community aren't really supposed to date around, you know, they're kind of old school." I made up. I mean, how could I tell my one human friend about the werewolf community or mates? She nodded, but didn't press the subject further. When the ceremony finally finished, we exited out toward the backyard, where it had been transformed into a spectacular tented reception area. Marina and I stood with our escorts next to the glowing bride and groom, and everyone approached them to congratulate them. "You actually look really nice, Elise," Patrick teased as he hugged the bride. With everything that had happened over the past several months, these two had become a bit closer following the event. Of course, they wouldn't ever miss an opportunity to tease each other when given. "And you look like a too-tall penguin." She smiled. "What are you doing here with Vivian?" She asked coldly, as if the girl wasn't hanging off of his arm or anything. "Couldn't show up stag now, could I?" He smiled. Please be sure to tell the rest of my wedding party hello. She smirked sort of knowingly. He did as he was told and came up to Braxton and me. He greeted us warmly. Aner 35. Braxton's. Patrick's. Did you hear the good news? My aunt asked my mother. Braxton's found Elise. With my back nonchalantly facing them, I risked rolling my eyes and allowing my utter hatred of Elise Ocklan to shine through. Elise Ocklan, Ellie, everyone's favorite she-wolf. Of course, to myself, she will merely remain the very bane of my existence. I will never forget the day Elise ruined my life. It was Elise who caught my father sleeping around with another woman, of course, my mother being the Luna's baby sister. The Alpha couldn't have that, so he banished my father from the Pax lands. Of course, everyone went on with their lives. My aunt and uncle ruled in perfection. Everyone praised my cousin Braxton, and Elise shifted and found her mate. Hell, even my mom had begun dating again. Since my father wasn't her mate, it was no skin off her nose when he was banished. But I was the one who had to suffer in silence as I watched my family get torn apart, and I was forever separated from my father. My happiness finally came back the day I started middle school. Mom had to downsize after the divorce, so we moved, which meant I ended up at a new school. On the very first day, a lone human girl showed me kindness. I'll pick you up after school, honey. I could feel my ears reddening as Mom shouted out the window. A few older onlookers snickered nastily. As Mom drove away, I began making my way up the large front steps of the new school. Hey, Mama's boy. I tried to drown out the belittling remark and continue on my way. Hey, Prep, I'm talking to you. The tall boy stated as he approached me, his two smaller companions following right behind them. There's one thing you should know about this school, you preppy little prick. And that is, this is my school. If I talk to you, you reply with, yes, sir, you got me, Mama's boy. My anger boiled underneath my skin. If this dumb human only knew who he was messing with, unfortunately, I haven't gone through my first phase yet, and these guys don't even know my kind exists. As much as I hated to do it, I bit down on my back teeth and replied, yes, sir. Good job, Mama's boy, now fork over your cash. I remained still. It just so happened that I didn't have any money on me. With Dad not here, Mom and I only had our material possessions, at least until Mom found a job. Are we gonna have to go over this again? He asked, and this time, he roughly grabbed the front of my shirt. I don't have any money. He eyed my clothes up and down, taking in the designer brands they bore, and skepticism filled his face. I'll let it slide today, but tomorrow you will come with $10 and I will get my money, you can count on that. He spat, snapped his fingers, and the two cronies who had followed him earlier quickly came up and snatched my backpack off me. They opened it violently and shook it until the contents from within scattered all along the concrete below my feet. They took what they wanted and went on their way as the bell rang. I crouched down to collect my remaining belongings. As I placed my spiral notebooks back into my backpack, a hand reached out and held my black binder forward. I looked up and found a girl smiling shyly. I saw what Clyde and the Garrett did to you. I was embarrassed, and at the same time also grateful, as she too crouched down and began gathering stray papers. Thanks, I grumbled. Oh, it's not a problem really. She replied, the key is to try and keep a low profile. They tend to overlook you and you'll end up staying safe. She turned her head away from me, and I actually smiled. If only she knew me, I am not one to back down from anything. She held out the last of the papers to me, and I took them. She stood up quickly and hauled her own bag back over her shoulder. I should get going. And just like that, I watched her walk away. Up close, I hadn't noticed how small she really was. Her curly hair bounced against her shoulders as she hurried along. So small, caring, and a human at that. I knew right then and there that I would stop at nothing to gain her attention once more. Patrick. I turned my head. The sound of my mother's voice had pulled me from the memory of a long time ago. Yes, I asked. We asked you what you think of Harperlyn? Of course they did. I smiled a genuine smile before answering. Well, what we think of her isn't of any concern, as she is the Alpha's mate whether we like her or not. My words were cold and calculated. I couldn't give them even the slightest hint of my true feelings. Oh, Patrick, my mother laughed. You're always so complicated. I turned back around as my mother and aunt began to talk amongst themselves once more. An image of Harper Lynn sitting across the dinner table from me popped into my head. I quickly shook the thought away, and I sighed. I have bigger things to think about right now, like how I'm going to tell my mother I'm leaving the pack for good. It won't be an easy feat. Especially since Elise had pulled her little eloping stunt and sent everyone into a panic. Well, almost everyone. I was among the few who were all prepared to say good riddance. I have made up my mind. I will set out as a new rogue until the day I can find my father. Who knows? Perhaps I may even find my own happiness somewhere out there. I considered petitioning the council for a wanderer's permit, but it could take years, and I needed to leave now. I have to go, I proclaimed, feeling suddenly anxious to get it over and done with. I couldn't stand to be in this pack a moment longer. Not while the one girl I'd ever liked stood next to my cousin and ruled alongside him. Where are you going, son? I looked at my mother. To be honest, I felt horrible about what I was about to do, but I knew deep down that I had to do it. I forgot I promised to run an errand for Braxton while he's away with his mate. I couldn't even bear to say her name, as I knew fully well my own smile upon saying her name would deceive me. Very well, I'll meet you back at the house for dinner, honey. I hugged them both before leaving. I went straight home and packed all my clothes, my pillow and blanket, and some pictures before I stuffed them all into my car. I may be attempting to become a rogue, but I won't be a vagabond. I refuse to wander about like some worthless nobody. I ran back in and sat down at my desk to write a note. I explained to my mother that I wished to find my father, that I was leaving the pack, and that I didn't plan on coming back anytime soon. I told her I would always love her, and I hoped that she could forgive me for my betrayal. After that, I went to the bank and withdrew all of my funds, and then stopped at the gas station back near Aunt Priscilla's neighborhood to fuel up. I pumped the gas into my car and then went inside to pay. I reached out to grab a soda, and in that instant, something happened. My heart rate picked up intensely. A restless feeling came over me, like when you've been sitting in one place too long and you just have to shake your head from side to side. I began looking around to see what could be causing this irrational reaction in me. Then my eyes fell upon a small girl. She was shorter than me by at least a good handful of inches, and unlike the girl I had formed a crush on so many years ago, this divine female didn't seem to hide who she was. This mystery girl has a great figure, which she showed off in tight jeans and a t-shirt that exposed her flat belly ever so slightly. And as I unknowingly stepped closer to her, I could see she also had large, expressive eyes and very wild, long, curly chestnut hair. Oh my. She sounded at my sudden closeness. Hi, she said with a stunningly shy sort of smile. Hey. I know this is crazy. I mean, normally I wouldn't do this. She smiled and rambled as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You see, the thing is this town. I just gotta get out of here. Now I was grinning. I know exactly what you mean. I'm Patrick. I held my hand out to her, and she giggled softly before placing her own soft hand into mine. Mate. My grin widened as those warm currents I'd heard so much about coursed through every inch of my body from her mere touch. She gasped, but kept hold of my hand as she excitedly examined me. I am Marina. Marina, I tested her name out. Where you headed? Kelly, I've got a brother that lives out there. I nodded. I'll give you a lift if you let me join you out there. She finally pulled her hand away from mine and shrugged. All right then, blue eyes. But I picked the music the entire trip. You've got it, Duchess. Spread out, and if you pick up on anything, howl, and we'll come straight to you. I spoke to my guard in our wolf forms through our mind link. We were almost to the mall, but before we could get there, a howl ripped through the night from somewhere off to my left. My feet moved without being told to. I ran faster than some of my wolves, and as I grew closer, I could smell them rogues, but it wasn't 2, it was 6. Vance flanked my right as I approached them. They were in human form, so I shifted back into my human form to talk to them. I couldn't care less that I was completely naked. You're trespassing. You don't own the land. One woman spat out before a man pulled her back by her arm. Actually, I do. This is MY Pack's land, and the fact that 3 girls have been killed recently means that you're now our enemies. You don't have proof that we did anything, the guy who pulled the girl stated. I don't need proof. The fact that you're on my land without my permission means I'm well within my rights to remove you, I said. Of course, my words only made them run, and as they ran, we followed. I took off in a sprint, and sometime during running, I had shifted back into my wolf form. He was in complete control now, being driven by rage. So, when I came to the first rogue, I sort of lost it and blacked out. I'm not sure how long I blacked out for, but when I snapped out of it, all of my men were surrounding me, and the all-too-familiar taste of metallic bitterness filled my mouth. They're all dead, Alpha, Vance said. From the looks of it, you personally handled 3 of them. All of my PK brothers knew all about how my anger controlled my wolf in battle and the side effects of it. I can taste that. I'm still too full of adrenaline to shift back, I said through Mind Link. Then I opened my Mind Link further to reach the other pack members. This is Alpha Braxton, the Elite 30, and I have dealt with the rogues. You are all free to leave the pack house if you wish. I killed the Mind Link as I turned and began making my way to the pack house. I needed my mate's touch to calm me down so I could shift back, or I'd be in my wolf form until I could fully calm myself down. With every hit of my paws against the ground, it amplified the sound of my heart beating quickly from the energy of the fight, so when I finally stepped into the backyard of the pack house, I saw my family members, and from the looks of it, Ellie and Patrick were arguing, like always. But none of that mattered as I saw my tiny mate anxiously make her way over to me. As she ran forward, everything else was drowned out. I couldn't see or hear anyone else, and when her arms went around my wolf's neck, I melted into her touch. My breathing became much more even, and I knew I could shift back now, but I greedily held my wolf form so I could enjoy being in my mate's arms just a bit longer. One of the pack members then came out with some basketball shorts for me and set them on the ground. I stood up and took the shorts into my mouth before I went behind the shed. I phased back and then immediately made my way over to Harper Lynn. I didn't hesitate to press my mouth against hers. I honestly didn't care who was watching. I kissed her deeply before we were interrupted. My mother had touched my arm, and I turned to see her worry-filled face. I let go of Harper Lynn to hug my mom now. I'm so glad you're safe, son. She spoke. I'm so proud of you, and your father would be proud of you as well. It meant everything to me. Thank you, I said before my mom made her way to Harper Lynn. She pulled my mate into a tight hug and smiled, "Take good care of him." I rolled my eyes. Of course, my mother would make things awkward. When she rejoined my aunt and uncle to talk for a bit, I stole my mate away from everyone else and went to the front of the house. "Hi," I said once we were alone. She smiled. "Hi. I'm glad you're all right too. Did you ever doubt I wouldn't be all right?" "Well, to be honest, I didn't even know where you were or what was going on, Braxton, but I knew enough to be worried." I sighed. I never wanted her to know the ugly and dangerous side of my world, but I know these are things she will have to learn, not only as my mate, but as the Luna of this pack. "I'm sorry, gorgeous. I should have told you sooner." I sighed. Part of my world is dark and dangerous. It's a little more complex, but since it's late, I'll keep it brief. In our world, if you are a criminal, you are banished from your pack, and packless wers are called rogues. They are the worst sort of beings. She listened on, so I continued. Kidnapping and killing is nothing new for them. Then she understood. The dead girls. These rogues did that? I nodded sadly. As Alpha, it is my main job to ensure the safety of my pack. I'm only sorry I didn't catch them sooner. She placed her hand on my chest now and stepped forward to comfort me. "Don't blame yourself, handsome. I hate seeing you tear yourself down." "Well, it's handled now." "How do you handle rogues?" she asked innocently. A heavy pit in my stomach grew as I knew she deserved the truth, and I didn't know how she'd react, or how she'd view me after hearing it. "There's only one way to deal with rogues, gorgeous. Kill on sight." She looked up into my sad eyes for the longest time before she simply hugged me tightly. "I'm so glad you're here with me now. That's all that matters." I knew she was more than likely internally freaking out about me admitting to killing, but she wouldn't let me see it. I'd have to ask Elise to check in on her to make sure she was all right emotionally after tonight. I kissed her hair, and she moved her face up so I could kiss her lips. But we didn't stop at just one peck. No, my wolf was being greedy, and my mate wasn't pulling away either, so we stood out on the front lawn just kissing. And as much as I would love to continue doing so, the fact W